Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Kate Winslet. If you want to move others, you must first move yourself. Most of the sweet love stories that are regarded as screen classics are often true. Ryan Gosling started dating Rachel McAdams right after The Notebook was finished. In the 4 years from the announcement of their relationship to their breakup, the two rarely accepted scripts for romance films, and even if they did, the screen effect was greatly reduced. Annie Hall brought the love between Woody Allen and Diane Keaton to the forefront. After the breakup, although Woody Allen still made his own romance films, people always felt that his works lacked the most dazzling soul, and no matter how Diane Keaton worked with Jack Nicholson, she could never find the look of her looking at Woody Allen affectionately by the Hudson River. Unlike all other types of movies, if the male and female protagonists of a romantic movie can't spark, then it's really a cold dog food shot on the face. Leo did it himself in The Wolf of Wall Street, but his relationship with Margot Robbie couldn't stir the audience's heartstrings at all. As for the so-called throbbing, isn't it all because of Margot Robbie? Can she sit on the ground and suck the dirt? Yes, Leo does only like supermodels, but Kate left her beautiful memories in 1997, so that when she won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in 2009 with Revolutionary Road, she publicly expressed her love on the stage. Leo, I'm so glad that I can stand here and tell you how much I love you, and that I have loved you for 13 years. I love you with all my heart, really. Then, Kate divorced her husband, and her husband is Sam Mendes, who watched his wife express her love to Leo at the Golden Globe Awards. Yes, it's the director who shot American Beauty in 1917. As the director of Revolutionary Road, Sam Mendes not only ate a lot of dog food on the set, but also received a lot of blessings from the audience for Kate and Leo during the promotion and release. He was even slapped by his wife at the award ceremony. Imagine that you and your wife are lying in the same bed, and you love her deeply, but she quietly takes out her mobile phone, dials the number she has saved for more than 10 years, and tells the guy on the other end of the phone who still has a child's heart, "You jump, I jump, you fat, I fat." What would you think? Think that your wife is mentally cheating? Oh, come on. As the third party, you have been cheating on others from beginning to end, okay? The most painful thing in the world is not life and death, but I'm right in front of you, and you don't know that I love you? No, no, no. For Sam Mendes, the most painful thing in the world is that he used Steven Spielberg's relationship to help his wife win the award, but in the end, at the award ceremony, it was "I have loved another man for 13 years. Under this widely publicized three-hit combo, Sam Mendes chose to give up. Knowing this, Roland did not want to board Spider-Man in the early 1990s. Because he did not believe in love, he actually liked to eat the dog food of this couple. But, when the project really fell on his head, he would not be hypocritical. Roland, who understood the importance of emotions in romantic films, saw the stack of scripts and materials taken by James Cameron, just like the chief eunuch serving the emperor, allowing him to choose freely and flip the cards as he pleased. Roland did not think twice and directly threw away the materials of a series of people including Eliza Dushku, Claire Danes, Rose Byrne, Christina Ricci, Gabrielle Anwar, and pushed Kate Winslet's resume in front of the other party. Such a decisive move made James Cameron look strange. And when he showed a curious smile and asked Roland a soul-searching question with a vulgar look, Roland's answer was very simple: because she is beautiful, I like her. It's that simple. Hey. Why didn't you tell me earlier? When choosing Gwen Stacy, couldn't you just use her directly? James Cameron showed Roland what a real spectator is. When choosing Gwen Stacy, you didn't choose her yourself, but made me make the decision. As a result, I chose Reese Witherspoon, and you were not satisfied. Why don't you just tell me who you like directly? You've been going around in circles and wasted so much time. The truck driver's fake complaint was really a scapegoating, and Roland smiled but didn't respond. He likes Kate Winslet? Of course, he must have done so before. Or, when Ruth, wearing a purple hat, got off the car with the driver's hand. How many men don't like it? Just as Mr. Kanzanshu said, a boy who is 18 or 19 years old and has no girlfriend often has as many women in his heart as the emperor's 36 palaces, and his heart is sometimes more dirty than a public toilet. Roland dares to say with his conscience that, if it weren't for finding Yahoo, he would definitely not choose raise with a spoon. If he couldn't film with the girl he once coveted, then what was the point of his efforts for so many years? How about being hello, me, and everyone else with those old men? Roland is not Coco. He doesn't shoot ads for Guangzhou Haodi. For this reason, Roland, who doesn't believe in love like Steven Spielberg, but has to make a love movie, chose Kate Winslet, not because finding the original cast can add weight to success. With her, Titanic will never be able to restore the Linoop of the previous life, but, filming with the guy he once coveted, that feeling will be more natural. Maybe love still can't be generated, but that kind of love, at least it can't be performed or faked. But the problem is, when the truck driver confiscates Roland's communication tools, takes him to Mexico, and calls out Kate Winslet, who is coming from the UK at almost the same time, to meet them, Roland, who thought he was ready, has a blank mind. Kate, who had just finished filming Hamlet, Sense and Sensibility, Jude the Obscure, and took on Titanic, but did not receive any request to gain weight, was far from the XXL figure she would have in the future. At this age, she is fully worthy of the title of English Rose. Because she has not yet been invaded by fat, her chin and cheekbones are very obvious, and coupled with her upright nose bridge, at a glance, the whole cheek is three-dimensional. Perhaps she did not want to give others the concept that big breasts and blonde hair equals brainless, or perhaps after receiving a call from James Cameron, she knew that she had won the role. In short, the blonde hair that should have belonged to her has disappeared, replaced by the chestnut red belonging to Ruth and the familiar wavy curls. Of course, if it were just these, it would be fine. The blue printed dress with the white background added a lot of points. In addition, when Roland and the truck driver entered the house side by side, she took the initiative to stand up and greeted them with a smile. Roland had to sigh that people are really animals that look at appearance. The smile that once attracted him and made him fantasize about her was still so beautiful. He thought that he could not find the amazement he had when watching Titanic that year with the image of Kate's fatness in his mind, but the facts proved that this idea was simply stupid and ridiculous. Beautiful is beautiful. Although time, the butcher knife, will destroy your appearance with years, when you see that beauty with your own eyes, you will still feel throbbing. While Roland was staring at the other person very impolitely, Kate was actually looking at him with curious eyes. Kate Winslet is actually not a poor dreamer. Born into a British performing arts family, she performed on the stage of London's West End when she was 5 years old. Under the influence of her parents, uncles, grandparents, and grandparents, she entered drama school at the age of 11 and was involved in major BBC dramas at the age of 15. At the age of 17, she learned that Peter Jackson, a little-known director, wanted to shoot a lesbian movie Angels of Sin, but lacked a British teenage actress. With many years of acting experience and the right age, she was very lucky to be selected by the other party. Well, believe it or not, the reason why she chose the movie Angels of Sin was actually deeply influenced by old-school British filmmakers. First win the award, and use the award as a stepping stone to enter Hollywood. The fact is just as she thought. Angels of Sin won the Silver Lion at the Venice Film Festival in 1994, and she also successfully received 2 BBC movies and Sense and Sensibility produced by Sony. To be honest, with her good looks, acting skills, and connections, after filming 4 movies, she was just one step away from a commercial film that would make her famous. After learning that Fox's annual drama Titanic lacked an actress, she wanted to officially enter Hollywood, so she sent self-recommendation letters to the truck driver again and again, with roses in the letters and the words "I'm the rose you are looking for." That's right, those who believe in miracles should wake up. If Kate Winslet was penniless, then James Cameron, who dared to scold Arnold Schwarzenegger and quarrel with George Lucas, would read her letters over and over again while denying her. "I have already denied you, why should I give you a chance?" Isn't it because he wants to give face to the person who delivered the message? Of course, according to Roland's previous life, the truck driver was moved by Kate's sincerity. But Roland in this life, the truck driver replied directly that who the heroine will be in the end depends on Roland's mood. When Kate saw this reply, she called Anthony Hopkins, her grandfather, and after learning about Roland's status in Hollywood, she did not insist. Because Reese Witherspoon's previous choice made her feel that Roland might not choose her. Of course, it was all a lie to say that she was willing. It was a big project with an expected investment of $200 million. Even if this kind of movie failed, it would make her famous. Okay. As for the blame for the failure, oh my god. With Roland and Cameron, no film company would put the blame for the failure of the movie on the actress who had just debuted. For those actresses who want to become famous, participating in Titanic is simply a sure win business. But unfortunately, Roland is now a player. And just when she chose to give up, the sudden call surprised her. She didn't expect that God would suddenly favor her. While the two were looking at each other, the truck driver sitting next to them was confused. Let's be reasonable. I was the one who knew you first, so how come you two turned me into a light bulb after meeting? Glancing at the smiling guys, the truck driver shrugged his shoulders, put on the grease, and ran away. Since the person has been chosen, he doesn't care. You two can do whatever you want. He just waits for the final result. As the truck driver left, there were only two of them left in the room. Knowing Roland's background, Kate didn't act pretentiously, but thanked him generously. Thank you for choosing me. I thought I wouldn't get this opportunity. Why do you think so? Roland tilted his head slightly to the left and said with a smile, I've seen Sense and Sensibility. Your acting is very good. Really? Kate was a little surprised, but soon showed regret. I thought you chose me because you thought I was pretty, but I didn't expect. Are you trying to trick me? Roland didn't fall for it, but frowned and said bitterly, I usually don't say an actress is pretty in front of her, even if she is really pretty in my heart. In our line of work, the prettier the actress is, the more she cares about her acting skills. If I say she is pretty, isn't that just a way of saying her acting skills are not as good as her looks? So when I see a very pretty actress, I always say she has good acting skills, because I'm afraid that if I praise her for being pretty, they will think I'm superficial and won't give me a chance to get close to her. Like Marilyn Monroe said, people are willing to pay for my kisses, but they don't want to understand my soul. Kate, who had just met Roland and hadn't said a word to him, was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Roland smiled and winked at her, shaking his eyebrows with a playful look, that Kate realized that Roland was saying she was pretty and wanted to get close to her. Oh, God, have you really never been in love? When Roland started to joke, Kate, who was already happy about being chosen, gave up hiding her feelings and laughed with her hands covering her mouth. I've read your information. Since your debut, it seems that the daughter of that New York real estate tycoon has been pursuing you. Besides that, there was Spider-Man filmed last year with Reese. But, if the news is correct, you have never dated either of them at all? Yeah? Is there any problem with that? Roland didn't think his information was confidential. Of course there is a problem. Although I really want to get the role of Ruth, when I learned that I need to play a lover with you in the play, I came with a guilty feeling. Okay. Kate opened her eyes wide, trying to show her previous inner uneasiness, because. When Kate hesitated, Roland smiled and added, do you think that playing a lover with a guy like me who has no love history will deceive my feelings? Do you also think that the emotions you show with your acting skills will be mistaken by me as love, and thus mislead me to a certain extent? You are too blunt. Kate nodded with a smile. Although she felt that Roland revealed everything so frankly, which was a bit different from their usual dating habits, she didn't find anything specifically wrong. Straightforward? I don't think so. Roland shook her head and denied with a smile. If you really think you will mislead me, you shouldn't have submitted your resume to James from the beginning, because when I saw your photo, I was already misled by you. You are very beautiful, much more beautiful than Reese. When Roland slowed down his speech, looked at the other person, and said his thoughts affectionately, Kate, who had thought that Roland might be a straightforward person, suddenly smiled with enlightenment on her face. She sat upright and leaned forward, raised her right hand, gave her forehead a fulcrum, shook her head and sighed. "Oh, are you acting against me? God, I didn't even see it." Note: Sam Mendes found the play Revolutionary Road specifically for Kate, but when choosing the male actor, no one was right, so Kate pulled Leo to do this play. After the Golden Globe Awards, TMZ kept posting news that Kate would divorce Mendes. Sure enough, not long after the Oscars, they began to agree to divorce. Sam Mendes is Jewish. Half of the credit for Kate winning the Best Actress award goes to him. He shot Revolutionary Road and asked Spielberg to promote her. After the divorce, when the Daily Mail dug up their background, Mendes angrily criticized the Daily Mail in a public interview and said that Kate looked down on him. No one started from scratch. Kate's uncle Kenneth Branagh, the director, starring actor and screenwriter of Henry V, did not even audition when he was shooting Hamlet. He directly let her play the leading role. This was public news from the crew. Emma Thompson, the screenwriter of Sense and Sensibility, Mrs. Dashwood in the movie, is Kate's aunt. That's why Ang Lee in real life complained that shooting Sense and Sensibility was too tiring, and he was always fighting for authority in the crew. There is no such thing as good luck. It's just that my connections are stronger than yours. Chapter 177. I know your most beautiful look. What is the core of the content of Titanic? The love between Jack and Rose. To expand a little, it is that Jack, a young painter who won a ticket in gambling, fell in love at first sight with Rose, a rich girl who was unwilling to accept the arrangement of her family. When he found that Rose was about to commit suicide by jumping into the sea, Jack took the initiative to save her. Then, through a series of experiences in the fog, Rose, who was in her rebellious period, fell in love with Jack, who fell in love with her at first sight. Then, the Titanic hit the iceberg, and the fire of their love was extinguished forever before it was ignited. The whole story is simpler than the Korean drama built with a framework. There are no car accidents, cancer, and incurable diseases. What there is the love at first sight, eccentricity, and rebelliousness of young people. Because of this, under Roland's sophistry, that praising the acting skills of actresses is the greatest affirmation of their appearance, this girl who is only 3 years older than Roland did not find anything unusual at first. But when he used the word beautiful 3 times in a row, Kate realized that this guy, who had just met her, and had not even said more than 3 sentences to her, had been using the same state of mind that Jack had when he first saw Rose, when he was overwhelmed by her beauty. Really? Then I'm so sad. You think I'm just being official, but I really think you're beautiful. Roland shook his head in disappointment. Although he admitted that he didn't know what to talk about on their first meeting, so he started with the common topic of the movie plot in order to narrow the distance between them, but he was sincere in praising the other person's beauty. After seeing Roland's expression of baby is sad, but baby doesn't cry, the girl, who was only 20 years old, put her hands on the table, rested her chin on the back of her hands, and smiled. It seems that I have wronged you? Well, since you have seen Sense and Sensibility and said that I acted well, then what do you think is good about my acting? Kate raised her eyebrows, showing a little mischief, and added, or, what do you think is beautiful about me? As long as you can say it, I will apologize to you. If it were someone else, Kate would never ask like this. Because after she first confirmed that there was an element of acting in Roland's words just now, asking questions about the question just now would inevitably give people a feeling of pestering and ruthlessness. Roland said that her acting skills are good. Maybe he was just being polite. After all, she has only made 4 movies since her debut, 2 of which have not been released yet. And the Sense and Sensibility mentioned by Roland was only quietly released in theaters in December. The route is still to go for the Oscar-winning area screening. To put it bluntly, under normal circumstances, Roland has probably not seen Sense and Sensibility. He is just like Jack in the script, bragging and talking nonsense. If it is exposed, Roland will inevitably feel embarrassed. But Kate is not afraid, because before boarding the plane, her family has prepared the information for her. In the words of Anthony Hopkins, who plays the Green Goblin, as long as you admit the fact that Roland is handsome, he will not be angry. In this way, Kate dared to ask with a smile, Or in other words, what she wanted to hear was actually Roland saying how beautiful she was. Which girl doesn't love beauty? How could Roland not guess this little thought? In the other party's expectant eyes, Roland, who had seen Sense and Sensibility in his previous life, didn't mind that he was a little cheating in this regard. After coughing, the smile on his face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a kind of woodenness. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no. It is an ever fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. I think you did a great job in the part where you recited poetry in the rain. In the same part, you looked helpless, with messy hair, and let the rain wash over you. You looked very beautiful. I don't know if this meets your requirements, but I think I know your most beautiful look. When Roland recited the 116th line of Shakespeare's sonnet in a low voice, Ben was still wondering how Roland would respond to Kate's questions, and his smile gradually faded when Roland used the same tone to talk about her most beautiful shot in the movie. Kate, with her chin resting on the back of her hand, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her big watery eyes smiled into crescents. And she nodded slightly, with an unexpected excitement flooding her face. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect you to have seen my movie. I always thought you didn't like this kind of drama. Although Kate used her exclamation to cover up the sorry she should have said, Roland didn't care because he had received a very important message from his first meeting with Kate. The guy in front of him was just an artistic young woman. That's right, Kate Winslet, who was born in an acting family, had different pursuits from Roland. Roland, a vulgar person, just wanted to get Disney, which had impressed him deeply back then, into his pocket. As for creation, of course, he would do whatever he wanted. But Kate grew up in the West End of London. What she was exposed to the most every day was Shakespeare, 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 Shakespeare. What's more, as a British actor, acting in Shakespeare's stage plays was her duty. In other words, for top British actors, Hollywood was always second rate, and being knighted and awarded honors based on stage plays was their ultimate goal. Money was far less important than aristocratic titles. Kate, who grew up in such an environment, was naturally deeply affected. Winning Titanic was just the idea of young people chasing fame and fortune. Moreover, in Roland's memory, after filming Titanic in her previous life, she directly rejected Peter Jackson's invitation and did not want to participate in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, thus giving Liv Tyler, who entered the circle for fun, an advantage. And when facing Shakespeare in Love, she felt that the whole plot was not like a Shakespeare movie at all, so she gave up the opportunity and let Gwyneth Paltrow, who was unexpected, become the Queen of Water. Of course, these tools that assisted Roland in making guesses are now all useless. When he opened the topic with Sense and Sensibility and used Shakespeare's poems to prove that he had indeed seen the movie, Kate, who had kept a distance from Roland and used her brain to guess Roland's intentions, was left with only surprises and surprises. The surprise was because Roland, an American, actually read Shakespeare's poems. Surprise, of course, that's because Roland, who deals with commercial films all day, is actually interested in feature films. Well, Roland admitted that he actually didn't read Shakespeare's poems at all. The reason why he remembered this line was purely because when he was watching Ang Lee's movies, Kate, who was in a state of heartbreak, was too beautiful. When he was doing movie commentary, in order to win over literary young people and deceive them to click, push, like, recommend, vote, month, coins, tickets, forward, books, send, orders, charge, call, electricity, rewards, he pretended to be bluffing and dubbed the title in English dozens of times. As for feature films, he invests, but he prefers popcorn commercial films. However, none of this matters. When Roland proved that what he said was true, the estrangement at the first meeting disappeared. Of course I'm interested in feature films. Didn't I invest in 7? Your family should have told you about this, right? And I also own the copyright of The Shawshank Redemption. Oh, of course I know that, but 7 is a religious film, and The Shawshank Redemption also has a religious connotation, so I always thought that you were only interested in films of this specific theme. How is that possible? Well, okay, those two films are indeed a bit religious, but Ang Lee's The Wedding Banquet and Eat Drink Man Woman are not, right? I also bought these two films for distribution. Oh my god, I forgot about them. I've seen these two films directed by Ang Lee. They are really good. He said different things to different people. Roland was very familiar with this. Talking about games with Steven Spielberg, talking about diving with James Cameron, talking about cherry flavored Coca-Cola with Warren Buffett, and of course talking about art with Kate Winslet, a girl who grew up watching Shakespeare's plays. Although, for Roland, the most intuitive manifestation of art is actually the series of numbers at the auction house. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand. When I went out with the Olson family in 1994, what we saw and heard along the way were actually topics for us to talk about. For example, St. Paul's Cathedral, the largest cathedral in the UK, the world famous Gothic Elizabeth Tower, and the Edinburgh Castle, that you can't avoid at all. These are places where both sides have overlapping cognitions. Of course, Roland had only briefly mentioned them before, and he couldn't hold back if he really asked him to talk about 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. But it doesn't matter, age, gender, and nationality are the best cover. When talking about tap dancing in Devonshire, Roland turned the topic to Agatha Christie, one of the three great masters of detective literature, who wrote Murder on the Orient Express and Murder on the Nile. When talking about the Kelvin Grove Art and Museum in Glasgow, the largest city in Scotland, Rembrandt's Knight in Armour, Renoir's Madame Charles-Free, Van Gogh's The Moulin de Montmartre. How could Roland, who had never learned art appreciation, analyze these things? But it doesn't matter, he snapped his head and the topic became James Watt. And when talking about Yorkshire, the largest county in the UK, known as God's County, Roland's mind popped up. That is Wuthering Heights. I love the land under his feet, the air above his head, everything he touches, every word he says. I love all his expressions, every movement, and his whole person, everything about him. When Roland dug out the classic sentences from Wuthering Heights from his memory, Kate, who was already leaning on the table, had only a smile on her face. Oh my god, are you really 3 years younger than me? Many of these books are books I read when I was bored while filming. If my mother and others hadn't explained the meaning of the books to me, I might not be able to read them because of depression. I didn't expect you. Wow, this is really a surprise. Now I regret not calling you immediately after receiving James' reply. Looking at the smile full of surprise, Roland also responded with a smile. Although he is calm now, only he knows that the so-called reading of world masterpieces is just the result of the acting teacher forcing them to read and write book reviews during school. Of course, the so-called forcing is not as exaggerated as the text message bombing of I recommend you to read 100 Years of Solitude, The History of Urban Development, and the Death and Life of Great American Cities. To put it bluntly, after knowing that she and Roland were going to play lovers, Kate had actually been prepared to get to know each other, but it was just the first time for them to meet, and there was no opportunity to break the veil. Topics of similar interests are the best way to enhance the relationship. When Roland occasionally throws out the reading reserves recommended by the teacher who hated him in his previous life, but loved him so much in this life, Kate's eyes that looked at her as a partner have disappeared. Instead, it is often recited when a talented person meets a poem, and always open a forum when a bosom friend meets a friend. To be honest, sitting there and talking about British culture for 2 hours, Roland feels that this is more tiring than dealing with the people of Zorn. However, seeing that the other party is still smiling, Roland does not dwell on this issue. Just as Roland saw that the time was almost up and was about to end the aimless topic with the other party, a knock on the door came into their ears. The message from Kate's assistant surprised the two who were chatting happily. Ang Lee is looking for me. Roland frowned blankly. He even called me? Kate took the phone handed over by the assistant. Although she didn't understand what was going on, after Roland called back, the matter became clear. Uncle Long wanted to sell Rumble in the Bronx. That's no problem. $5 million to buy the North American and European copyrights. This is simply giving money away for free. Roland is not the kind of hypocritical person. He directly asked Ang Lee to go to David to sign the contract, and then go to Evelyn of Sony to arrange the distribution. If there is any problem, just call Kate to find him. This is not a big deal, so Roland did not hide it. Kate didn't think there was anything wrong after hearing the first half of the sentence, but when she learned that Roland asked Ang to call him, a sense of weirdness instantly surged into her heart. Don't you have a cell phone? Do you usually communicate by letter? Kate spread out her left palm, and her right index finger kept sliding across her palm. No. Seeing that Kate had misunderstood, Roland shook his head and instinctively put the blame on James. James is a tyrant on the set. He doesn't allow any other accidents to interrupt the progress of the filming. Besides, I recently started a company, so he thinks that business management will take up a lot of filming time, so I have to borrow your cell phone for a while. Please help me. Oh, I understand. Kate nodded, indicating that she didn't mind. But I don't usually carry a cell phone myself. My assistant always carries it. I also think that too much involvement in external things will affect the creation itself. After hearing what Kate said, Roland just expressed his gratitude and did not refute the other party's point of view. In his opinion, this kind of girl who wants to act and act well is really cute. After experiencing so much, Roland has long understood that the so-called social mouthpiece, the cutting edge of the trend, and the film and television that lead the cultural trend are nothing but vanity and bubbles, and the so-called spiritual food is nothing but eating too much. Many pretentious directors say that my film reflects such and such spirit and regard themselves as the savior of the impetuous society. Isn't this bullshit? You know, the foundation of peace and prosperity is the prosperity of the country. It has never been what we shoot and what the society sees, but what the society sees and what we shoot. When the Simpson murder case broke out, Forrest Gump brought the American spirit. When millions of black men marched, The Shawshank Redemption entered thousands of households and soothed people's hearts. Film and television have never been an art of closed-door production. Turn off your phone and bury your head in the script. If this can make a good drama, then what saves people is not pragmatism, but hedonism. Of course, Roland will not say these complaints in front of Kate. When herd immunity comes out, they will understand that compared with the cultural trend that is praised to the sky, survival is the most important thing. Well, thank you in advance. Roland smiled and thanked him. He lowered his head and glanced at the time on his watch and then said, "It's 6 o'clock. Let's go to dinner together." James seems to have stayed here for a long time. Call him to come and see if there is anything delicious in Mexico. Oh, can't we find it ourselves? Kate handed the phone back to the assistant and asked with a frown. Of course, but, no but. Before Roland could finish, this bold girl who knew that she needed to face Zioli naked and showed herself to him the first time they met interrupted Roland's words directly. Anyway, neither of us has a phone. He can't find our note. No matter what Hollywood does, British actors still mainly perform stage plays. Tom Hiddleston became popular and returned to the theater to perform Hamlet. They really love Shakespeare deeply. Shakespeare's sonnets will not be translated. Kate is really beautiful in the part where she recites poems in Sense and Sensibility. It is said that the truck driver decided to let her play after seeing this part. I saw a message saying that Rumble in the Bronx was co-produced by New Line and Golden Harvest. Yes, I know this statement. There have always been two statements about Rumble in the Bronx. The first is co-production, and the second is a buy out of 5 million. But these two statements exist simultaneously in American news reports. The key point is that New Line itself has not come out to say which one is right. When analyzing these two pieces of news, I found the news released by Xinhuanet. When Rumble in the Bronx was filmed in New York, there were people from New Line, but when the whole movie entered the mainland, it was counted as Hong Kong. However, counting Hong Kong imported films belongs to news broadcasting, because in 1995 we did not introduce 10 Hollywood films at all, so there is no way to judge whether New Line participated or not by the amount of shares. However, when I was looking for information, I found that Golden Harvest earned more than 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and if the North American share is excluded, and only the 5 million buyout is counted, the Asian box office plus copyright is correct. So I adopted the second statement, because if it is New Line investment plus North American share, Golden Harvest will not make so much money. Chapter 178. Roland was deceived. The false disguise was all his own people. That's right, without a cell phone, the truck driver couldn't find Roland. Or, when he stood at the top of the San Fernando Valley at around 10 o'clock in the evening, wrapped in a windbreaker, looking down at the Hollywood sign at his feet and the neon-colored rural Los Angeles in the distance, Roland's mind was empty. It was as if someone had buffed his intelligence with a mace, and his face was full of disbelief. We are in Los Angeles now? Yeah. What's the problem? Kate, who was standing side by side with him, was also wearing a brown windbreaker at this moment. With her hands in her pockets, she smiled and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Although it's a little late, I don't care. Anyway, I want to gain weight, so I'll eat anything with you." Wait, it's not a question of what to eat now. Roland turned his head suddenly and stared at Kate with surprised eyes. "Let me confirm with you again. You mean, it took us 4 hours to get back to Los Angeles, California from the place where we chatted in the afternoon, which is Mexico? By the way, we drove to the San Fernando Valley and saw the Hollywood sign." "Yes." Kate, who tried hard to purse her lips and force herself not to laugh, nodded vigorously. But unfortunately, the corners of her squinted eyes were almost squeezed out of tears. Seeing the other person's appearance, Roland, who had been pretending to be a cultured person for the whole afternoon, was about to explode. What the hell is going on? He and the truck driver had taken a private plane, and then a cruise ship, and it took a whole day to get to the filming location. How come Kate took him back to Los Angeles in 4 hours? The point is, he took a 4-hour car ride. Along the way, whenever he had questions, Kate, who continued to chat with him, would tell him like a guide, "It's almost there, it's almost there, it's almost there." Looking at the guy with a frown on his face, trying hard to kill everything with his eyes, Kate, with her hands in her pockets, shook her body, bumped into Roland, and asked with a smile, "Don't you understand?" "Yeah." Roland nodded very honestly. "Can you tell me first, when did you choose me?" Kate looked at Roland with her big, sparkling eyes. Roland hesitated. "Before I got on the plane." "Then did you know that James called me to tell me to fly from London to Mexico?" "Of course, he called in front of me. At that time, I was still at his house and hadn't set off yet. Well, let's assume that we set off at the same time. I flew directly from London to Los Angeles, and then from Los Angeles to the set. The total time is almost 24 hours. And it is known that it takes 12 hours to fly directly from London to Los Angeles. So I would like to ask, in this case, did you, the guy who set off from Los Angeles, wait for me on the set? Did director James arrange to meet me as soon as I arrived on the set? Or did you always think that I might arrive first?" While giving a clear analysis, Kate had already walked in front of Roland and put her hands on his shoulders. At the beginning of last year, Roland was already 5 feet 7 inches tall, and now he is 3 inches taller than before. It is precisely this 3-inch difference that makes Kate, who is the same height as Roland at the beginning of last year, have to raise her head to look him in the eye. Looking down at the delicate face under the moonlight, Roland's mood gradually slowed down. "Yeah. Very good." Hearing Roland's affirmative answer, Kate licked her lips, and the smile in the corner of her eyes became more intense. "Then may I ask, what kind of situation would make you feel that I, who departed from London, would arrive at the set before you, or that I, who departed from London, could arrive at the set together with you, who departed from Los Angeles? I don't know if you have seen our shooting schedule. Anyway, I have seen it, so I know that our shooting location is in Baja California. Fuck. When Roland heard the name of Ensenada, he was still confused, and he showed helplessness in an instant. He already knew why. In the previous life, Titanic was indeed filmed in Mexico, but the filming location was actually in Baja California, California. Hollywood and the filming location were separated by a US-Mexico border that did not need to be intercepted, and the drive took about 3 hours. It is precisely because of the convenient transportation, the reduction of cross-border labor costs, and the beautiful coastline that the truck driver bought land, started bombing, and built ships in this place. Although he was filming in Mexico, as long as he was diligent, he could still go home and sleep every night. But it was precisely because of the convenient transportation that he had to hide it from Roland. There was no way, who made Roland not only a popular actor, but also a well-known boss. Today this guy came to attract investment, and tomorrow that guy came to discuss the project. Okay, don't shoot this play. From the moment his mobile phone was confiscated, before he set off, Roland was the only one in the entire group who didn't know that the crew was right next to Hollywood. Or maybe Murdoch's generosity made him, who enjoyed power, subconsciously ignore this not so important issue. Not only that, the truck driver took great pains to take him to Mexico City first, and then went around from south to north. Roland didn't care about the impact of his side job when filming, but he did. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to lie to Roland. Of course, he had no psychological burden at all for deceiving Roland, because he knew that Roland, who was good-tempered, would not care. He also knew that this was the most calm guy he had ever seen since he entered the industry. After discovering the abnormality, he could understand. Since the movie was at least their route for the time being, they should calm down and focus on their main business. Roland could indeed enjoy extraordinary treatment, but before really playing with power, you should stabilize yourself first. Okay, I was deceived by that old man. I must beat him up tomorrow morning. No, when I see him, I will beat him up directly. Roland, who found that he was fooled by the truck driver, shook his head with a wry smile, but his tone was very casual. While complaining, he cast a curious look at Kate, who still had her hands on his shoulders. Compared with the truck driver who had taken the blame for him many times, Kate's behavior brought Roland a lot of surprises. How did you find out? Because you said James doesn't allow commercial arrangements to disrupt the filming of the movie, so he took your phone. Although Kate didn't know the twists and turns between Roland and the truck driver, after seeing the more down-to-earth face, her eyes also flashed with excitement. And, you told me that you wanted to taste Mexican food in Ensenada. Do you know what the most famous food in Ensenada is? Mexican burritos. The rest are all things you can eat in Los Angeles. Or even Mexican burritos are better in Los Angeles. Oh, did you just pull me to Los Angeles based on these? Roland was really shocked. Isn't this girl in front of me an artistic girl who holds Shakespeare's collection every day? She is even braver than Rose in Titanic. Seeing Roland's surprise, Kate's eyes revealed cunning, and the hands on Roland's shoulders naturally raised up, directly holding Roland's face. Before answering your question, I want to know if this is the real you now? Without giving Roland a chance to answer, she continued, to be honest, you gave me a big surprise when we first met. I didn't expect that you would really watch Sense and Sensibility, and I didn't expect that you were so familiar with British culture. I admit that I had a lot of fun chatting with you in the afternoon or during the 4-hour drive, but I always feel that the more you know, the more it seems like you had deliberately prepared. I grew up in the UK, don't I know aristocratic etiquette? The more gentlemanly you behave, the more I feel something is wrong. Come on. I'm only 3 years older than you. Of course I know what I was thinking 3 years ago. Pretend to be a lady in front of the boy you like. And what were you doing in the previous 6 hours? At this point, Kate winked at Roland. Don't you think that from the time we met until we saw the Hollywood sign, we did what Jack and Rose did in the script? Be honest, okay? Stop pretending. I don't want to be a noble, and you can't learn to be a noble in a short time. Okay. After Roland heard Kate's words, the disguise of an artistic man was directly removed. That's right. His trick of approaching girls by catering to their preferences was seen through. He thought Kate was an artistic girl, but Kate was much more courageous than an artistic girl. Compared with Keira Knightley, who was also from the UK and hated commercial films, after filming the Pirates of the Caribbean series, Kate Winslet was quite close to the mainstream. At least, she also took on the Divergent series. To her, Roland's behavior in the previous 6 hours was just like those gentlemen in British public schools who wanted to pursue the girls they liked. Although she admired and was surprised, she felt tired. As an actress who didn't mind taking off her clothes in the future, she firmly believed that Roland was talking to her in disguise. And what she wanted to do was to break his disguise. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in breaking my disguise? when Roland, who had figured out everything, took Kate to a nearby restaurant and asked for a private room for dinner, he, who also felt very tired, just slumped down on the chair. No, I just think it's more sincere to get along this way. Kate also looked lazy, holding her chin with one hand. Okay, but after being sincere, there's nothing to talk about between the two of us. Roland shrugged. Really? But I don't think so. Kate looked at Roland, who seemed to have given up, and raised the white flag in the first round, and smiled and said, do you know who you remind me of now? John Connor. The John Connor who didn't want the T-800 to self-destruct. Really? I have seen every movie of yours since Home Alone, and I think you are the most handsome in Terminator 2. For you, talking about topics related to me is a good way to get closer, but for me, isn't it the same? If you really think I'm beautiful, then I can also tell you. When I was 13 years old and saw you on the big screen, I also really thought you were handsome. Or, you were cool in Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park. And you in the Home Alone series are very cute. Well, we are all face dogs. Who is afraid of who? When Roland heard Kate's giggles, because of confessing her heart, he didn't pretend. It's true that an interesting soul is not as good as a good looking skin. If he had known that those epic movies could bring him such great benefits, he would have pretended to be a cultured person. Are you tired? I think you are beautiful, and you think I'm handsome? Okay. With such subjective consciousness, what excuse do you need to chat up? After Kate's merciless exposure of Roland's disguise for nearly 6 hours, the conversation between the two became easier. I thought. Do you think the British are all gentlemen and ladies? Not all, at least when you first meet. Oh, come on. Do you know that the British Parliament has always had a tradition of fighting? Until the 18th century, parliamentary duels were glorious. In order to restrain parliamentary violence, red lines would appear in front of the seats of members, but violence still exists now. In the 1970s, someone used the speaker's hammer to hit his opponent's head. There was also a female member of parliament and the Home Secretary fighting on the spot. In the end, she was banned from entering the House of Commons for 6 months. Well, it seems that I used the wrong method. After hearing what Kate said, Roland also spread his hands. Wrong way. No, no, no. Kate shook her head, denying Roland's statement, although I asked you to take off your disguise. But, well, I admit that the idea I thought of on the plane to get close to you is the same as the pattern you showed before, but I didn't expect you to use it first. Since we have such a tacit understanding, that boring process can be saved. While speaking, she also took the initiative to extend her hand. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Kate Winslet. I have been chasing your movie 6 years ago. My first impression of you is very good. Thank you very much for catering to my taste and chatting for 6 hours before. Looking at the guy with a smile, Roland also raised his hand to shake it. My name is Roland Allen. However, before he finished speaking, Kate interrupted with a smile. Oh, you don't need to introduce yourself. I know you think I'm beautiful. Thank you. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. But this set of rules does not apply to Roland at all. There is no way. Who made him look like Panon, a big man like a donkey, and as rich as Deng Tong. The previous chat also proved that he has a soft and patient patience, and he has a lot of free time. If such a guy is not attractive, then who else is attractive? Hiss. No. With this analogy, doesn't he become the Zeman King in 1PO's mouth? Forget it. Let Zuzafoi be the Zeman official. He won't take advantage of this excitement. After the two put their attitudes of I want to know you, and you want to know me on the table, Shakespeare, Wuthering Heights, and art were all thrown aside. The content of the two people's chat was more down to earth. Just like two strange Jews meet, they only need to talk about which country their ancestors lent money to, and which country owes money to my ancestors, and has not repaid it yet, so that they can distinguish each other's identity, and determine whether they can be friends. Roland and Kate also talked about common topics in the entertainment industry. The celebrities in the circle in the eyes of outsiders are just uncles and aunts in their mouths. Kate just said, my uncle Kenneth Branagh and my aunt Emma Thompson divorced because he fell in love with Helena Carter, and Roland immediately responded, Helena Carter and Woody Allen work together in non-powerful aphrodisiacs. Not only that, she will give birth to a son for Tim Burton in the future. Kate said again, my uncle actually likes Alicia Silverstone very much, and Roland could immediately follow up and say, Alicia Silverstone seems to be in a relationship with Jeff Goldblum, the mathematician in Jurassic Park. Kate also said, my uncle is jealous of Anthony and Daniel, and Roland could also directly understand, Anthony is Anthony Hopkins, and Daniel is Daniel Lewis. Kate said again, my aunt asked Arnold Schwarzenegger for James Cameron's phone number. Then Roland could understand why Kate could keep sending letters to the truck driver. If the governor came forward, could the truck driver or and refuse? To be honest, Roland felt that those guys who were full of passion to pursue their dreams were quite pathetic. They might work hard all their lives, but still not see the starting point of others. Sometimes it's not that you can't get a good project, but that you can't even hear the news of the establishment of a good project. And when you know it, not to mention the preliminary selection, even the final selection has been finalized. I don't support my own people for a big project of 200 million. Am I crazy, or am I just too rich? In a situation where uncles, aunts, grandparents, and grandparents all know each other, the two of them have even less pressure. Once the information about the elders was revealed, the two of them just stayed there and laughed. They started eating at 11 o'clock and didn't remember to go back until 2 o'clock in the morning when they were so sleepy. At first, the two were still thinking, it's so late, should you go to my house or I go to yours? Anyway, in Los Angeles, no one would mess with Roland. But then they thought, no, we all have people at home. Going back at this time, although they are fine, will definitely cause a big misunderstanding. So, the two of them got back into the car and returned the same way. This return was a trap. They left Los Angeles at about 3 in the morning. In order not to disturb their rest, the driver drove slowly for 5 hours. When the sun shone on the world at 8 in the morning, the two people who had been shaking for half the night and had not rested well at all got out of the car with tired faces, and the truck driver with his hands in his pockets stood at the door to greet them. Looking at the two people with dark circles under their eyes, the truck driver said nothing. However, when he saw Kate wearing a windbreaker and putting another windbreaker on her body, an unexpected emotion flashed across his cheeks. He greeted the two young people cheerfully and asked them to go upstairs to have a rest. When Roland passed by him, before Roland could settle the score with him, the old man hooked his shoulder and said, not bad, that's good. You can actually play for more than 10 hours on your first meeting? You are indeed young people, you know how to have fun. What the fuck? Roland, who wanted to go back to the house to catch up on his sleep, shuddered. What do you mean? There is nothing wrong between her and me, okay? It was you who had to drag me around in the sky and the sea. Oh, okay. The truck driver was too lazy to pay attention to him. Anyway, it's okay as long as you understand what I mean. Besides, it was Kate who took you back to Los Angeles. Where did you go last night? Roland was annoyed when he heard this. Where did I go? It took me 10 hours to figure it out. My home is just across the sea. Oh, then it seems that I have to create an opportunity for you. The truck driver got what Roland meant and said, okay, since you are my student, don't complain. You can draw the drawing scenes in the script yourself. Don't you only know how to draw portraits? Have you drawn for George Lucas before? It saves me the trouble. All the props will be completed by the end of May at the latest. Fox has also sent people to build a studio for the land scenes nearby. Anyway, according to your progress yesterday, there must be enough time. I give you the opportunity. I hope the effect will satisfy me. You go back and rest. I'm going to have breakfast. Looking at the guy who turned around quickly, Roland, who wanted to make an appointment with a truck driver, was a little confused. Wait, what did he just say? Drawing? Wow. Note, the filming location of The Big Ship is very close to Hollywood. Although it is filmed abroad, it is mainly to save money. Compared with the flying crew of Pirates of the Caribbean, The Big Ship has always been filmed in places with people. Keira Knightley is really an artistic actress. She doesn't like commercialization or award ceremonies. She has publicly criticized the Oscars as a dog show. The marriage problem of Kenneth Branagh and Emma Thompson is actually very simple. The two fell in love and got married during filming. If you shoot a love movie without feelings, you are deceiving yourself. Then, both of them are actors. It is normal to fall in love with someone else after not cooperating. You know, when Emma Thompson was writing Sense and Sensibility, there was a kissing scene between her and Hugh Grant. Ang Lee filmed it, but deleted it, and the reason for the note was very simple. That scene was purely Emma Thompson wanting to kiss Hugh Grant. With such an elder in front of her, it is not surprising that Kate showed it as soon as they met. Chapter 179, Roland playing David Busy. There is actually a magical thing about the movie Titanic. When it was first introduced in 1998, it was actually planned to be released secretly because it was worried that the content was too large and would not pass the censorship. However, on March 10, 1998, an article titled My View of Titanic was published in the Yangcheng Evening News. With this affirmation, it was very simple to release it. Just cut out the content that was not suitable for children and everyone could watch it. It's just that theoretically only 300 copies were made that year, but theaters across the country had to release it. So many copies actually appeared out of thin air inexplicably using various methods, and these copies were all uncut. So theoretically, there is no difference between the original version and the 3D version. The so-called uncut is just that some copies were added with special effects. Roland's last name is not Zhao, and he is certainly not one of the 300 warriors. So when the young man with the hot blood saw the painting, that kind of scene was more exciting than the soldiers looking for their own limbs in Saving Private Ryan, or peeling people's skin in Red Sorghum. As for what the painting is, of course it is the heart of the ocean. Well, Roland himself didn't believe it when he said this. However, the close-up of Kate wearing the heart of the ocean was painted by the truck driver himself in his previous life. Leo's painting skills are terrible, so the truck driver did it himself. According to them, there were bikinis at that time. But what does this have to do with Roland? As a contestant with 0 points for split shots and full marks for character portraits, the truck driver actually gave him this job. Wow. The skills that were idle and boring back then actually came in handy. Roland, who was still in a state of distress, became excited. But before he could start to think, Kate, who had already gone in, turned back and looked at him curiously. What did James say to you? Ah, nothing. He just rejected my fight as a producer, Roland said without wanting to tell the truth. Seeing Roland's helpless look, Kate laughed and didn't take Roland's words seriously at all. She pushed him back into the hotel. Arnold told me that you and James have a very good relationship. Now it turns out to be true. Go back and catch up on your sleep. I'll call you for lunch at 11:30. The beach in Ensenada is quite beautiful. You can go for a walk. Okay, no problem. Roland agreed, and while smiling, he threw away all the messy thoughts in his head. You treated me last night, and it's mine from now on. Wow, you still expect me to split the dinner with you, Bill? Kate agreed readily. According to your consumption standards, can my salary last a week? Although I understand your idea, because I didn't have much money when I started filming, but walking into the elevator and standing still as the door closed, Roland turned his head to look at the girl behind him. I still want to tell you that compared with life, money is really not important. Warren Buffett has lived long enough, right? But he hasn't even seen a stock market meltdown. But I'm different. But I will definitely witness more history than Warren Buffett. Puff. The mature preaching made Kate laugh, lying on Roland's shoulder, saying, "You're so cute." Since the truck driver dared to make a fuss with Roland on the filming site, there were actually not many true words in what he said to Roland. The so-called 6-month preparation period was bullshit. It was mainly to leave time for building the studio, give Kate Winslet a certain amount of weight gain, and also leave her time to attend the award ceremony. That's right, when Roland and Kate experienced the customs and culture of Mexico on the first day, she had already told him her schedule. On February 15th, she would attend the opening ceremony of the Berlin Film Festival with the crew of Sense and Sensibility. Her aunt had already communicated with Sony and would do public relations for the Golden Bear. If nothing unexpected happened, Ang Lee, who had a good relationship with Roland, would win the award again. Not only that, on March 25th, she would go to the Oscars. as a nominee for Best Supporting Actress. Even if she was a runner-up, she had to show up, otherwise, who knows what the news would say. In addition, she would also attend the 49th British Academy of Film and Television Arts Awards on April 23rd. If there were no emergencies, she would win the first heavyweight award in her life. To be honest, even if Roland didn't care about these things, he was still quite envious when he heard Kate cautiously say that her family had helped her with public relations and there was a high probability of success. The British Oscars can be won as soon as you say it, just like it was held at home. Oh, are you insulting me? Kate stood on the top of the Castello Pyramid, a Mayan architectural site, and looked at the jaguar crown of the Quetzalcoatl king carved in red with jade dots. She smiled and kicked Roland. If you want to compete for an Oscar, will they help you with public relations? Of course they will help me with public relations, but my acting skills are just average, so I won't join in the fun. Roland didn't dodge, but just hooked his legs and patted his trouser legs. Why do you like to kick people? Kate ignored him, raised her camera to record the stone sculpture in front of her, and then pulled Roland back along the tunnel they came from. So you don't plan to compete for awards in the future? I think the movies you acted in are all good. In the past 10 days, Roland and Kate had already left the crew and wandered around Mexico. Whether it is Teotihuacan, the birthplace of the gods, Guanajuato, the gathering place of mariachi bands, or the Copper Canyon Brown and Red Mar Train, their footprints are all there. Not only that, they also bought handmade silver jewelry in Taxco, where Kate bought the necklace and bracelet she is wearing now. In Puebla, they tasted the local specialty mole bell peppers. Although Roland repeatedly imitated Jerry Guo's words and told him this one is not spicy, this one is not spicy, Kate, who can't eat spicy food, still cried because of the spiciness. Of course, she chased Roland and wanted to beat him afterwards. During the entire trip, except for the accompanying bodyguards and assistants, the guys who knew the inside story, they didn't bring anyone. It is this guaranteed freedom that makes both of them feel relaxed. When holding Kate's hand and asking her to be careful on the stone steps, Roland also replied, "Don't tease me, the characters in my movies are dominant. The protagonist is likable, and the selling point is the exciting process, so the requirements for acting are still very low, and it is even more incomparable with a guy like you who grew up on the stage. If I had superb acting skills, I wouldn't have begged James to let you take half a year off to cooperate with me to find the feeling. Really? Are you sure you are not pursuing me for personal gain?" Kate lowered her head and jumped down the stone steps one by one in the way of a rabbit. "So what, will you refuse?" Roland, who was holding her hand, was also infected by the happy way. "Of course not. Not only that, I will give you a chance." Kate raised her head and looked at Roland with a smile. "If I remember correctly, before the filming of the movie, you have nothing else to do except the premiere of Spider-Man. If that's the case, will you go with me?" "Sure." Roland didn't care. "I'll go wherever you go, but I won't participate in the event." "No problem. It can't affect Spider-Man, I understand." Seeing Roland readily agreed, Kate happily played the bunny hop again. Before she jumped twice, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped, tiptoed up, and touched the water like a dragonfly. The flames touched and separated, her hair brushed across her cheeks, and seeing the unexpected look, Kate, who had succeeded in cheating, showed a cunning smile, broke free from Roland's hand, and ran down. "The thank you gift has been given." Roland came to his senses and touched his lips with his index finger, looking at the back that was quickly escaping. "Are you just perfunctory like this?" "Perfunctory?" The figure in the distance made a teasing sound. "You will know if I'm perfunctory when you catch up with me. It is normal for a plus list to have inventory. Even a Buddhist player like Roland can shoot one movie after another, not to mention other filming machines. They may not be in the play, but their schedules are full. In this case, it is normal for the previous movie to have a conflict of personnel with the current project. At this time, Hollywood producers will make adjustments very tacitly, allowing the current project to give way to the promotion of the released movie. Before the advent of the mobile internet era, the cast of a new movie would generally be announced after the release of the inventory. This was done to maximize the interests of all parties. the public's vision is limited, and they will also make comparisons. If the release news of Spider-Man and the start of filming of Titanic are put together, people will naturally make analogies. After Roland's fans discovered the difference in the lineup, it is inevitable that the fan base will automatically be divided. Female fans are looking forward to his romantic film, and the heroine of Spider-Man is not as beautiful as the heroine of Titanic, so they may sit still and wait patiently, while male fans are not naturally interested in romantic films, but they still have an eye for beautiful women. If the two lineups are put out at the same time, they may not be so concerned about Spider-Man. After all, with such a luxurious lineup of Spider-Man, the heroine is actually shabby than Titanic. Isn't this a clear blow to the enthusiasm of fans? Therefore, non-interference is necessary. Of course, Gwen's appearance is not as good as Ruth's, which is actually within the consideration of the truck driver. From a commercial perspective, the selling point of Spider-Man is Peter Parker himself, so it doesn't matter if the female lead is a little ordinary. When Roland is the male lead of Spider-Man in Titanic, the progressive appearance of the female lead is more likely to stimulate fans to go to the theater. Because after watching Spider-Man, they will feel bright, and when watching Titanic, sure enough, the casting director of Spider-Man is a moron, and the female lead of Titanic is worthy of my Roland. When this mentality appears, the fans have actually taken the bait. It's just like some businessmen will not launch the best products to the market as soon as possible. Yes, I'm talking about you. Toothpaste Factory. And when Roland was following the order to find the feeling, David Olson was about to make his head bald. Roland doesn't care about things, but he has to, right? In mid-December 1995, after Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness was released through EA channels, it sold 300,000 copies in North America in just 2 months. Such gratifying sales forced the general manager of Toolman to find David and tell him about the hot record. David didn't understand games, and Roland completely delegated power, so he had to find Spielberg and ask this hardcore player if he had any good publishing experience. After learning that PC sales were so explosive, the old man also curiously asked for a disc to learn how to play it himself. Although the operation was not flexible, decades of experience in electronic games told him that this would definitely become a hit. So the old man personally called Trip Hawkins, the founder and chairman of EA, and asked them to speed up the sales of Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness in Europe. To be honest, before receiving this call, EA was unwilling. As a major game company, they naturally saw the value of Warcraft. Compared with continuing to publish, they would rather buy Blizzard from Roland. But, with the old man's call, EA gave up. Trip Hawkins knew very well how much Spielberg loved games. Since the game company was opened by his students and the old man liked it, it would be a dream to buy the company. In this case, it is better to be a publisher to make money. After all, the old man has many game channels. If EA does not cooperate, there are other companies. In addition to games, Blizzard's acquisition of Condor was also carried out under David's surveillance. After the acquisition, Condor was renamed Blizzard North and became a subsidiary of Blizzard Entertainment. Although it was a wholly owned acquisition, the incentive clause that Roland had asked him to prepare before still existed. As long as the company can make a hit, the founder has the right to buy the company's shares at a very low price. The reason why Condor sold so quickly was purely because the three giants of Blizzard repeatedly stated that the big boss Roland didn't care what they developed at all. As long as the idea was interesting, their game project could be established. Not interfering with the founder's creation was also written into the acquisition terms. Of course, if it was just Blizzard, that would be fine. Blizzard's business had just been dealt with, and David had to sign Roland's contract to acquire Rumble in the Bronx. If this kind of project only required a lawyer to review the contract and have him sign it, then the phone call from the UK that followed made his scalp tingle. After more than 5 years of free operation, the founders of Amidst finally couldn't hold on. With the popularization of the internet facing the snowball-like growth in visits, they were embarrassed to ask Roland to sponsor them to buy service for nothing, because according to their calculations, this wave of updates would cost $2 million just for the servers. So, after the 21st Golden Vita Group discussed, they finally made a commercial decision. They were willing to register a company and transfer 67% of the shares The only requirement was that they hoped Roland would allow them to continue their beloved business. When businessman David heard this outrageous request, his head was empty. Damn. What kind of people did Roland find? Isn't the purpose of starting a company to make money? Why are these guys still talking about dreams when they are commercializing? Shouldn't you ask for money, 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 and then sell it and leave? Why is the first requirement in the acquisition negotiation to make the company develop better? Even if you retain shares, you are still a small shareholder. How come it's like the company is my home and development depends on everyone? David couldn't understand the thoughts of these guys who were doing it for love, but with these guys being so easy to talk to, the acquisition was carried out very quickly. Amidst was valued at 25 million, and 67% was 16.75 million. If nothing unexpected happened, the shareholders who got the money would instantly become millionaires. Of course, according to Cole Needham's strong request, they set the contract signing date on the same day as the 1996 Oscars. So after signing the letter of intent for the acquisition, and agreeing that the first thing to do after the website was commercialized was to push internet ads for Spider-Man, David hurried back to San Francisco. As an investor in the previous round of Yahoo's next round of financing, he has the right to choose to continue investing and obtain at least the number of new shares corresponding to his current equity ratio. He needs to attend Yahoo's financing meeting. There are also investors present, who are found by the two chiefs themselves, Sequoia Capital, the hottest investment company in Silicon Valley, and Masayoshi Son, who is in the same boat with Sequoia Capital. There is no way to let Yahoo, which has burned money, have such a huge number of users. Of course, for David, keeping 20%, that is a victory. As for how much the founder's shares will be diluted, what does it have to do with him? Anyway, for David, since Roland left, he opened his eyes every day to find ways to help Roland make money. And when he thought of the content reported by the bodyguard assistants, Roland and Kate had a great time in Mexico, his heart was sour, and he finally understood how his son felt. James was jealous of Roland before, because he was in class when Roland was playing. David is jealous of Roland now, because he was making money for Roland, while she was dating a girl. Why? Can you be reasonable? I don't want to fly around anymore. I also need time alone with my wife. But even though he was complaining, after he and Sequoia Capital spent money on Yahoo, he still took on the responsibility of being the head of the family. He did not return to Los Angeles immediately, but flew to Seattle, Washington according to the cooperation email received by Watch Venture Capital, because he was very interested in a bold project. That's right, without contacting Roland, he found that he was very interested in an internet project. Note, in 1996, the Oscars and the British Academy Awards were really different. Kate Winslet and Mira Sorvino were both nominated for the Best Supporting Actress in both events, but the former won the British Academy Awards and the latter won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. You can tell what the situation is by looking at their nationalities. Not only that, Braveheart, which won the Best Picture that year, was a film that criticized the British royal family and could not enter the British Academy Awards. Every place has local protectionism. As long as it is something that is selected by people, there is no absolute fairness. According to Cole Needham himself, Amidst was deliberately established on the day of the Oscars. They made an award prediction to attract traffic so that they, who created the company by swiping credit cards, could make profits earlier. It was this move that made Fox see the promotional value of Amidst. Within 2 weeks after the Oscars, they contacted Amidst and released an advertisement for Independence Day, which was very effective. Needham himself boasted that Amidst was the world's first profitable internet site. Chapter 180. There is no difficult business in the world. Hello, Mr. Olson. I was so excited when I received your email. I didn't expect you to come in person. The bald man with a hooked nose, who was about 30 years old, extended his right hand eagerly. While shaking hands with David Olson, he also introduced the brown-haired young woman next to him to David. This is my wife, and she is also the financial officer of the company. Welcome to you. The young lady also extended her hand. Hello, I just came to take a look and want to know more about how your company operates. Facing the friendly and welcoming couple, David did not act politely. After shaking hands and greeting, he followed the other party's arrangement and went into the house. The housing prices in Seattle are only slightly lower than those in Los Angeles. The house where the couple lives is already in the suburbs. As soon as he entered the house, David, who started his career in real estate, saw the classic decoration style of the 1950s and 1960s. As for the specific expression, it was naturally the simplicity of the older generation. The walls were painted white with lime, and due to the increase of age, they have turned slightly yellow. The ceiling with a white background and blue edges looks like an old photo, covered with a layer of time. As he went deeper, the floor under his feet creaked. When David followed him into the study, he saw the neatly arranged bookshelves and the books on the bookshelves. The cracks on the bookshelves proved that the owner of this house had been reading or working in the study for a long time. Of course, the most conspicuous thing was not the big butt desktop computer on the desk, but the blue spray painted words on the wall on the right hand side of the door. Amazon.com. That's right, it has only been 2 years since its opening. So far, it has only invested in Yahoo and bought him. The cooperation offer received by Watchman Ventures was sent by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, and David was interested in Amazon. Following Bezos' invitation, David sat down and took the coffee handed to him by his wife Mackenzie with a smile and thanks. David cleared his throat and went straight to the point. I have read the company introduction you sent me. I'm very interested in your operating model. Putting the business cooperation process online is indeed a good way to save labor costs, but I want to know why you start with products such as books. Will you add other categories in the future? Wasn't Amazon originally an e-commerce company? And what David is interested in is actually e-commerce itself. As a real estate businessman, he has been doing offline business for a long time, so he is naturally very clear about those things of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. What is the highest cost of doing entity in America? Isn't it the labor cost? The clothing products under the name of the Olson sisters are all outsourced. David, who is in real estate, has no plan to buy land and build a factory by himself, because the workers union thing is really annoying. And selling goods in Walmart is also due to personnel, costs and venue factors. Capitalists are all profit seeking. They only want machines to make money for them. Who is willing to give out money? Oh no. Chuan Jiango, that guy who was born a capitalist, is going to give out money. 1,000 yuan per person. That's a lot. It was because of this idea that David became interested when he saw Amazon's e-commerce model. If his products can be sold online, wouldn't he just need to recruit a few customer service staff to handle a large number of orders? Roland can turn Warcraft films into a shell company in Hollywood, which can only be driven by manpower. So why can't he try to move offline stores online? As long as it can save money, this model must be very promising. You are right. The e-commerce model can indeed save labor costs on the stage. Bezos agreed with David's opinion and said with a smile, although we are a startup company, we are full of confidence in the future. As for why you ask me to start with books, it is actually related to the market. The annual sales of the book industry is 19 billion, but our largest book chain can only occupy 12% of the market. In addition, books are a necessity in many people's lives. They need to read books in school and after work. The books in physical stores are expensive. We directly get the goods from the store warehouse, and the cost and selling price can be reduced accordingly, so those students will favor us more. Our main target at the beginning is actually college students who need to buy professional books in various universities. Just ask any American student and you will know how expensive the books here are. In this school, the average full-time undergraduate student spends more than $1,200 on textbooks and school supplies every academic year, and it is normal to spend $600 to $700 on buying books. It is precisely because books are a rigid demand that Bezos will start from here. Since he was seeking financing, the future world's richest man, now a poor boy, would not hide anything and directly shared the company's operating ideas. He not only told David about his customer base, but also made public the reason why the company was located in Seattle, because the sparsely populated Washington state could be taxed less, and not only that, it was very close to the Oregon warehouse of the Ingram Book Department, a large channel distributor. David was very interested in e-commerce, so before coming He had done enough homework, and after discovering that the ideas expounded by Bezos were exactly the same as the blueprint he had in mind, he was very happy in his heart. However, before investing with Roland's funds, he still had two questions that he wanted to understand. First, of course, it is, I want to know, after the book category is stabilized, what is your next category? Our next category is entertainment audiovisual products. Reason? It's not a rigid demand. Yes, it's not a rigid demand, but like books, entertainment audiovisual products are very easy to display on the web. Just looking at the pictures and text introductions, customers can have an intuitive feeling in their minds. Unlike other products, entertainment audiovisual products and books do not need us to promote them. Merchants who want to sell them will actively transmit the concepts in them. So even if this product is not a rigid demand in people's lives, it is easier to sell than other consumer goods. Hearing this, David also nodded in agreement. Although he pinned his hopes on e-commerce and hoped that this emerging thing could help the company reduce personnel expenses, he would not rashly test the waters before the entire business was established. Otherwise, if it fails, it will ruin his cooperation with Walmart, which is really not worth the loss. In addition, second, I also want to know why you chose us. When asking this question, David suddenly changed his sitting posture. He was sitting upright when he suddenly leaned back, fell on the chair, and crossed his legs. If he lit a big cigar, he would really look like a big boss. Well, in front of Bezos, he is indeed a big boss now. It's just that Roland is used to laughing and joking with him, so he didn't feel it. After hearing this question, Bezos, who was having a good chat with David, was stunned at first, then smiled and shook his head, unbuttoned his neck, and said, Mr. Olson, it seems that you already know me. If you ask this question as soon as we meet, how can I introduce the company's operating ideas to you in a rigid way? We are all family. What's the point of saying these useless introductions? That's right. The Amazon that Roland is thinking about, or in other words, the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, is actually a guy in the same trench with him. Bezos' mother was pregnant with him at the age of 16. Because of his rebelliousness and ignorance, his parents divorced when he was 2 years old. When Bezos was 4 years old, his mother married his current stepfather, so Bezos is actually his stepfather's surname. As his life gradually got on track, Bezos was lucky to have a normal childhood. Not only that, because his grandfather was a rocket research management expert at the former Federal Atomic Energy Commission, he had been exposed to engineering experiments that others could not reach since he was a child, so that when he was studying, he was running in the direction of a scientist. It's just that, when he first entered college, he happened to encounter a period of earth-shaking changes in the computer industry, so he wanted to inherit his grandfather's career and become a physicist, so he started to tinker with computers. After graduating from Princeton University, he went to work for a technology company in New York. Within 2 years, he switched to a trust company to manage a computer system with assets worth $250 billion. At the age of 25, he became the youngest vice president in the history of this bank trust company. Then, at the age of 26, he switched to join the financial services company Deshaw and established the world's most advanced and successful hedge fund trading management company with others. Of course, Bezos' personal experience is not the point. The point is that he is a young man who jumped from Deshaw to start a business. Where is Deshaw from? Wall Street. Who is the founder of Deshaw? David Shaw. As a Stanford computer doctor, David Shaw became a professor at Columbia University when he was less than 30 years old. However, after a few years, he felt that his professorial career was boring and joined Morgan Stanley to work on computer automatic stock, bond and foreign exchange trading. Unfortunately, because his grades were too good, he was squeezed out by his peers in less than 2 years. So he started his own hedge fund company Deshaw, using high-speed computer networks and instant market effectiveness effects to conduct high-frequency statistical arbitrage. And Bezos is his deputy. In just a few years, David Shaw became the leader of the quantitative analysis craze on Wall Street. In 1994, he was recruited by the current president and appointed as a technology consultant, standing with Ronald Perelman. In the same year, Bezos chose to resign and start a business and founded Amazon. So, the intersection is here. Although Bezos resigned to start a business, he still maintained a good relationship with David Shaw and asked him many times whether he was interested in his e-commerce company, and he was willing to accept his investment. But David Shaw, who played with the merger and acquisition tycoons like Roland Allen, was not interested in these things. However, he still helped him ask in the circle, and this question, isn't it a coincidence? As an emerging industry, the internet still has a vague prospect even with Netscape in front. As bigwigs in the financial field, they can easily cash out from the financial market, so no one is willing to gamble on the internet. But the problem is that Roland Allen, who has just entered the circle, is playing with the internet. Not only that, his watch ventures also invested in Yahoo. How did Amazon rise? Wasn't it because Yahoo included Amazon's website? So, those bigwigs who had just received Roland's help unceremoniously acted as matchmakers, asking Bezos to contact David Olson directly. In their opinion, since Roland was interested in Yahoo, he would probably be willing to take a look at e-commerce like Amazon. This was not a reward to Roland at all, but they had too many resources to share, so they just made a phone call to help with matchmaking. If it worked, it would be better to make money, but if it didn't matter. Anyway, it was only a business worth tens of millions. If Roland lost money, wouldn't it be enough to bring him back when he had next time? Because of this, Bezos, who was far away in Seattle, Washington, sent a cooperation email to Watch Ventures in San Francisco, California, because for both parties, it was just an exchange of information between the bigwigs behind the scenes. If you had explained your information clearly and the cooperation intention from the beginning, I would not have come here. After listening to Bezos' explanation, David, who had also found out that Roland Allen had acted as a matchmaker, laughed happily. If it weren't for the other party, no matter how much he loved e-commerce, he would not have come here in person. What if I revealed my identity from the beginning, and you thought I was a liar? Bezos also put away his dead fish face, smiled and stood up, and shook hands with David again. After talking about it, things became simpler. Negotiating among themselves, there was no nonsense. 8 million and 15%, and it was agreed in the contract that when the company conducts the next round of financing, they have the right to continue investing and obtain new shares at least equal to the current equity ratio. As for the daily operation of the company, since Bezos is backed by the king of quantitative analysis on Wall Street, what does David need to care about? With those who are interested in finance, the company can be saved, even if it dies 100 times. Roland, who was freezing in Berlin with Kate Winslet, never thought that the things he had been thinking about were not that troublesome at all. When he really knocked on the door that everyone wanted to enter, there is no business that is difficult to do in the world. While learn from Masayoshi Son and get 30% of 130 million. With these big guys around, he, who only plays the internet in the circle, can get all the dividends. What's the fear of being squeezed out because of his inability? With these guys watching, the angel round of cakes can be automatically fed to Roland's mouth. Okay. Financial people don't play the internet. Yes, they don't play the internet. But since there is a guy in their camp who plays the internet, when they get the resources, it is natural that the fat water will not flow to outsiders. For them, it's just a little oil left in the cracks of their fingertips, so that Roland, who has helped them a lot, and is also interested in the internet, can play with it slowly. But this lump of oil seems to be a bit too big for Roland. He hasn't found someone to take the blame yet. Remember that his own people have already delivered Amazon to his door. Open your mouth. Hiccup notes. Bezos's grandfather was a lieutenant commander in the Navy and was later transferred to the Atomic Energy Commission, which is now the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Defense. Bezos himself said that when he was with his grandfather as a child, he took him to do physics experiments. If there had been no computer revolution, he would definitely study rockets. He founded Blue Origin because his grandfather was moved by a line in the movie Star Trek when he watched it with him. The universe is the final frontier. Behind Bezos is David Shaw. It was David Shaw who asked him to sort out the growth rate of internet users and collect industry information that gave him the idea of starting Amazon. But David Shaw was not interested in his project, so he resigned and started his own business. However, Amazon, which went public after only one round of financing, also took money from its own people. The initial $1 million was provided by Bezos' parents and his relatives and friends. Later, when the General Atlantic Investment Group wanted to invest in him, he refused. Bezos said that the company was worth $100 million. As a result, when the other party repeatedly bargained and offered $70 million, Bezos accepted the investment from KPCB introduced by his friend Nick Hanauer, with a valuation of $60 million. In investment, many times, people other than the own people cannot enter the game. Amazon was indeed created by diverting traffic from Yahoo. David Shaw is the king of quantitative analysis. He became Clinton's advisor in 1994. In the 1996 election, he and Paul Donald helped the other party stand on the platform. Of course, David Shaw is also a Jew. When Obama was in power, he was also his advisor. In the end, he felt that finance was boring and went into biotechnology. Chapter 181 Sinbad and Nala at the Berlin Film Festival. While David Olson was busy helping Roland fulfill his duties as guardian and business agent, Roland, who had been reborn, was wandering around the Berlin Film Festival board. Hi. Director Ang Lee, we meet again. Congratulations. You have made another excellent movie. Oh. Hello Roland. I didn't expect to see you in Berlin. It's really a surprise. Ang Lee's eyes widened, and he looked at the handsome guy behind him who was taller than him with surprise. Within 2 seconds, he was filled with joy. He opened his arms very naturally and hugged him. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I was also surprised to be able to film Sense and Sensibility. I really troubled you with the previous Rumble in the Bronx. Oh, by the way, why did you come here this time? Oh, I came here with Kate. Didn't she walk the red carpet alone with Emma? And I didn't leave, so I came in first. Kate. Oh, Ang Lee smiled knowingly. Then I won't take up your time. If you need me in the future, just call me. Don't worry, my number will not be turned off. Okay, okay. Hello, Scene. Hello, Tim. Wow. Roland, why are you in Berlin? Scene Penn and Tim Robbins were startled as they felt their shoulders sink. They looked at the energetic young man who suddenly appeared between them, and their faces were full of surprise. I remember that you were not on the guest invitation list of the Berlin Film Festival. Oh, I just came here with Kate to hang out. I saw you and said hello. Roland replied with a smile. Kate? Which Kate? The two looked curious, but before Roland could answer, the project with the largest investment in that circle entered their minds. So, they smiled with understanding. Oh, so that's how it is. Then it's really unexpected to see you here. Wow. Roland. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought I was seeing things. Come on, give me a hug. Just as Roland was strolling around with his hands in his pockets, a loud shout caught his attention. He turned his head and saw, oh, isn't that the actress next to Robert Downey Jr., Jodie Foster? Facing the open arms, Roland did not refuse. After a simple hug, Jodie Foster introduced Robert Downey Jr., who was also present with her, to Roland. After a simple greeting, she smiled and said, did you come with Kate? Of course. Roland had already talked a lot, so it was not difficult for the other party to know. TSK 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 TSK. Kate is very beautiful. Jodie Foster gave Roland a thumbs up, almost saying that she had a great taste. However, when faced with her compliments, Roland was embarrassed, because he knew that Jodie Foster was a lesbian. In 1993, she had already fallen in love with her photographer Alexandra Hardison, and it was not until she won the Golden Globe Lifetime Achievement Award that she officially announced it to the public and announced her marriage. Although for outsiders, this is a big secret, but for the insiders, she praised women for being beautiful. That was really. However, just as Roland was awkwardly avoiding, his female companion had already arrived. When that beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, Roland, who had been paying attention to the movements at the end of the red carpet, gave up socializing. Looking towards the door, Kate in a red evening dress really looked like a passionate rose, and Emma Thompson next to her was wearing a plain white dress, which made her look even more dazzling. As they arrived, the sharp-eyed guests also came forward to say hello. At first, it was fine. They were all old acquaintances in the circle, but as they chatted, the two girls felt that something was wrong. Kate Winslet was just a newcomer, and although Emma Thompson was famous in the European film industry, it was impossible for most people at the film festival to come and say hello, right? And many of them were big names in Hollywood. After looking at the increasingly strange face from a distance, Roland, who was holding back his smile, went up to help. Seeing his appearance, the guests who had greeted Roland in advance left tactfully, while Kate, with her eyes wide open, waited until Roland sent away those who approached and pulled her aside. Then she pointed her 3 fingers and twisted Roland's arm hard like a chicken pecking at rice. "Shh, what are you doing?" Roland felt the pain and broke free. "What else did I want to ask you?" Kate didn't think that what she did was suspicious of being a shrew. If it wasn't at the opening ceremony hall, she would have cursed now. "You know you can't attend the event with me. In that case, why are you still here?" Roland promised Kate that he would accompany her through all the activities, so he would naturally not break his promise. After the two of them traveled around Mexico, they took a private plane that Fox got from nowhere and headed straight to the UK. With Murdoch, the tabloid king, backing them up. Even if Roland and Kate walked down the street, no gossip media would follow them. In addition, the UK was hit by a blizzard, so they did not stop there, but instead went to Germany, so Kate was even less worried about the media. Arriving in Germany on February 3rd, the two first climbed the Alps, then visited Neuschwanstein Castle, the prototype of the Disney castle, and then went to the Dresden Gallery, which Kate was interested in, to comment on the painting The Fall of Man, Adam and Eve. After a round, they returned to Berlin to attend the film festival. According to their agreement, Kate would attend the opening ceremony of the film festival alone, and Roland could do whatever he wanted. He only needed to wait for her to finish the opening ceremony, and they could leave Germany the next day. It didn't matter where they went next, as long as they returned to Los Angeles on March 25th to attend the Oscars. But what about Roland? He agreed to it, but after Kate finished her makeup and left the hotel, he quickly fixed it, and then went to the venue, and entered the venue directly from the work area. Seriously, what kind of tickets do you need to go to such a place? For Roland, entering such a place only requires a phone call. What is an international superstar? Tactical retreat. As for why he came, it's too cold today. It's 25 degrees Fahrenheit, -4 degrees Celsius. Today, I'm here to bring you clothes. While speaking, his right hand behind his back waved in the direction of the assistant, and the other party who got the signal immediately brought up the coat. Really, the remarks that Berlin was not cold during the Berlin Film Festival are all bullshit. At the media conference of fireworks in the daytime, N.I. Jingayang wore a light blue sweater, and there were even more guys wearing cotton wool clothes and wrapped in scarves. Only female stars walked the red carpet in evening gowns. It's all fake to say that they are not freezing, but this is the unspoken rule. Isn't the red carpet the time for female stars to work wrapped up tightly? Who is it for? Those who are not famous want to stand out, and those who are famous and unwilling to be outdone don't want to be outshined. And Roland didn't want to break the cruel rules of this food chain, but after walking the red carpet, it wouldn't be excessive to put it on, right? After all, this stay will last for several hours. What? You came all the way here just to give me a coat? Kate felt that Roland's brain circuit was wrong. If the media took pictures of this and dug deeper, wouldn't it disrupt the promotion plan of Spider-Man? Kate frowned. After half a month of friendly interactions, it was the first time she felt that Roland, who was originally steady in his work, was so whimsical. "Oh, are you concerned about me?" Roland, holding the coat, looked at the other party with a smile. But it was that indifferent smile that angered Kate. Now is not the time to laugh. Get back. Get back before they take pictures of us. If sight could kill, Roland would have fallen to the ground now. Seeing the protective look of the woman, Roland stopped teasing her. He turned around and looked around, and found the media people hiding in the corner and looking at him. He raised his hand and greeted them. Before Kate could yell, "Are you crazy?" Roland continued, "The red carpet broadcast of this year's Berlin Film Festival was acquired by News Corporation, and the parent companies behind these visiting media from all over the world are either Time Warner, Disney, Vivendi, News Corporation, Bertelsmann, Comcast. As long as I don't appear with you on the red carpet broadcast, it doesn't matter how I wander in front of them. Look, I waved to them. Did they take pictures of us? I came nearly half an hour earlier than you, and they had already noticed me. But from the time I approached you until now, has any media taken pictures of us? No. Because these guys already knew that, even if they took pictures of me, they wouldn't get any money, let alone publish them in the newspapers." Seeing Roland skillfully greeting the surrounding media reporters, and all the responses he received were smiling nods, Kate's angry face gradually eased. She had already inquired about the Shawshank Redemption incident, and she also understood how terrifying those media groups that so-called controlled the American TV network were. Many European news media were controlled by them, so Vivendi could only take root in France and devour the news media in small countries such as Italy, Spain, and Poland, because the markets of big countries had already been privately divided up by these giants. Roland had close relations with these companies, and there was a Jewish gang behind him that was insulated from bad news. Before the fight, no one would report boring news about him, even if the gossip in it was really valuable. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Kate was not the kind of unreasonable person. The reason she rushed to Roland was just because she was concerned and worried about Roland's business. After she understood the situation, she didn't act pretentiously. Roland held open her coat, and she put it on. Then she turned around naturally, and let Roland button her coat. The surrounding media workers were so excited when they saw this. What a good material. Hollywood star Roland Allen helped British newcomer Kate Winslet dress backstage at the Berlin Film Festival. Once this headline came out, newspaper sales would definitely go off the charts. Unfortunately, the higher-ups didn't want it. "I think you will think it is normal for me to come here." Normal? Do you think it is normal for you to come here? Of course, I told you the morning after we met that compared to life, other things are really not important. After buttoning up Kate's shirt, Roland even flipped out her hair from under her collar. "I don't make money for the sake of making money, but for a better life. If my personal life is in chaos because of making money, then I will find a way to solve these problems by continuing to make money. I won't stop the guy I like from working normally, but I will find a way to solve the various problems she encounters in her normal work. For example, female stars generally wear evening gowns to walk the red carpet. I can't ruin someone's job, but I can keep her from freezing for the next 4 or 5 hours. If you make a fuss about even these little things, then I will feel that what have I been doing these years? The accumulation of wealth and interpersonal relationships can't make me and the guy I like live a better life. Then what else should I study?" Roland brushed Kate's hair behind her ears and could clearly see that the girl who was pretending to be angry pursed her lips in joy. Although she lowered her head to check her clothes, her upward glance betrayed her true thoughts. When she found that Roland was staring at her, Kate snorted, turned around, took Roland's arm, and pulled him towards the main venue. "Just give me clothes. Why do you mention me when you greet others? Do you know what you are acting like? Like a male lion who has just acquired a new territory. Showing off." Hearing this metaphor, Roland, who knew that the other party had recovered, smiled and said, "If I'm a male lion who has circled the land and is the king, aren't you a female lion who just came back from hunting and wants to take credit? By the way, I dubbed the Lion King. When Simba was discouraged, it was his girlfriend Nala who persuaded him to go back and fight Scar. You just looked like Nala, so I'll call you Nala from now on." Kate rolled her eyes. "What about you?" "Of course I'm Simba," Roland answered as a matter of course. Heh. She pinched Roland's arm quietly. Hiss. Roland gasped in pain. If it continued like this, he could even draw a thread out of thin air. Hearing the sound, Kate turned her head and glanced at Roland. After discovering that Roland kept pouting, the raised corner of her eyebrow proved everything. Although she was indignant at Roland's reckless behavior before, to be honest, after seeing the coat, she was actually quite happy in her heart. She was not a fool who would want to freeze for half a day in a venue with a temperature below zero. There was nothing she could do about it, right? As for what Roland said just now, oh my god. No matter how much of a show it was. But at least it warmed my heart to hear it. Even if it was an ordinary little thing, it could become extremely romantic with the superposition of various halos. Was it really, because she was wearing a coat, that she was not cold? What a joke. It was the guy she was holding that made her not cold. In the entrance passage, there were still many people coming to greet them. Facing their inquiries and compliments, Kate kept smiling. When Roland asked her if she wanted to sit in the back with him, Kate had no objection. After saying hello to the crew, she and Roland sat in the back row in front of the 6 overseas staff. Although the view was not very good, but isn't the opening ceremony of the film festival just a formality? For them, the opening speech, introduction, speech, and opening film screening were meaningless. The so-called film festival that brings traffic to independent films is not as big as the traffic brought by Roland itself. And Roland, isn't he right beside her? Kate has been leaning back in her chair since she sat down, looking at him. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. With her hands in her pockets, she suddenly said, "Roland?" She called out once, but Roland ignored her. She continued, "Roland?" She called out the second time, but he still ignored her. She immediately laughed and nudged Roland with her elbow, saying, "Simba? HMM." Roland smiled and turned his head. "Something? Nana?" Hearing this, Kate's smile became even bigger. "HMM. What?" Roland asked. "Where are we going next?" Kate smiled and replied, "The Berlin Film Festival has just started." Roland shook his head helplessly. "What does that have to do with us?" Kate pouted. "Of course it has nothing to do with you. You can go anywhere you want." Roland was very single and immediately distanced himself from the film festival. Kate was very satisfied with Roland's answer. "Then how about we go to Santorini in Greece?" "Greece? Santorini? Oh." Roland did not hesitate, smiled and nodded. "Okay." Notes: when Jodie Foster first debuted, some people said she was a lesbian, but she did not admit or deny it. Even so, she was still excluded in the 1980s. It was not until she won the Best Actress award twice that she was sought after. I wrote before that the price of her house skyrocketed, and a lot of it was actually due to discrimination. After she won the Golden Globe Lifetime Achievement Award, she also publicly married. The Berlin Film Festival was really cold. The one I remember most clearly was the one when Aunt May was the chairman of the jury. She wore a skirt and the judges beside her were wrapped in scarves. The actress really didn't care about her life. Chapter 182 EGNC. 3 flowers bloom, teasing together. In his previous life, Roland often saw such a joke on the internet. Mark Zuckerberg, who is worth tens of billions of dollars, personally took his children to the supermarket to buy things, and then below the picture was a bunch of comments about "Where are we going, Dad?" saying that modern society is basically a widow-style marriage, work, family, children, and the elderly are all borne by women alone. And the existence of husbands has become dispensable. This topic made Roland deeply touched, because from childhood to adulthood, he had the most contact with his mother. Dad went out early and came back late. Sometimes he would get drunk late at night before going home, and when he and his father had a conflict, the other party kept saying that he was busy with work, and this complaint was not pleasing to hear, and the relationship between the two sides became much colder. It was precisely because he saw his parents experience with his own eyes, as well as similar situations in other relatives and friends' families. So, Roland no longer believed in love. Even after entering society, he understood that what his father said was true, and many social events were forced to make money, but he still couldn't accept it all. But who could he blame? It is true that many fathers just want to avoid responsibility, don't want to go home, and want to enjoy their free time outside, but there are also a large number of them who really have to work overtime. But no matter which one it is, in Roland's eyes, it is unfair to the majority of mothers. But life is never fair. So Roland likes a saying very much: women are weak, but they are strong as mothers. Because of this, in his previous life, when he was watching Strange Talk and heard Zio comment on the song Take You on a Trip, saying "I want to take you to romantic Turkey and then go to Tokyo and Paris together," He was a little disgusted when he said, "I want to take you to romantic Turkey and then go to Tokyo and Paris together," which was not on the way at all. And when he heard the other party say, "Many boys don't understand, is romance really that important? But have you discovered that women's romance comes from their acting? And as a boy, the best promise to a woman is to accompany her acting." Roland can understand what the other party means, but he can't agree with it completely. From a straight man's perspective, many girls' romantic ideas are indeed pretentious, but the so-called pretentiousness can actually be summarized as no time, no energy, no money to do these seemingly pretentious things without scruples. The reality in front of men is the root cause of the romance that women want. Therefore, Roland will send clothes to Kate. He doesn't know what Kate wants, but he knows that he can never do the same as the scumbag Chen Hansheng to seduce girls. He likes to listen to mom, and likes the lyrics of Milk Tea Lun's grandma. The adults never understand that what she wants is company, not 600 yuan, which is simpler than what you give. With this idea, when he was dating Kate, the common methods used by tall, rich and handsome men were naturally abandoned by her. In addition, Kate grew up in the big divat of the entertainment industry and has seen many conventional methods in the world of fame and fortune. When Roland talked about art with her when they first met, she was regarded as insincere, so it was more natural to enjoy the plainness. What's more, Roland is actually a combination of Jack, Rose's lover in Titanic, and Carl, her fiancé. He has Jack's handsomeness, time, and thoughtfulness, as well as Carl's money and status. In addition, he has accumulated amazing popularity from the previous movies and has impacted his peers. Hiss. How come I'm so perfect? It seems that being handsome is my biggest shortcoming. As for introducing Kate to others, it is actually because he needs a girlfriend now. This is for life and career. In terms of life, it is natural that with Kate, he can block many insignificant relatives, and in terms of career, it is natural that he can't go alone when the upper class gathers. Those rich people have wives. If he goes alone, it is inevitable that he will be paired with aunts and uncles. Although Kate is an actor, her family has always acted for the Queen, who has been in office for a long time. Her uncle Kenneth Branagh is a good friend of Prince Philip. Under the recommendation of the other party, he was knighted by the Queen in the future. Compared with many wives of wealthy men, Kate's status is not bad, and even better than many people. To be snobbish, if you can get in touch with the British royal family, even if the other party is just a symbol, it will be much smoother to do business there in the future. After all, Roland has always adhered to only one principle: make friends first, then talk about business, rather than talk about business first, then make friends. Isn't the so-called upper class a resource sharing meeting? Of course, the most important thing is that the two of them are now in love with each other. When all the material foundations are available, liking each other is the most important. After the opening ceremony of the Berlin Film Festival, the two only stayed in Berlin for one night and flew to Greece early the next morning. The reason why Kate wanted to go to Santorini is because it is in the Aegean Sea. Not only that, according to legend, the annihilation of the ancient land of Atlantis was caused by the eruption of the volcano on the island, and then the round island became a crescent shape. Of course, the real highlight is not the shape of the island, nor the black sand beach, but the blue-roofed church on the island. There are more than 3,000 blue-domed churches in Santorini, but the most famous one is the one that appeared on the cover of National Geographic magazine. It is backed by the blue sky and the sea, and the cross on the dome seems to connect heaven and earth. According to locals, its name is the Church of the Virgin Mary, but the greater significance of its existence is not prayer, but a bunch of people crowded there to take wedding photos. As a holy place for honeymoon trips, there are too many lovers here. If the FFF group is stationed here, no one will be wronged if they sweep it down with a sickle. Roland and Kate just looked at it from a distance and were frightened by the crowd looking for and waiting. After a glance, the two chose to walk on the road. Of course, even if they went there would be nothing to do. Since the Aegean Sea in February is not a peak tourist season, it is still very easy to find leisure. learning to tread wine on Santorini, waiting for a day at the Sunset restaurant on Mykonos, just to witness the moment when the dazzling sun gradually turns into an orange fireball and falls from the sea level, listening to the love story of Zeus and his most touching mistress on Aegina, looking at Thermopylae from a distance on Porus, looking for Leonidas and his 300 warriors, riding a donkey to buy handicrafts on Hydra. Even if a hand-painted glass bottle starts at £10, Roland doesn't care. Just buy what you like when you see it. If money can buy happiness, that will be the greatest meaning since its birth. Since Kate is not planning to leave Greece before returning to Los Angeles, the two have a very loose schedule. Of course, in addition to wandering around according to their hobbies, painting is also a way for them to kill time. When Kate learned that Roland was a master in the circle of painting people, the eagerness that came towards him threw him to the ground. "I want you to paint me by hand." The whispering voice sounded in Roland's ears. "As you wish." A gentle voice depicts the most beautiful love letter. From February 16th to March 23rd, the two spent a full 37 days in Greece, leaving their own marks. The blue sky, the sea, the sunshine, the beach, everything, are all the background. When Kate mounted the 30 paintings with herself as the main subject into pages and bound them into a book, she also picked up a pen and wrote on the cover the sentence she repeated most frequently in these days: "Simba, you are pressing my hair." Nana seeing this, Roland added unceremoniously, "Nana, my arm is numb." Simba finding Roland complaining, Kate did not show mercy and wrote again, "Simba, only my legs are allowed to be on your legs, not your legs on mine." Nana this made Roland even more dissatisfied, and added another sentence, "Nana, I didn't have a quilt in the middle of the night." Simba seeing Roland writing more and more excitedly, Kate suddenly slapped the table and pouted. Her watery eyes stared straight at him, and her face almost said, "I just grabbed your quilt, held your legs, and rested my head on your arm, so what if I was pressed by your hair? Just complain again, and see if you can do that." When Roland and Kate finished their trip and returned to Los Angeles, they appeared in front of the truck driver at the same time. Kate, who was full of glory, made him smile. Seeing Kate unbuttoning her coat, Roland took it and turned around to hang it on the hanger for her. Then, after sitting down, the natural flow of the flow made him nod his head. Before he could speak, the two people who sat down ordered each other's food again. Listening to the skilled tone of the waiter telling the other party about the food taboos, the truck driver, who put his hands on the table, was more and more satisfied. "It seems that you guys had a lot of fun. I heard that, when you were in Berlin, you skipped the red carpet and went to the opening ceremony of the film festival to see her. I admire you. I admire you. You are the first couple in the circle who dare to openly talk about your relationship in front of the media. When the news came back, Steven even called me to ask me what was going on. He was shocked." "Okay. The point is, the media can't do anything to you." Roland laughed at the truck driver's words, but Kate was a little embarrassed. She turned her wrist and twisted Roland's waist again. The truck driver naturally saw this action, and he slapped the table. He didn't make things difficult for Roland, but took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "Well, I called you here at this awkward time, mainly because, Roland, your contract hasn't been signed yet. I didn't ask you to sign before, because I wanted to wait until the box office results of Spider-Man came out, and see if I could negotiate with Fox for a few more points, and try to make you the first guy to get 20%. But now, since News Corporation has seen your performance at the Berlin Film Festival, so, they hope you can sign the contract quickly." That's right, Roland hasn't signed the contract for Titanic yet. The purpose is the same as what the truck driver said. Isn't it a matter of course for one's own people, to help one's own people make more money? But who made Roland and Kate perform too much at the film festival? News Corporation is not blind. As a love movie, the two of them can be so sick of each other offline. If it really shoots it, if it doesn't make a lot of young people cry, they will write the name of the group upside down. Under such circumstances, they naturally hope that Roland would sign as soon as possible. As for the 20% share, to be honest, in a project with a $200 million investment, they really didn't want to give it. 18% was already the limit. Roland was not the kind of person who was obsessed with money. He didn't care if it was 2 points more or 2 points less. Not only that, in his opinion, the media channels of News Corporation were the most useful things. He readily agreed to the contract they offered, which was the best way to pay protection fees. Don't look at his generosity in front of Kate, but he knew it in his heart. The media protected him because he created great value for the media. Only by keeping it up would they not turn against him. For this reason, after knowing that Fox would invest in full, Roland didn't think about the copyright of Titanic. If they can't get a satisfactory profit, why should they help you clean up everywhere? Roland is not their father. Of course, while agreeing to sign the contract immediately, Roland also remembered something. The song My Heart Will Go On should not be released yet. After the song comes out, he must buy the copyright. Not only because Fox didn't make records at all, but also because My Heart Will Go On dominated the entire music industry in 1998. A single song sold more than countless singers could ever sell in their lifetime. When the game company released Warcraft and the film and television company released The Shawshank Redemption, the record company released My Heart Will Go On. Isn't that a triple success? His move was a real bomb. As for distribution, when he could communicate with the bosses of Sony, Universal, and Warner, he would share the cake with whoever he found to make it. The knife was in his hand, and he would give it to whoever was useful to him. The day after the two parties parted ways, it was the 1996 Oscars. Unlike the Berlin Film Festival, which only broadcast the red carpet live, as a cable TV station broadcasts the entire award ceremony live, Roland really couldn't be presumptuous. In addition, Kate was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress. If Roland sat with her and made some small moves, then tomorrow morning's headlines in the United States would definitely be about them. I don't know if it was because Roland had shown off to them before, or if they all just wanted to watch the fun. Anyway, when Tim Robbins, who had met him at the Berlin Film Festival before, was the first to come on stage to host, and teased that there was a charming English rose on the scene, everyone who came on stage teased Kate. Not only that, even Steven Spielberg, who presented the honorary award to Kirk Douglas, was no exception. And the old man's words were even more explicit. As far as I know, a kid I know thinks you're beautiful. Well, Kate, who was at the scene, smiled like a flower. Roland, who stayed at home to watch the live broadcast, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course he understood that these guys were all doing it on purpose. Every year, the Oscars have a tradition of teasing people, but this year Roland and Kate ran into them. He was also glad that he didn't go to the scene. If he was there, Kirk Douglas, who was also one of them, would definitely follow the old man's words and ask him what he thought. Damn, this is really bullying the good guys. Didn't I just stuff you with dog food, and you took revenge on me at the Oscars? You are so fucking cheap. Although Roland greeted them all with a smile and scolding in the tone of a big monkey, in dangling across the TV, he could see that Kate, who was frequently taken care of by the live camera tonight, was happy all night after watching the award ceremony. However, people in the circle teased them, which was actually a good thing for Roland. Because socializing is far more complicated than other things. Every star falls in love, gets engaged, gets married, whether to have children after marriage, and if not, when to adopt one, whether to choose a white or Asian, African, or Latin American child. There are actually some rules for this. Even Steven Spielberg adopted a black man. This alone shows how important stance is in America. Although Roland doesn't have to think about engagement, marriage, and a series of other things after marriage at his age, if he doesn't have a girlfriend, it won't be long before rumors of his being gay spread. If he is a simple businessman, that's fine. But he is not. Since he is in Hollywood, he must abide by the rules here and maintain his image. After all, people's words are scary. Of course, while Kate is happy, Roland is actually quite happy too. Not only because Amidst was officially acquired and the Spider-Man advertisement was hung on the homepage, but also because David told him Yahoo is going public. Note, unlike here, it is a taboo for celebrities to fall in love and get married. In Europe and the United States, it is a taboo for celebrities not to fall in love, get married, and have children. If you don't fall in love, they will think you are gay. If you are in a long-term relationship without getting engaged, they will think you are insincere and are putting on a show. You cannot get married if you are engaged, but if you have been engaged for a long time and don't have children, they will think there is something wrong with you. They will be suspicious of you in terms of physiology and emotions. Unless you don't do this business, you have to express your position. This is the rule of the game. There is nothing you can do about it. The statement about adopting children is also true. The characters we talk about here are all foodies, academic masters, and talented women, but in Europe and the United States, celebrities can express their political stance by adopting children. In fact, it is also a character setting. George Clooney has always wanted to pursue a career in politics, so he adopted a war orphan before, and then took this opportunity to participate in anti-war activities and speeches crazily. Spielberg adopted a black person to prove that he is not a racial person, and also donated to the LGBT Association to show that he does not discriminate. The water here is very deep. In reality, My Heart Will Go On is not owned by Fox, and the copyright is in the hands of Columbia Records. I know the Romeo and Juliet bill, and I have also read it. It is definitely illegal for those under the age of 14. After 14, as long as the older party is not a teacher, and the difference between the younger and the older party is not more than 3 years old. At the same time, in reality, this bill can be skipped by the bill of age over 16, and parents agree, or judges agree to get married. So, their talk is normal in the eyes of outsiders, because it does not constitute a violation of the law. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Since Jerry and David founded the World Wide Web Guide in 1994, the two young Yahoo chiefs have experienced a series of fantastic experiences, such as a surge in clicks, being ordered to move out by the school, officially starting a company to raise funds, and growing wildly. In just 2 years, the website's weekly page views reached a peak of 42 million, and the IPO application was passed, and it was about to go public. For the two young people who dropped out of Stanford University, the bits and pieces of the past 2 years are enough to brag about for a lifetime. But for Roland, since he threw the goal of investing in Yahoo to David Olson, the company's development, financing negotiations, all of these were actually not of his concern. As an outsider, he never led insiders, and as an outsider, what he cared most about was actually how much money he could make from the entire investment. Because of this, when Roland got the report of the total amount of funds raised by the IPO plan given by David, what he cared about was actually that Yahoo would sell 2.6 million shares at a price of $13 per share and raise $33.8 million. In addition, he only looked at the number of shares he held, 4.68 million shares. If calculated according to the IPO valuation, the shares he holds are worth 60.84 million. Is this price reasonable? Is it too much or too little? Roland has no idea, but he knows what Lei Jun said. If a pig stands on the wind, it can fly. And now, Yahoo is the pig standing on the wind of the internet. On April 12th, David Olson, the spokesperson of Overwatch Venture Capital, appeared at the Nasdaq in New York. He was dressed in a suit and greeted the guys who came up to him in a formal way. Even with a smile on his face, there was no sincerity in his eyes. As a guy who started his career in real estate, how could he not have experienced the listing? And the reason why he appeared here was completely because Roland, the little brat, didn't want to show up at all. That's right, even if he knew the news of Yahoo's listing, Roland had no intention of going to the scene to join in the fun. Compared with the black guy next door who followed the crowd and followed the entire process of Netscape's listing, Roland was more willing to leave these boring processes to David. Staring at the computer screen, witnessing the shaking of the numbers in the call auction, going to the open studio, standing in front of the marquee with the logos of Nasdaq and Yahoo as the background, smiling foolishly in front of the media and the camera. Then pressing the button that has been touched countless times, it is considered to have completed the bell. Then, in the sound of a formulaic speech, welcome the arrival of ribbons and paper. This is really boring. If Roland didn't have the memory of his previous life, he might be very interested in this kind of IPO. Because every number shaking on the Nasdaq screen means a piece of money that can be cashed out. But after knowing that Yahoo's market value will exceed Berkshire Hathaway one day, IPOs and the like no longer make him excited, and those guys who pretend to be flattering will naturally be handed over to David Olson, the chairman of Watch Ventures, to deal with. Anyway, non-listed companies do not need to disclose shareholder information, and through a series of previous investment negotiations, people only know that David Investment is in charge of everything. As for the real big boss Roland, I'm just a film actor, why should I let outsiders know how much I'm worth? People in the industry only need to know. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. On the day of Yahoo's listing, the stock price soared from 13 yuan to 43 yuan. Although the closing price fell back to 33 yuan, it had already made it the third company with the highest stock price increase on the day of its listing in the history of Nasdaq at that time. The increase of 154% also exceeded Netscape's 102%, making it the darling of investors and the focus of the media. The 4.68 million shares held by Watch Ventures are worth 150 million. Although the two young Yahoo chiefs have become young billionaires with a book value of 130 million, if the 150 million is added to Roland's head, his net worth will exceed 1 billion. But, after all, the person who showed up was David Olson. Roland felt that, if he didn't show up, the media would ignore him, but he forgot that, if the halo of a successful investor was hung on the Olson couple, the influence it caused would be no less than Roland himself. Why? Because they are successful real estate developers. Because the most popular sisters in America are the daughters of this couple. Because the youngest A+list in America is the guy they adopted. Because the double star group they operate has the most popular young men and women brands in America. Because they succeeded again in the internet. It is not news that successful people have achieved success again, but the problem is, David's success is across industries. If you say that being the top in an industry is strength plus luck, then success in real estate, film and television entertainment, clothing manufacturing, and the internet. What is this special? If Roland went to Nasdaq, it means that Yahoo is a product of his own interest, a random investment, and luck. Then the media would at most give him the title of Hollywood A+list, a treasure boy kissed by God. But after David went there, it exploded directly. That naked record is too terrifying. Because of this, the leisure time that Roland imagined did not appear at all. The overwhelming report swept in 3 minutes, let you know about the cross-industry tycoon David Olson. At the age of 40, his net worth exceeds 3 billion. David Olson is the most successful cross-industry person. How can David Olson be the top of the cross-industry? Parenting experts reveal how you can send your children to the other side of success like the Olsons. Forbes' rich list is freshly released. The Olson family is on the list for the first time. If it were in the past, for Roland's sake, these news would not appear in a big way. But the problem is that this time you took the initiative to stand in front of the stage. If this is not reported, it would be a shame for the industry in their hands. In addition to publishing a large number of headlines, the family was also blocked by various media. Roland Allen, may I ask what do you think of your uncle David Olson's entry into the Forbes list? My name is also on the Forbes list. Roland smiled awkwardly, motioned the other party to turn the magazine in his hand to the Hollywood page, and pointed to the third place on the power list. Roland Allen, can you tell us how the Olsons usually educate you? Hire a tutor, do math problems, love physics, chemistry, biology. James is now a top student. Roland Allen, may I ask how much of your personal assets account for the total assets of the family? I don't know. Roland replied, and at the same time, added in his heart, I don't know. Roland Allen, you said you don't know. Do you want to avoid girls chasing you for money? It's been several years since you were chased last time. Are you dating other girls now? Do you have a girl you like? Fuck. I may not be a human, but you reporters are really dogs. Is there anyone who extends the question in this way? Are you helping the guys who went to Europe last time to take revenge? Roland was speechless when he heard the question that was looking for trouble. After seeing the knowing smiles of the reporters, Roland instantly understood that these media were all looking for this opportunity to make more money. As long as he gave an answer, they would stop pestering him. So, Roland had no choice but to cough and said, "Oh, yes." Boom. With the reports of various media, Roland, who had been silent for almost a year, appeared in the public eye almost overnight. Not only that, with the popularity of cross-border rich people, the amazing popularity of the Olson sisters, and the crazy surge of the internet wave, the news related to them even attracted more attention than the upcoming election in America. For most people, the Olson family is simply lucky. Not only can they give birth to a pair of treasure girls, but they can also pick up a treasure boy. In addition, they have hit the great fortune of the internet. Their wealth has increased faster than a flood. And for those fans who have not seen Roland's private life news for a long time, what does the Olson family have to do with them? What they care about is the word yes that Roland said. Almost at the same time when the news broke, countless discussions suddenly emerged in major discussion rooms on the internet. Roland actually has a girl he likes. Does anyone know who it is? Is it Reese with a spoon? They filmed Spider-Man together. I don't think so. If it was Reese, under normal circumstances, they would have been rumored to be in a relationship after Spider-Man was completed. But since the filming was completed in June last year, there has been no news about them. Who is that? Could it be that Roland was dating during the year he disappeared? This is too well protected, right? Wait. Has anyone watched the Oscars last month? Do you remember what Steven Spielberg said on the stage? He said that a kid he knew thought Kate Winslet was beautiful. And if I remember correctly, Steven Spielberg seems to have only worked with Roland for a long time in all these years. Now that you mention it, I also think there is a problem. When I was watching the Oscars last month, I felt very strange. Why was Kate Winslet, a newcomer, teased by so many big names? Now it seems that maybe Roland stepped over her in front of those people. Hiss. It seems that this is really possible. Oh. Quick. Go to him. Look up their information. Check their schedules. Strange knowledge increased. That's right. The media did give face and helped Roland cover up, but it's okay for us to publish the news you gave us yourself, right? We can help you cover up the big things, but everyone has to eat, right? If we can't report Kate Winslet, we will report that you have a girl you like. Anyway, we won't dig deep. We just want to get some traffic from you. As for what your fans think, we can't control it. And the shameless behavior of those media who took advantage of every opportunity made Roland feel that he was really screwed. He asked David to go just to avoid being lazy. If he had known that the whole family would be involved, Roland would definitely choose to go to Nasdaq by himself. But it's too late. If he now publicly admits that Blizzard Capital and Blizzard Entertainment, Warcraft Film, Overwatch Ventures and StarCraft Records under Blizzard Capital are all his sole proprietorships, it means that he is creating another big news for the media on the issue of his girlfriend. After all, in the wealth currently estimated by Forbes, there is no Berkshire Hathaway, but only the internet company of Overwatch Ventures and Blizzard Entertainment with the same name as the parent company Blizzard Capital. As for Warcraft Film and StarCraft Records, these two things are not counted yet. However, Roland's behavior of stealing chickens and losing rice made the guys in the circle laugh. Hey, aren't you a big shot? Don't you like to hide from the media? Don't you like to show off everywhere? This time you got yourself into trouble, right? It should be your news. That is your news. Why do you have to cover it up and enjoy the leisure time? How much news did they owe the media before, and now they have paid it back all at once? What's the point of all this trouble? Of course, Fox, who is also in the circle, is extremely happy about the news made by Roland. Although they did agree to announce the list of leading actors after the official filming of Titanic, this does not prevent Roland from admitting that he has a favorite guy first. In their opinion, Roland's behavior of overturning the car with this work is simply an excellent publicity arrangement. First, there was the ridicule at the Oscars with the huge ratings, and then the admission under the topic of cross-border rich people. When the lineup of the romance film was officially announced, could the fans not see that the two people in and out of the play have become lovers? Even if all the media did not state it and still covered it up, the fans are not fools. At that time, the guaranteed box office will come. Romance movies. The gimmick is important. If you guessed from the beginning that this movie would be so annoying, it would be very easy to trick the little girl to watch it. This is also the reason why the male and female protagonists of many romance films always disclose their relationship during the film promotion. For the money. Hey, Roland is really a good guy. If Roland knew what Fox was thinking, he would doubt whether that stupid reporter was from News Corporation. But besides Fox, Sony also thought Roland was a good guy. They were worried that the serious promotion of Spider-Man was meaningless before they started to think about how to hype up the upcoming Spider-Man. Hey, Roland made a big news himself. This behavior of doing the right thing at the right time and in the right place made them admire him very much. Although compared with those model workers in the industry, Roland, who has a very low output, is too lazy to say a word, but all the people in the circle combined are not as good as him in consciously cooperating with the distributor to hype. There is no news, but we have to make news. While admiring, Sony did not forget its own job. Doesn't the public want to know who Roland is referring to when he said there is? They knew that Roland was talking about Kate Winslet, but as the distributor, couldn't they just release the photos of Roland and Reese during the filming of Spider-Man? They hyped it up like the tabloids did and turned up the heat. As long as they can make money, they dare to publish any gossip. What's more, isn't the purpose of tabloids to attract attention without prestige? And what Sony wants is just to divert the public's attention from the question of who Roland likes to Spider-Man. When the matter is over, Fox will decrypt it. This is simply a perfect routine that kills two birds with one stone. Roland, you are really a showman. Please take a seat. Chapter 184 Spider-Man released. For the general public, the entertainment industry in the past 2 years has been extremely boring. Social hotspots that are closely related to everyone occupy their lives. When their vital interests are seriously troubled, entertainment, a tertiary industry that belongs to the construction of spiritual civilization, is shit. But the hurricane at the beginning of the year seemed to take away the bad luck clouds that had been hanging over America for nearly 2 years. As natural disasters dissipated, those disturbing problems gradually disappeared, and entertainment that was lingering outside of people's lives, like mushrooms after rain, reappeared in people's vision. The first to bear the brunt was Wu Beige's Broken Arrow. As a cliché story theme caused by the disappearance of a nuclear bomb, Broken Arrow takes the path of a gunfight film, which is exactly Wu Beige's strength. Not only that, when the male protagonist John Travolta appeared, the cynical smile and the extremely charming smoking posture all showed the word pretending to the fullest. People can't help but shout, wow, isn't this Zio Margen? When Roland heard this kind of talk, he just laughed. Just wait. Once Face/Off is released, you will find that there are 2 marks on the screen. They are both pretending. Although Broken Arrow earned $70 million in North America with an investment of $50 million, it also made a lot of money in overseas markets. From the box office point of view, the film made no loss or profit, but in the disc market, it was a hot seller. It can be regarded as the first ray of life for the entertainment industry that has been cold for a long time. Following closely behind was Robin Williams' The Birdcage. A-list is A-list. As a gay movie, with the participation of Robin Williams, the dramatic comedy made the audience in the theater laugh continuously. The plot that should have been dark and depressing was played by them as warm, cute and full of sunshine. The comedy talent that was integrated into their bones made this movie earn $120 million in North American box office in the garbage period in early March, and also made people in the industry shout that the film and television industry has recovered. Of course, it is a bit biased to say that an industry has recovered based on just 2 movies, but the Oscars ratings of more than 44 million at the end of March are not bad, and the most powerful one among them is Nicolas Cage. Because people want to know whether Nicolas Cage, who asked prostitutes for acting advice for the sake of making a movie, can get what he wants. Yes, due to a lot of bad things at the beginning of the year, many companies are worried that their early preparations for the awards will be wasted, so they have shown their magical powers to prove the excellent arguments of actors, which are endless. The most typical one is Nicolas Cage. some media broke the news that, before filming Leaving Las Vegas, in order to make herself more suitable for the role, the heroine Elizabeth Shue in the film drank crazily and visited alcoholics on purpose, while the hero Nicolas Cage chatted with dancers in a strip club in Las Vegas, looking for that decadent feeling. When such a dedicated argument came out, it really shocked people's eyes. When the heat was hyped up, Fox publicly accused the media that spread the news, saying that the news was untrue. It was obviously the heroine Elizabeth Shue who learned from the dancers and sought a sense of debauchery, while Nicolas Cage adhered to himself, drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and sought the pain, decadence, and negativity of the characters in the play. No matter what the truth is, the entertainment gossip was sold anyway, and the reputation of devoting himself to the film was also spread. Under such circumstances, the sales of various explosive newspapers and periodicals skyrocketed, which really made those production companies breathe a sigh of relief. Because in the past 2 years, this kind of entertainment tabloid has not sold as well as social hotspots. When the melon-eating masses who are closely related to the entertainment industry stand up again, this industry can really be saved. Of course, for the gossipers, what really interests them is Roland Allen, who has returned to the public eye, taking advantage of the current hottest internet industry trend. After being squeezed by the media to say yes, the topic of Guess Who Roland Likes has directly become the only hotspot on the IMDb communication page. Nonsense. IMDb is Roland's own, so it is too easy for Cole Needham and others to put it on the top. In addition, Sony has invested some money in it very wisely. Those page administrators who are paid by Roland naturally understand how to maliciously control at the promotion and release stage of Spider-Man. The update of the entries for Titanic and Kate Winslet was suspended, and the gossip photos submitted by Sony were pulled out of the pending review area. As the largest movie fan community on the internet with more than 30 million users per week, the backstage staff can influence the discussion direction of a public opinion news with just 2 clicks of the mouse. Not only that, the photo of Roland being interviewed was also posted on the Yahoo homepage. After clicking on the webpage to browse the news, they can see the IMDb link that the Yahoo administrator has very considerately embedded at the end of the article, and there is also a note at the end, briefly describing the nature of the website. Regardless of whether it is the fans who have already bought a house on IMDb, or the spectators who browse the news on Yahoo, and are finally directed to IMDb, the entire internet marketing process has been turned into a closed loop by the same boss. Although Roland hates trouble, when trouble really arises, he will still take the initiative to make money. As a result, a series of comments like Roland and Reese seem to be a perfect match. Roland and Kate have no chance of dating, although I think Kate is prettier than Reese. There is no time limit. They fell in love while filming Spider-Man. It sounds so romantic, became the mainstream opinions of most fans after the confirmation. And comments like Kate and Roland are more suitable. I really want to see Roland and Kate work together. The kid Steven mentioned is definitely Roland. Were placed in the lower half of the same page under the manipulation of the mastermind behind the scenes. Because these things will still be very useful after Fox announces the cast list of Titanic. With the official confirmation, they can justifiably mark the current top discussion area as a rumor, and then promote these guys who insist on it. There is no deletion or control of comments. This kind of guidance is already very fair, right? With traditional media in the same camp as Roland spreading rumors and the internet community controlled by Roland slightly intervening, Spider-Man, which will be released in June, has been on the headlines at a rocket-like speed. Sony's offline channels are also busy, with bus spray painting, huge advertisements on landmark buildings, pre-launch interviews, creative statues. These promotional methods that require money have instantly spread to the streets and alleys of major cities, and the two-pronged promotional methods online and offline have also made people surprised to find that the blockbuster they have been waiting for several years has finally appeared. This kind of annual masterpiece treatment that only the sun can enjoy makes Mission Impossible and Twister, which are standing in front of Spider-Man, speechless. They did a good job in publicity and promotion, but were squeezed aside by the strong debut of Spider-Man. But there is no way who can blame Spider-Man for having so many gimmicks. Spider-Man, as an IP, has its own traffic, and Roland, the leading actor, has a terrifying fan base. In front of these Krypton Gold players who bring their own plugins, Sony is still very showy and uses the popularity of Yahoo's listing and Roland's love suspicion for publicity. In addition, except for the heroine Gwen and the second generation Green Goblin, any other guy in the lineup can crush the popularity of other movie stars. It's just that Twister invested and produced by Amblin and Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise as the sole star are really no match. Fortunately, they did not collide with Spider-Man. Although the momentum is not as good as Spider-Man, Twister still strongly contributed to the amazing box office of over 41 million in the first weekend. And Mission Impossible released 12 days later, it even blew 45 million in 3 days. Such results made people shout, "Wolf is coming." You know, the box office of over 40 million in the first weekend has happened 3 times so far. After Batman Forever cut 52 million in 3 days, the entire movie market has been pulling down. And it's been less than a year since that terrifying box office boom, as if it was just yesterday. However, the money-making behavior of Twister and Mission Impossible also increased Sony and the market's expectations for Spider-Man. If it weren't for the fact that it was really impossible to release the film simultaneously around the world these days, the premieres around the world might have been pulled up by Sony. But no matter what, 53% of the screening rate is already the greatest support given by the North American Theatre Alliance. In order to build momentum for the film, Sony also invited celebrities from all walks of life to attend the premiere held in New York on June 3rd. In addition to the leading actors, there are many other stars, such as, well, the super luxurious lineup of Spider-Man can move the whole Hollywood. Take Tom Cruise for example. He was still there to do the roadshow for his Mission Impossible, and then he and Mission Impossible director Brian Palmer came to support Spider-Man. This behavior of enemy supporting enemy made those media who have written press releases for many years speechless. What bothered them the most was that scene Connery and Nicolas Cage, the stars of The Rock, which was to be released on the same day as Spider-Man, were also brought in by Francis Coppola and Steven Spielberg. The reporters shook their heads at the way they were treated as one of their own wherever they went. Why did you ask them to report like this? The opponent cheered for the opponent? Isn't this just like a rabbit clenching its fist, cheering hard, and saying to the Eagle Source, you have to cheer up? It's the same spoof. In addition to the people in the entertainment industry, Ronald Perelman, who had greeted Roland before, also appeared on the red carpet with Marvel shareholder Carl Icahn, and laughed and hugged Roland and the truck driver in a friendly manner. Rupert Murdoch, who had greeted Sony before and expressed his interest in superhero movies, also came over with a thick face. With their appearance, the atmosphere on the scene became more harmonious. After all, the relationship between these people is that one wants to be needed and the other is needed. As for the film critics and entertainment editors of major newspapers and magazines who entered the venue with them, they may not like Roland, who is a guy who insists on shooting commercial films, but they dare not show their face. The penholder dares to confront the big boss, but dare not confront the sponsor who gives them the platform to post articles. Of course, Kate, wearing a black dress, also appeared at the premiere. But everyone knew it well, so they smiled and said hello and let it go. Compared with the main creative team who are as calm as old dogs, the guests who are purely watching the fun, and the film critics and entertainment editors who write reviews truthfully, the ones who are really happy are actually the children who are selected. Oh no, the lucky ones who are selected. Almost every premiere of a commercial blockbuster has a certain number of empty seats reserved for fans. This is a common practice in business operations and a way to give back to fans. Soon, when all the procedures were completed, the lights in the theater dimmed and the screen lit up. As the opening of the page-turning animation appeared, Roland also sat up straight. Although he knew that Spider-Man would never be a hit, he was curious about the effect of the film when he saw it for the first time. The film began with Peter Parker's self-narration in the dark, and the plot that followed was exactly the same as the final draft of the truck driver's script. Peter Parker was bullied at school, and the righteous Gwen Stacy stood up for him. In this situation, Harry Osborn, who was Spider-Man's classmate, also extended a helping hand to him. After explaining the identities and living environments of several characters with a simple series of shots, Roland, who was sharp-eared, heard some discussions about Leo. Leo's image is actually quite good. Yeah, not worse than Roland. He acted quite well. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to enter the A-list. Yes, this is the advantage of being handsome. Although Leo has always said that Roland is more handsome, no one can ignore him when the two stand together, and this is actually the main reason why Roland found him. He is already A+ list and has reached the ceiling in the field of actors. Unless his acting skills are improved, if he wants to give people the same eye-catching feeling as when they first saw Home Alone, the only opportunity left is Titanic. When he knew that his acting skills could not reach the level of making people tremble, he used external forces to make the mediocre narrative plot more attractive, which was a trick he figured out. After all, compared with other movies, comic adapted movies are inherently flawed in terms of narrative. Adaptation is not making up, and creation is not creation. Any movie that is separated from the comic book foundation and writes its own plot will die miserably. In this way, when the movie project is established, the fans actually already know what the movie is about. There is no way to let the comic book have spoiled the main plot in advance. In this situation, it is necessary to use other means to win people's hearts. Of course, no matter how handsome Leo is, he is just a supporting role in this movie to promote the plot. When he wanted to help Spider-Man regain his confidence on the screen and invited the whole class to visit his own Osborn Industries, Spider-Man's cowardice and the confidence of the second-generation Green Goblin, these two characters with sharp contrasts, stood up directly. Unfortunately, Spider-Man was not the cute protagonist like Shedak at the beginning. He has no venomous tongue and is dull. From a sensory point of view, he is actually quite boring. But it doesn't matter. When Peter Parker was bitten by a spider, the situation was different. Because compared to boring narratives, isn't a superhero movie just about boom, boom, boom? And when Spider-Man gains the ability to participate in underground boxing matches, the first place to show the selling point has already arrived. The fighting scenes designed by Ewan Bayey are really imaginative. He doesn't have the cuckold punches in the street fights of Nolan's Batman or the snowmelee in Inception. Even if Spider-Man shouldn't know Kung Fu, the bullet time brought by Spider-Sense can always be used, right? The scene where the boxer punches and the fist brushes against the tip of his nose and hits the air is exactly the same as the scene in Stephen Chow's Kung Fu where he fights the entire Axe gang alone and calmly watches the axe pass by him. When he clings to the iron railings and uses his agile body to dodge the boxer's attack, no matter whether the opponent throws a chair or swings a baseball bat, the agile figure can always dodge it just right. When he fell from the sky and posed for the landing, the close-up of his back was similar to the landing at the beginning of The Matrix 2. The point is that, unlike the common shot editing in Hollywood, each attack and defense is a long shot close-up. In this way, there is no such thing as I raised a bench and smashed it down in the last second, and the bench has not yet touched your body, and the next second the close-up becomes a picture of you falling to the ground. This smooth sense of the lens surprised everyone at the scene, because their fighting scenes have never been shot like this, and the last time they saw such a smooth lens was in the introduction of Warcraft Film and Television's Rumble in the Bronx at the beginning of the year. Wow. Is it so cool right after the fight? The slow motion close-up of the fist rubbing against the nose is so cool. How did you shoot that landing posture? Listening to the exclamations and discussions from the back, Roland, who was sitting in the front, smiled. In terms of pure action scenes, the guys in Hollywood are really stiff bumpkins. In The Matrix 2, the rivalry between Chow Siu-Lung and Keanu Reeves is regarded as a classic by them, but compared with the ring fight in Fearless by Jet Li, isn't the latter more handsome? As for the scene in The Matrix 2 where Keanu Reeves beats countless Hugo Weavings, it is far less handsome than Bruce Lee's Fist of Fury or Jet Li's Fist of Fury, and the neat and tidy action is more enjoyable to watch. But there is no way, relying on action alone, he can only be a fighting star, and Hollywood in this era has developed a fixed system in all aspects except action. What's more, if a movie relies on fighting alone, wouldn't it become Kill Bill? After solving the underground boxer, the plot of the uncle's death follows. When Tom Hanks, the consecutive best actor, looks at Spider-Man and says the line "with great power comes great responsibility," there is a feeling of either bursting out in silence or dying in silence, which makes movie fans feel the same, but makes people in the industry shake their heads. Everyone can see that Roland who stared at Hanks on the screen and wanted to cry but didn't want to, was crushed by Hanks in acting. Just like watching a car story, the wheels are printed on Roland's face. But there is no way. Hanks wants to be infectious in this part, so he can't just take care of Roland's feelings. However, it is the same to be able to move the audience. Commercial films, any way to let the audience in is fine. The death of the uncle is also the first step for DOC to transform into a neighbor superhero. After catching the murderer, a group of narrative montages vividly portrayed Spider-Man's behavior of punishing evil and promoting good. At the same time, as the Daily Bugle reported that Spider-Man was rated as a villain outside the law, Dr. Lizard, who was forced out by Norman Osborn, finally appeared. Industrial Light and Magic also showed its industry-leading background. In the laboratory, due to the blockage of the circuit, the light suddenly dimmed, and the flickering lights cast a veil of horror over Dr. Lizard's transformation. In the sudden flash of light, Robert De Niro's body on the screen continued to twist and swell. The gurgling sound of muscles reorganizing continued to sound, and the body, that continued to grow taller and bigger, made everyone present hold their breath. Although there was no close-up, the flickering light still fully portrayed the entire transformation process, and the long lens that kept zooming and also allowed the audience to watch the entire transformation process very well. When the giant lizard with a chill roared to the sky, the unprecedented visual effects caught everyone's attention. A sound of people sucking in air was heard throughout the theater. Fuck. What kind of special effect is this? Damn. Dr. Lizard's transformation is so damn cool, isn't it? Oh. After the movie is released, I must go to the cinema to watch it again. I didn't see it clearly at all. What's going on with this transformation? It's even cooler than the storm scene in Twister. Note, the market was not good in early 1996, and Nicolas Cage and Fox really hyped up the tray of professionalism. In 1996, there were more than 60 million internet users worldwide, and Yahoo Plus Imp had already monopolized the entire internet traffic. P.S. RRR. I regretted writing out the plot of the Spider-Man trilogy before. I wrote and deleted for a day, and found that, if I wrote the plot, it would be just expanding the outline I wrote before, which was a waste of time. If I didn't write the plot, there would be nothing to write about when it was released. And if I want to describe some special effects without writing the plot, it would be like eating shit when reading it. It's really annoying. Chapter 185. Handsome is the end. Indeed. For the vast majority of audiences, superhero movies that can be guessed in countless ways are actually refreshing pictures. This is not a heresy, but the limitations of superhero movies. DC and Marvel have made so many superhero movies, but how many movies can really be remembered by people? Many viewers even forgot the plot of the movie they just watched shortly after watching the movie. More people can't even call out the names of the actors. Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy is praised as a god, but when most audiences talk about this series, there are many more people who shout out the name of Heath Ledger, the Joker, than the name of Christian Bale, the Batman. Following closely behind is Anne Hathaway, because she plays Catwoman beautifully. As for Tom Hardy, Teacher Tom warned people 8 years ago that they should wear masks when they encounter bats. Unfortunately, no one listened. Apart from the Batman trilogy and the equally acclaimed Watchmen, how many guys can call out the names of the leading actors without going over Zack Snyder? After decades of twists and turns, the most popular actor in DC is Gal Gadot, who is responsible for Beauty. Well, you can blame the audience for not being able to remember the names of the actors on the bad movies, saying that it is their mindless intervention and constant replacement of actors that has led to the infinite lameness of DC movies. But in Marvel movies, how many actors can be called out by name by the audience? Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, Tom Holland, Elizabeth Olsen, or Hugh Jackman, the most popular actor in X-Men. Putting these guys together, don't they have one thing in common? Handsome men and beautiful women. Appearance is a real factor that drives a large number of audiences to remember their names. In a situation where actors have to rely on their looks to be remembered, aren't the audience who roughly guessed the direction of the superhero movie story watching the cool special effects? The wonderful pictures are the real reason that can make their adrenaline secrete crazily. So, when Dr. Lizard appeared, if there was no exclamation at the scene, It must be that they were shocked by the picture and couldn't speak. After all, they couldn't have seen the scene of the body expanding instantly like Hulk and the flowing skin like Venom. Of course, the particle special effects of the transformation of Hulk and Venom in later generations can't be made at all these years, but the best special effects companies and mold masters in the world are behind the scenes. The reason why Dr. Lizard can expand his body in the dark laboratory is because the expanding human figure is actually a finely made model with a blower under his feet. When the wind blows, the leather mold will become larger. Just like the inflatable logos of major manufacturers for outdoor activities in later generations, it continues to stand upright during the distortion process. The flashing lights, in addition to creating an atmosphere, are mainly to prevent the audience from seeing some obvious bugs. They just need to see the body that is growing in the darkness and light. When the camera zooms in and gives a close-up of the character, what is finally presented is actually a model coat similar to the leather dinosaur in Jurassic Park, and the model that can be worn is naturally made by the truck driver's best friend, Stan Winston. If everything is separated and shown, the audience will definitely not feel shocked, but the picture on the screen is a high degree of integration of cutting-edge special effects and top craftsmanship. Since it is a brand new version that everyone has never seen, it is even easier to capture people's hearts. After all, Spider-Man under the pure commercial routine sells the magical special effects. After Dr. Lizard appeared, the main characters of the plot were already amid the prayers of the audience. Bad guys who wanted to make trouble appeared in the streets and alleys of New York at night. When the cold glowing lizard man smashed the ATM machine hard under the illumination of the street lamp, every huge bang would leave a clear fist mark on the tightly closed ATM machine. Under the light, the long lens close-up without any cover made the audience excited. Cheyenne Long people. This is the legendary Cheyenne Long people. The muscle lines are so beautiful, full of power. After the villain showed his muscles, the plot has actually entered a white-hot stage. It is natural for the New York vigilante Spider-Man to meet him, and the battle between the two of them is like Do and You fighting Xiao Feng. Even if Spider-Man relied on luck to obtain the North Sea Divine Art, he still couldn't beat Dr. Lizard, who was defeated by force. Isn't the spider silk coming out of the wrist the Six Meridians divine sword? It's a pity that Dr. Lizard doesn't have the habit of carrying a speaker with him. Otherwise, in his BGM, when he punches out, there will definitely be a lizard figure surging out. But even without those fancy things, the powerful Dr. Lizard and the delicate and skilled Spider-Man are still very interesting. Compared with those gun battle movies in the past, their weapons are more primitive and more explosive. Spider-Man wants to defeat his opponent with his fists. Dr. Lizard stood there and took a wave of punches from the opponent with his chest. While standing still, he clenched his fists and suffocated Spider-Man's abdomen without hesitation and blasted him into the sky with an uppercut. Spider-Man doesn't dare to fight Dr. Lizard head-on. Dr. Lizard just picked up a car and smashed it towards the little spider on the roof, like catching a chicken. Spider-Man wants to control Dr. Lizard with spider silk. Dr. Lizard pulled up a telephone pole just like Lucian pulled up a willow tree, and then waved it vigorously and spun it in circles, almost shouting wind. Come. Woo. Shan. It's a special effects film. The scene is naturally as exciting as possible. When Dr. Lizard swept the little spider swinging in the air into the Manhattan River with a home run, the toughness of the villain was fully demonstrated, and when Spider-Man climbed out of the river, took off his mask, and lay on the shore, the scene of him spitting water like a fountain made the audience laugh again and again. Cool. This is so cool. Oh. The gap between Roland and Robert is so huge. Hahaha, although Roland is not as talkative as in the comics, this spitting action is so cute. Oh, shit. The visual effects of this movie are even better than Jurassic Park. The fight between Roland and Robert is much more exciting than the fight between T-800 and T-1000. They finally don't use guns. Superhero movies are simple and difficult. It's simple because you only need to conquer the audience visually, and as long as the plot is not broken, there is a great probability of receiving good reviews. And the difficulty is, because there will always be a day when people get tired of the visual effects. Unlike feature films, the only movies that can succeed purely by relying on gorgeous special effects are those that have benefited from the development of technology. It is precisely because of this that, even if Aquaman is gorgeous, it is still impossible to break various box office records like when the special effects movie was first released. And now Roland and his Spider-Man, aren't they just benefiting from the development of technology? Everything is about freshness. Although the current technology is not as good as the future, as long as the special effects are acceptable, people will be captivated by the surprise at the first sight. Just like falling in love. Many years later, you may not know how many people you have dated, but you will always remember the beauty of the first heartbeat. This is actually the unforgettable greatness in your heart. When Dr. Lizard defeated Spider-Man with an overwhelming advantage, another law of superhero movies was actually completed. If you want to make the protagonist powerful, the best way is to make the villain powerful first. Although it is different from the pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in the novel of Dan Nyang, the essence is actually the same. When Spider-Man is defeated, people hope to see him win back. As long as this routine is followed, the audience will have a sense of satisfaction. This is also the reason why DC movies have always failed. Because Superman is there, the audience will not have expectations. Although everyone knows that the protagonist will definitely win, the overwhelming strength created by Superman directly completes the mowing game with the result of winning. In this way, the audience will not feel pleasure. As the plot progresses, Gwen's comfort and the emotional line with Spider-Man are officially launched. Unfortunately, perhaps because they know that Gwen will die after all, or perhaps superheroes really don't need love. In short, when people see Spider-Man pursuing Gwen, there is actually not much reaction. It belongs to okay. In other words, it is more like looking forward to Spider-Man's nerves relaxing before defeating Dr. Lizard. Special effects, fighting, a little plot. In such a cycle, the whole story is also explained in full. When people see that Dr. Lizard wants to destroy the entire New York and give those guys who forced and laughed at him a little color, Gwen's father also went to the front line to fight crime. At the same time, Norman Osborn, who was forced by the military to hand over the serum, also wore his own developed armor and became half of the Green Goblin. He also obeyed his uncle's words and wanted to protect the entire city. Spider-Man did not fall behind. Although the storyline of the first part is relatively simple, the number of people in the final battle is large. The nearly 130-minute movie took half an hour from the beginning to the end. But no matter whether everyone joined forces to stop Dr. Lizard from destroying New York, or the Green Goblin was directly shot by Dr. Lizard because of insufficient energy in the aircraft, or Daddy Gwen was hammered to death, in the end Spider-Man found the right opportunity and injected the degenerate serum dropped by the Green Goblin on the ground into the back of Dr. Lizard's neck. All the battles were not perfunctory at all, no matter the special effects, visual wonders or the explanation of many clues in the fight, they were all neat and tidy. When Norman Osborn, who was sent back to the company by Spider-Man, took the initiative to inject other serum reagents left in the company in order to survive, the painful roar that resounded through the laboratory made the audience feel distressed, and when he completed his evolution and slowly got up from the ground, the action of putting the Green Goblin mask on his face was even more creepy. When James Cameron used Kubrick's gaze to shoot Anthony Hopkins, they used 30 seconds to tell the audience that genius and madness are often just a matter of one thought. Spider-Man ended with the sound of brisk music. While laughing, there was also applause from the audience. For film critics and the media, this was really a film that was shot neatly according to the outline of a commercial film. Just like Raiders of the Lost Ark, when the background music dedicated to Indiana Jones sounded, people knew what Jones needed to do next. But for those lucky male audiences, it's so exciting. I have to watch it twice or even 3 times. The fight scene at the end dazzled me. Dr. Lizard is really awesome. If it weren't for the degeneration serum, he would never have been caught. Wow. The picture is so cool. Dr. Lizard can punch through the wall with one punch, which is very consistent with the strength of G. Dunn in the comics. And Peter Parker is indeed a civilian hero. He has no high tech on him and relies entirely on his spider silk. If it weren't for the Green Goblin holding Dr. Lizard back, he might not have been able to tie him up with spider silk. The line with great power comes great responsibility is great. By the way, the Green Goblin in the movie has been modified. Osborn in the comics had a miserable childhood, but in the movie, reality forced him to become a supervillain. But I think this is more realistic. Well, after all, we have seen too many tragic childhood scenes. Batman had a tragic childhood, and Spider-Man also encountered an accident. If the Green Goblin became bad because of family affection, it would be too boring. Did you notice? The effect of Dr. Lizard is so clear. It's much better than Jurassic Park. And Peter Parker's battlesuit is exactly the same as in the comics. And the picture of him swinging on the swing in Manhattan during the day is really cool. Yes, people these days don't know that putting literary scenes in the daytime and fighting scenes at night is not only intended to cover up bugs, but also to save money. For them, this behavior of daring to directly use special effects characters for smooth fighting is already a very amazing performance. Compared with Jumanji, the special effects of the former can be thrown into the garbage dump. As for Batman, the kind of movie that relies on editing to fly is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of Spider-Man who swings directly in Manhattan. Unlike male audiences, female audiences don't care about special effects. Roland is so handsome. The shot in the beginning, where he was holding back his tears next to Hanks, was so breathtaking. Yes, he's grown a lot taller in 2 years. His chubby face is gone, but this also makes his face more three-dimensional and cooler. And the shot where he climbed up from the river and lay on the shore spitting water. Do you know what I thought of at the time? Roland, who was playing the fountain there, was as cute as a goldfish blowing bubbles. Oh, yes, yes, yes. And when he was hesitant to speak, when he confessed to Gwen, the way he bit his lips subconsciously was so cute. Didn't many people on Amidst say that Reese must be his girlfriend? I don't think so at all. And in this movie, there is no love scene between the two of them. It's purely Roland chasing Reese. If this can spark sparks, then what about the love movie that Roland admitted before? Yes, Reese has no feelings for him at all. If it were any other movie, this would definitely be a failure, but Reese and Roland are not a good match. She will definitely not be Roland's girlfriend. And that Harry Osborn? He's handsome too. Yes, I like him too. What's his name? Him? Isn't he the successor of River Phoenix? I think his name is Leo? Forget River and Leo. Don't you think Roland is too miserable in this movie? His uncle died, his girlfriend's father died, and he was suppressed by Dr. Lizard the whole time. Not only that, his best friend's father also became a villain. Oh, okay, that's normal. James Carmelon's work. He didn't kill Roland. He's already done us justice. Well, that's right. It would be strange if the protagonist of James' movie didn't die. Bah. How could our Roland be killed by James? If anyone dies, it should be that bitch Gwen, okay? Who made her accept Roland in the end. Although the reactions of these audiences are different from those of film critics and entertainment editors, the main creative team actually only cares about their reactions. Whether the audience thinks the fighting is beautiful or the protagonist is handsome, these are all opinions that can bring a lot of profits to the movie. As for professional film reviews, haha. If you can buy a box office of 100 million by yourself, we will worship you as our ancestors. Obviously, these guys can't do it. Not only that, when even the media, the big sponsor, stands on the other side, the guys who pursue connotation naturally know how to comment. Grabbing box office is the fundamental meaning of the existence of commercial movies, and their pens, of course, have to help the sponsors make money now. Under the urging of these guys, a lot of good reviews appeared in major media, such as Spider-Man is a very good commercial blockbuster, the ultimate viewing experience I have never enjoyed before, the birth of a civilian hero, while saving the world, Warmth is also full of human beings. As for the news on Yahoo and the discussion on Amidst, when the hands that make the rules, the referees who blow the whistle of the game, and the athletes on the sports field are all the same person, isn't it reasonable to mobilize fans to go to the movies? To be honest, after the one-sided negative reviews of Home Alone 2, Roland's fans bought 400 million box office tickets alone. No matter what these critics say, it actually can't affect Roland's fans' impulse to go to the theater, but, many times, aren't word of mouth and awards for those fans to see. After knowing the pure routines of major awards and the weaknesses of major film critics, many people in the industry no longer care about these things. Or, to them, the biggest use of these word-of-mouth awards is the financial boost. The most important thing is to get more money by becoming famous. But for fans, professional affirmation from film critics and awards is actually the best compliment from people in the industry to their favorite movie stars. Who doesn't want their favorite guy to be appreciated by their peers? Although this kind of vanity appears inexplicably, but many times you can't find the root of the problem, then don't be stubborn. Just do what the fans want, that's all. Anyway, you are the one who gets the advantage in the end. You just need to know this. That's enough. Therefore, Roland never refuses the good reviews from film critics, regardless of whether these guys are sincere or not, regardless of how many conflicts of interest there are. As long as his fans feel that they are sincere, that's fine. And with a lot of good reviews, the audiences who are encouraged by this are even more. These film critics have criticized Roland before, but now they are praising him, which shows that they are still very fair, and since they are fair and strongly recommend this movie, then go and watch it. Not only that, the lineup list announced by the media is also the key to most people entering the midnight show. How many fans does director James Cameron have? How many fans does producer Steven Spielberg have? How many fans does Roland Allen have? How many fans does Tom Hanks have? How many fans does Robert De Niro have? How many fans does Anthony Hopkins have? The fan bases of a group of people may overlap, but even if they overlap, the base is terrifyingly amazing. Because of this, on the night of June 6th, long queues formed at the entrances of theaters everywhere. From the chaotic scene, you can't tell who they are fans of. Of course, the beautiful young lady is naturally a fan of Roland. Which of those old men above is more handsome than Roland? The ticket sellers of major theaters were too lazy to ask these guys what movie they came to see. Handing over money with one hand and tearing up the tickets for Spider-Man with the other hand became their easiest job. What? Someone wants to watch The Rock? What a joke. Your idol Nicolas Cage has gone to support Spider-Man. Don't you know how to choose? What's the difference between the people who want to watch The Rock at this time and the guys who yelled Demasha at the midnight show of World of Warcraft? This is simply there is a traitor among us. In this way, after everyone entered and the door of the midnight show slowly closed, the snowflakes of data were summarized and reported. They didn't even need to classify, because tonight was the special show of Spider-Man. And when Ronald Perelman walked into the office on time the next morning, the report handed over by the assistant made him raise his eyebrows while sipping coffee. While his fat cheeks flashed with an unbelievable look, his eyes also burst into extreme excitement. The next second, exclamations rang out. What? Midnight show 10.4 million. Oh my god. What kind of result is this? Note, the special effects of Dr. Lizard described in the article were available at that time. In the later highlights of Jumanji, there was the production of the crocodile expansion model. In the post-production footage of Men in Black, the aliens with flexible joints are all computer special effects. As for why other companies are still using models, but these movies have already used all special effects, that's because Industrial Light and Magic prioritized its own projects. At that time, they had a monopoly, and naturally, the monopoly dividends belonged to its own people first. Kubrick stare is a technique for shooting close-ups of people's faces. To put it simply, it is staring at the camera and rolling your eyes. Hannibal's shots of examining people are all shot in this way, and the little girl's scrutiny at the end of Chinatown Detective was also shot in this way. To put it bluntly, that kind of creepy shot is not actually related to acting skills, but the shooting technique of the uncanny valley theory is applied to make you creepy, which is the actual application of psychology in movies. Chapter 186 I play myself, I beat myself. The Midnight Show in 1996 grossed 10.4 million. What does that mean? It was a big hit. In an era when most movies would be considered a big hit if they earned 30 million in the first weekend, and 50 million was considered a record-breaking hit, Spider-Man had already achieved 1/3 of the expected goals of all producers with just one midnight show. This start was a great success. But there was no other way, because Spider-Man had grasped the fact that children were the core of the entertainment industry's greatest purchasing power. You know, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man grossed $114 million in the first weekend. Tobey Maguire was not well known at the time. Compared with his brother Leonardo DiCaprio, who made Titanic, he was even more of a younger brother. Although the heroine Kirsten Dunst was a child star, her movies that had been box office bearing, except for Charmed, which cost $11 million and earned more than $90 million in the box office, all other works were flops. But in this case, Spider-Man still became the fastest movie to break the $100 million box office at the time, directly crushing Harry Potter. 8 years later, in 2010, Iron Man 2, which was connected to the Avengers, only had a box office of $14 million more than Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in its first weekend, despite the surge in the number of theaters. This shows how attractive this hype, which has always been called enough to replace the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, is to the American people. Of course, Roland actually knew why Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was a big hit. As the first superhero movie released after the September 11th attacks, Spider-Man was actually a hero made by the times, because the slogan that Sony used at the time was "We need a hero." If it weren't for the right time, place, and people, Roland believed that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man might still be a big hit, but the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend would definitely not be so terrifying. Now, although there is no September 11th attacks, and no "We need a hero," is the current environment stable? Since the summer of 1994, America has encountered a lot of troubles, whether it is internal conflicts, external economic impacts, or frequent natural disasters. This series of problems has made people exhausted physically and mentally, and they are almost like Comrade ****, shouting "God bless the USA." Under this factor, the commercial films released in 1996 achieved box office results that exceeded the expectations of major producers. To put it nicely, this is called revenge consumption after the market recovery. To put it bluntly, this is actually the psychological venting of people who have been suppressed for 2 years. When daily life is interfered with, spiritual civilization is not important. After daily life returns to normal, the depression that has been suppressed for 2 years will also be released. Although pragmatism is the root of development, hedonism will always coexist with it. Because of this, when Spider-Man appeared, those who wanted to watch the movie and had the desire to watch the movie naturally knew how to choose. Buying a ticket can see a bunch of big stars. This cost effectiveness alone can make a lot of people extremely excited. In addition, this is not a sequel to a series, and there is no influence from the previous work. In the absence of comparison, there is no harm. The biggest driving force for the audience to go to the theater is actually the reputation of the major creators and the type of movie, and Spider-Man meets all the requirements of selling goods in revenge consumption. If it still fails, then it must be that the North American Theater Alliance concealed the box office. In this way, although the midnight box office of $10.4 million is terrifying, it is simply not enough compared with the subsequent explosive growth rate. Since June 6th is Thursday, the midnight show is located in the early morning of Friday, so except for adults, young people like Roland basically choose to watch the movie during the day. When the high school students rushed into the theater after class, Roland's growth that year had already gone through more than half. As the curtain fell on June 7th, the first day box office of Spider-Man was also settled. The first day in North America $23.72 million, completely crushing Jurassic Park. Although 3 years later, the first week record of Jurassic Park has been broken by this year's Twister and Mission Impossible, but the latter two can never be compared with the former, not only because Jurassic Park is the first movie in film history to break the $1 billion box office, but also because it is the first movie in film history to break the box office, and more because this is Roland hitting himself. Hiss. Why does this sound so weird? Anyway, that's what I mean. In the past 3 years, Roland has never made a serious movie. He either played a supporting role in Forrest Gump, or spent his days as Simba's curly-haired bastard in The Lion King. If you have to evaluate him, he is definitely the first guy in the circle who became lazy after being promoted to the A+ list. If it were in the past, Roland would definitely be abandoned by the times, but reality tells them, your father will always be your father. What if there is almost no output in 3 years? As long as the project is well selected, the ones I love will always love me. The sudden appearance of Spider-Man has directly caused the death of The Rock, which had nowhere to hide. As an R-rated film, without Roland, it wants to sell as well as Terminator 2. Isn't this a dream? Twister, which was released a month ago, and Mission Impossible, which was released 2 weeks ago, also pale in comparison to the silenced results. The North American Cinema Alliance directly cut the screening schedule of 3 films, pushing the number of theaters showing Spider-Man to the maximum of 3,600, and also raising the screening rate to more than 60%. They are not fools. Roland's fans are all young people. Selling them popcorn, drinks and other snacks will definitely sell more than adults. In this case, satisfying their desire to watch movies and instigating them to keep entering the theaters is what the North American Cinema Alliance is doing spontaneously. It doesn't matter if you show it to 1 person or 100 people. The more people watch Spider-Man, the higher the box office will be. Similarly, their food income will also rise. The first day has set a historical record, earning $23.72 million. What will happen in the following weekend? If it were someone else, the North American Theatre Alliance might not dare to increase or decrease the number of screenings so arbitrarily. But the leading actor is Roland Allen. Since his debut in 1990, he has won the annual box office champion 5 times. The only time he missed the title was last year, when no works were released. But last year, he released The Shawshank Redemption, which was the best-selling film in the disc market. This simply verifies a saying, you get 60 points, because you can only get 60 points, and Roland gets 100 points, because the full score is only 100 points. It's a really sad story. And with the North American Theatre Alliance taking the opportunity to make a fortune, the box office trend in the future is even clearer. North America made $55 million in 2 days over the weekend, and the North American box office has reached $79 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. Not only that, the audience's feedback is also very interesting. This is the most handsome superhero I have ever seen. Really, ever since I received a comic book from my father, when I was 6 years old, I have fantasized about swinging on the street one day, and I have waited for 20 years and finally saw this scene. Roland Allen, I have liked you for 6 years. I have watched all your movies in the theater. If you are a good person, please come to the hospital in DC to see me, because after watching Spider-Man, I went home, and my dog bit me. Now I'm still lying in the hospital and there is no change in my body. Does anyone know where I can buy that Spider-Man suit? I really want to know. Roland said in the movie that the crotch is a bit tight. Is it because he is too big or the clothes are really small? Oh, I climbed the wall like Roland in the movie, but I fell down when I was about to reach the top. Hey, can I say that I watched Spider-Man 9 times in 3 days? I can even recite the plot. What makes me most uncomfortable is that no matter which time, my girlfriends will stare at Roland Allen on the screen and then keep telling me, Roland is so handsome. Leo is so handsome. Roland is so miserable. Leo is so warm. Really? I regret having so many girlfriends. What's the point of me accompanying them to the movies? As soon as I left the theater, I bought Spider-Man sweatshirts. $19.99 each. I bought 4. I also bought the Spider-Man game for PS. The point is that after buying it, she told me that she didn't have a PS at home, and then took my machine away. Now I have finished watching the movie with my girlfriends, and my girlfriends have gone home, and I'm holding a game box, and I don't even have a game console. That's right, when the movie was released, the peripherals were also launched. Sony Columbia already has physical stores under the name of Spider-Man, so it's not too easy to sell Spider-Man games. The Spider-Man copyright held by Roland originally included the peripheral copyright, so the sweatshirts that were sold in major theaters were actually picked up by David. Anyway, the clothes are sold everywhere, whether in Walmart or theaters. As long as you give the other party a commission, why are you afraid that they will not let you in? It is precisely with the concept of taking care of fans in all directions without dead ends that the one-stop service of movies, clothing, and games is all done. Although the box office in the first weekend reached a crazy $79 million, at the same time, the turnover of sweatshirts alone reached $10 million, and the game sold 150,000 copies in the first week. Seeing that the fans are so crazy, Sony simply launched a package. You can't lose money if you buy it. You can't be fooled. You can choose 5 games in the store and buy them together, and you can take the PS game console home at a 20% discount. Yes, that's right. You make money, and I lose so much that I want to cry. Who at 10 laughs point JPG and IP can swindle 100 million in cash in the first weekend? What does this mean? No one knows. Or, it is simply difficult for the guys of this era to understand why a movie character that is so different from the comic character is so well received by the audience. Shouldn't those comic fans curse Roland for changing Spider-Man's funny personality? But now, apart from making jokes and sending blessings, no one is discussing this matter at all. In the past, this was simply unscientific. They don't understand whether Spider-Man made Roland successful or Roland made Spider-Man successful. But Roger Ebert, who ended up posting a film review, told everyone why people would go to see this movie. Because Peter Parker's growth history is Roland Allen's history of making a fortune. Peter Parker and Roland Allen both lost their parents. In their lives, there is an uncle who gives them guidance in life. After Peter Parker gets his abilities, he won't stand in the sky and look down on all living beings like Superman. After becoming famous, Roland Allen has never bullied others. Peter Parker will not live in an aristocratic castle like Batman, nor will he let his abnormal personality drive him to fight crime. Similarly, he does not like media reports and is afraid that the media will expose his identity. Roland Allen has never moved since he became famous. Not only that, his volunteer career with Tom Hanks, his fitness exercises every morning, and his friendly responses to passers-by fans all give him an neighborly feeling. The point is that since his debut, he has only accepted 2 media interviews, one before the release of Jurassic Park and the other after the billion-dollar box office. In addition, he also appeared on a talk show when Home Alone was a success. Peter Parker and Roland Allen's lives are highly overlapping. In this case, when the audience who likes Roland Allen goes to watch Spider-Man again, he will not feel bored, because Peter Parker is not talkative, because everyone either grew up watching Roland Allen, or grew up with him. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. And the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, which is actually a true portrayal of the two people. After the Los Angeles incident broke out in 1992, he donated money to Los Angeles. When the once-in-a-century hurricane broke out at the beginning of the year, he also lent a helping hand. Although as a professional film critic, I should not compare the private life of an actor with the growth experience of a character, but the movie Spider-Man is really special, because it is the first one I have seen in my life, where an actor's own experience can be perfectly integrated with the growth of the character. Especially the existence before the movie was released, which made the audience's secret love for Peter Parker feel natural. With so many off-field psychological hints, the audience will naturally accept his portrayal, and the final decisive battle is actually quite interesting. I've been wondering, why did James Cameron design the Green Goblin and the police to help Spider-Man defeat Dr. Lizard? Spider-Man is a superhero. Don't superheroes save the world by themselves? But now, I think I understand. Does anyone still remember Home Alone 2? That was the most difficult period Roland had encountered since his debut. A number of film critics, including me, gave the movie a bad review, but countless audiences have vindicated Roland, and it is an excellent movie. Peter Parker in Spider-Man is not a hero yet, or rather, he is studying hard and wants to make himself a hero. And Roland Allen in reality is not a superstar after becoming famous. He is also studying hard and hopes that he can be a superstar. The power that helps Peter Parker in the movie is actually equivalent to the public who helped Roland Allen in reality. You grow up with Roland Allen, and similarly, Peter Parker has someone to accompany him. If you just watch the movie, I would give Spider-Man's script 2 stars at most, out of 4 stars. But when the two figures of Peter Parker and Roland Allen overlap, I will give it 4 stars. This is really the best movie I have ever seen in my life. Tailor-made for an actor, because the audience will not feel any alienation, because the guy you like is not only on the screen, but also around all of you. On the surface, it seems that you are attracted by the gorgeous special effects, but in fact, what attracts you is everything that is so familiar that it can't be more familiar. Peter Parker is Roland Allen, and Roland Allen is even more Peter Parker. When the Chicago Sun-Times published Roger Rabbit's counterintuitive film review, the audience who were attracted by the special effects and those who found it difficult to understand why the movie was so good, all figured it out. Peter Parker is Roland Allen. Roland Allen is Peter Parker? Wow. It seems to be true. No wonder when watching the movie, only Roland's rivalry with Hanks when he died made people feel a certain sense of disobedience. It turned out that it was because David Olson did not die. David Olson, meow meow meow. After the public read Roger Rabbit's film review, the market feedback was even more intense. When entering the theater, everyone seemed to hear "You Said I Was Your Superhero," and with the same BGM, even on weekdays, the overall box office did not drop much. Last time, Jurassic Park took a week to reach 100 million, and this time, when the box office data came out on the morning of the 5th day, Roland had pushed the fastest record of breaking 100 million by 2.5 days. The movie was released for 100 hours and the box office broke 100 million. This time, Roland seemed to really want to kill himself 3 years ago with his own hands. Note, environmental factors are the fundamental factor that determines the box office. In the entire industry, publicity is more important than content. Spider-Man did take advantage of 911. You must know that the first weekend forecast given by major box office agencies at that time was only 50 million, but after the accident, it was directly adjusted to 80 million. There were many factors for the growth of the market in 1996 and 1997. In addition to retaliatory consumption, the rapid development of special effects was also the reason for the surge in box office. The theory of eating crabs has always been applicable. As for why Ang Lee, the guy who ate crabs, lost so badly, it may be because, as Spielberg said, the picture is too much like a game. It is not real at all. Maybe I like playing games. I think Gemini Man and Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk are very good. But my friend thinks the colors are too bright and fake. The growth rate of screens in the United States is very slow. We can add more than 20 screens a day, while they can only add about 100 screens a year. In fact, the majority of the box office is contributed by those mainstream theaters. For example, the number of screens of the Auto Theater Alliance established in 1999 is also counted in the total number, but the box office accounts for a very small proportion. As for the box office, I wrote, it is not exaggerated, because a year later, Men in Black had a box office of 84.13 million in the first weekend. And Independence Day in the same year, had a box office of 17.65 million on the first day of its release. In reality, the copyright of Spider-Man's peripherals is also in Sony's hands. In the contract they co-produced with Disney, there is a clear clause that Disney does not enjoy the profit sharing of peripherals. It really bought a mountain of gold and went home. Chapter 187. Some are happy, some are sad. Ha 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 ha. We made money. We found a treasure. Spider-Man has set a new record for the fastest movie to break 100 million. 100 hours. It only took 100 hours. Sure enough, only Roland can beat Roland. When Spider-Man broke Jurassic Park's record for the fastest 100 million, Sony Pictures was filled with a wave of celebration. The reason was simple. After so many years of losses, they were finally going to make a profit. Since the acquisition of Columbia Pictures, they have been repeating the same pattern of losses, investments, losses, and investments. For so many years, they have not made a single cent of profit. Although Sony Corporation, the parent company located in the island country, has been subsidizing them, the terrible results have actually pushed the entire company to the brink of bankruptcy. When Panasonic sold American Music and abandoned Universal Pictures due to a broken capital chain, Sony could no longer hold on. If they continued to lose money for another 2 years, they would have no choice but to sell off their entertainment assets and completely declare their transformation a failure. But, they now have Spider-Man. Oh no. They now have Roland Allen. Since the establishment of the joint distribution company of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft, Sony has found that it has finally embarked on the right path to profitability. Seven Deadly Sins and The Shawshank Redemption have made their overseas distribution company profitable for the first time, and the current Spider-Man has made them see the possibility of topping the box office rankings this year. You know, in the past 4 years, if you want to be in the top 10 of the box office rankings, it depends on God's will. Now, before the movie has even started to be distributed overseas, all statistical companies and industry peers have already pushed Spider-Man to the top of the prediction list. This kind of behavior that everyone in the industry is unanimously optimistic about has not appeared for 4 years. The last time was in the summer of 1991, when they released Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Hiss. The last time he was favored by his peers was because of Roland Allen. This boy is so terrifying. Fortunately, Roland is one of us. Of course, in addition to the huge sales of Spider-Man, Sony is even more excited about the sales of the PS game console, which has also skyrocketed. After launching the I'm About to Cry at a Loss event, more than 20,000 PS game consoles were sold in America within 3 days. The most important thing is that every single one was sold with a Spider-Man game. What does this mean? It means that among Roland's fans, there are many people who are willing to play games, but don't have a PS game console. And there are also some people who have the financial strength to buy a game console. As long as these people are tapped out, they will have the confidence to get a share of the home console industry. Maybe Roland is really the chosen one. If he can keep up this performance, the headquarters will give him half of the shares of the overseas distribution company. Even if they give him half of the shares of the American distribution company, it will be worth it. Since the results are like this now, we will just release the film overseas. Of course, while we continue to work, we will also contact Roland to see when he will return to Los Angeles, so that we can hold a celebration party for him. Oh, by the way, we have to call James too. Ask him to submit the scripts for the next 2 movies. As long as they are willing, we can invest anytime. It doesn't matter if they don't shoot for the time being, we can start the project and prepare first. In addition to Sony, Fox was also excited after seeing the report card of Spider-Man. Everyone, am I right? Roland has to sign the contract first. At first, James wanted to wait until Spider-Man was released before negotiating a contract with us. How is that possible? According to the current results, if Roland wants 20 plus 20, we have to give it to him. It's not a question of A plus list now. It's that Roland has really become the kind of person like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, just as we expected back then. Only they can play the box office game with themselves. Everyone else is just a younger brother. I never understood why these people were always loved by the audience. Now I understand that audience appeal depends on how much you have paid. Steven never thinks about how to shoot what I like, and George doesn't think about how to convey my own ideas to the audience. Roland doesn't even think about how to make the public accept his transformed self. People are full of fantasies about the universe, so George made Star Wars. People need personal heroes, so Steven made Raiders of the Lost Ark. People like Roland Allen, so James directly embedded Roland's personal growth into Spider-Man. They have been selling what the audience wants most. How can the audience not like it? And what do the audience want to see most now? What do they want to see most is who Roland means by something. In that case, then it's our turn to perform. Tell the production director who is following the Titanic project that he doesn't have to worry about anything. He just needs to pay the bills for the crew's expenses. If there is anything else, just call us directly. We will meet your needs unconditionally. 100 million for 100 hours. Even if we invest 200 million, we can get our money back just by sharing the first month's revenue. Of course, compared with Sony, which is getting carried away, and Fox, which wants to fly to the sky, Disney is extremely depressed. Disney is the investor of The Rock, and The Rock was crushed by Spider-Man. As a movie with an investment of 75 million, the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend did not even exceed 10 million. This behavior of hearing a bus and having a tire mark on the face made them speechless. Fuck. I said at the beginning that I would reschedule The Rock. Reschedule. But you didn't listen. Whether it's Mission Impossible or Kingsman, it's better than Spider-Man. And now, 75 million investment. Just gone. Since 1990, the management team headed by Disney chairman Michael Eisner has wanted to get a share of the live-action film industry. To this end, they also pulled up the Hollywood Film Company that had been out of business for a long time and jointly developed Little Devil with Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment. But unfortunately, perhaps because they don't have the talent to develop live-action movies, Hollywood Pictures has been unsuccessful. For 6 whole years, they haven't developed a worthwhile live-action movie. The Rock was their hope. The combination of Michael Bay and Nicolas Cage will definitely sell hundreds of millions of box office, right? But the question is, who made them run into Roland Allen? Many years later, the investment of $75 million may be fully recovered, but now, behind every successful person, there are countless skeletons. The Rock is excellent, but in front of the dazzling Lanoop, they can only be sacrificed. As for revenge, don't even think about it. Not to mention that there is a forest behind Roland. Ugh, it's a bunch of big shots. Just within Disney, they are not of one mind. Of course, Warner is even more unhappy than Disney. Because Batman 4, Batman and Robin has been approved as another sequel to the Batman series, they want to save this hype with a star Lanoop. George Clooney, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Uma Thurman, Chris O'Donnell, Alicia Silverstone. 3 B-lists and 2 C-lists. This kind of creative team is not bad, but compared with Spider-Man, Spider-Man's Lanoop is simply not something that can be put together. Okay, Roland Allen is Steven Spielberg's student, and those others owe the Jewish gang a favor. They are just playing games in groups. Even if you ask James Cameron or Sony to invite these people, they can't. Warner is now in a dilemma. If they announced the Lanoop of Batman 4 before Spider-Man was released, it would be fine. If they were crushed. Anyway, no one knows how Spider-Man's King Bomb Lanoop will perform. But now, they haven't announced it yet, and Spider-Man has already exploded. This is really a mess. To put it bluntly, after seeing the cast of Spider-Man, the audience wants to be interested in Batman 4. Isn't that just wishful thinking? The audience has already eaten a full banquet. How can they be interested in pickled rice bran? They are not Han Gishan. What should we do now? Batman 4 has not been filmed yet, and it is already doomed to fail. Anyway, I don't believe that Batman 4 can make a profit, no matter what. Just as a group of people were discussing the future of Batman 4 in the Warner conference room with gloomy faces, trying to save this American comic book, the ringing of a cell phone suddenly spread throughout the room. Picking up the phone and listening, the person in charge's face suddenly darkened. Putting down the phone and sighing, he said directly, "Okay, let's not discuss it anymore. Batman 4 has been cancelled. Arnold Schwarzenegger has decided to withdraw. James Cameron asked him to shoot Spider-Man 2. He doesn't want our Batman 4 anymore. Batman has been put into cold storage. When the time is right, we will restart it." Such words made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Wow. Our Warner's most profitable series in recent years was just blown up by Spider-Man. Even the leading actor was pulled away. That's right. After Spider-Man earned $100 million at the box office, the truck driver secretly called the governor. He said that a tough guy like Dr. Octopus can only be played by him or Stallone. But if he plays the villain in Batman first, then Dr. Octopus will be out of the game. After all, the American comics circle is so small, and it is easy to get out of the play if you jump around. Upon hearing this, the governor was immediately unhappy. Isn't Dr. Octopus just a handsome guy wearing sunglasses? Can't Stallone be as handsome as me when wearing sunglasses? He is more familiar with the role of the man with sunglasses than anyone else. How could he give up his old profession to that guy Stallone? Besides, a knight like Batman that is on the decline can never be more attractive than Spider-Man. So, the governor pushed Batman, which has not signed a contract yet. And because of his push, Warner simply didn't bother to make it. After all, Batman 3, Batman Forever released last year almost lost money. And according to the normal trend of the series of movies, Batman 4 has a great probability of flop. In this case, let's not do it. The money saved can be used to develop new series. While the major Hollywood studios were happy and sad, Roland, who had been in New York since the premiere, had never considered how many projects his butterfly wings could fly, except for caring about the daily box office trends, because he spent the rest of the time with Kate. Without anyone to fight, there was no need to use the trick of buying box office with his own money, like Tom Cruise did. As for the celebration, after breaking the record, being with Kate, isn't that the best celebration? Okay, no more kidding. Perhaps because the box office situation was so good, their lives in the past week can actually be summed up in 2 words: eating and shopping. Eat whatever you want. Shop wherever you want. Unlike most of the old predecessors, Roland has never felt that his career is the whole of his life. He has only starred in 5 movies, dubbed 1 movie, and guest starred in 2 movies in 6 years. What's the big deal? If the reason for working hard on the project at hand is to better prepare for the next project, then what's the meaning of this life? Work is something that is never finished. With connections and resources, you only need to complete the goals on the schedule step by step. It is much more comfortable to treat a project with 200% of your energy than to be greedy, want everything, and turn yourself into an overtime machine. You can improve yourself or relax appropriately in the remaining time. Just like the trip to Hawaii with my family on Christmas in 1990, the trip to Ocean Kingdom with my 3 little girls in the summer of 1993, the family traveled to various countries in Europe in early 1994, and stayed in Mexico and Athens with Kate in early 1996. In the past 72 months, he has only traveled for 10 months at most. If you spread it out every year, he doesn't even have 2 months of annual leave. How can I be so hardworking? Of course, in addition to eating and shopping, Roland stayed in New York instead of returning to Los Angeles, in fact, to kill time. Since meeting Ronald Perelman, the bald man, on the day of the premiere, he received the invitation from him. Baldhead asked him to stay in New York for a few more days, so that he could attend the private party held at his home on the 15th. Not only that, Baldhead also made it clear to him at the premiere that all the guys invited to the event were relatives and friends, and many of them would even bring their families with them. Because of this, for Roland, the excitement and joy after the success of Spider-Man is actually not that important, because the invitation to the banquet is what can really make him excited now. He loves movies and games, but who doesn't love money and power? Roland is not the kind of fool who only knows how to make movies. Jet Li, Regin Bayo, Zenzatan, Woojin. These people are awesome in the entertainment industry, right? But they are still beaten by Jack Ma in various ways. Many filmmakers talk about art all the time, and they hate things like kung fu. Many people even repeatedly say that macro movies are not even considered movies. Jack Ma's money ability is the biggest pollution to the art of film. While they were criticizing Jack Ma, Alibaba Pictures actually invested in Green Book in 1917. Pony Ma, who was also called a scammer, also invested in The Gathering at Southern Station and The Wandering Earth. Talking about movies with an empty stomach, but talking to your ears? Protecting movies with passion, your pockets are cleaner than your face. It is true that these 2 parties really want to make money to get involved in the film industry. But art that does not make money has died long ago. If you don't have money in your pocket, don't say you love movies. Because you can't afford it. Note, at that time, Disney had 2 subsidiaries specializing in live-action movies. One was Hollywood and the other was Touchstone. The former was controlled by Disney chairman Michael Eisner, and the latter was controlled by other factions in the company. So even though Disney made a lot of live-action movies at that time, such as Pretty Woman and Sister Act, in fact, all the movies that made the box office rankings had nothing to do with the chairman. The power struggle divided them, so no matter who failed, the entire Disney company would not retaliate. Moreover, there is another point. Disney had been playing a game in those days, which was see who will get on the Jewish gang's side first. The best performing film in Hollywood was The Sixth Sense, while Touchstone's films were all projects of the Jewish gang. In reality, the project of Batman 4 was in turmoil. After True Lies, the governor had 4 films fail in a row. Batman 4 was accepted just to maintain his status, and Warner was also betting that the governor could resist the box office, and the result was a double loss. Then Batman was directly put on ice, and the governor could not receive a script for more than 2 years. Many movie stars paid for the box office themselves, and there were too many people buying the box office in the midnight slots on the first day and the first week. Tom Cruise was caught, mainly because he used the company's account, and the data reported by Paramount to the US Securities and Exchange Commission did not match. But it was normal for him to be caught. His 20/20 used the account of the film production company. Others specially created an empty shell, and he was trying to save trouble. If he couldn't be caught, then hell. Chapter 188 Kate and her gifts. Ever since Roland met the bald guy in the summer of 1991, he had already discovered that this guy was actually a cunning person. You know, except for the conversation after the premiere of Terminator 2, the two of them had no obvious intersection at other times. Whether it was through the truck driver robbing the bank opened by the bald guy's family to pull out of their hair, or making Home Alone 2 into an advertising film, or the project of Spider-Man, all of these made the bald guy benefit a lot. But the real reason why Roland had the other party's private number was actually the public listing of the Shawshank Redemption. From the moment Roland met the bald guy, he took the initiative to swallow Marvel's junk copyright and wanted to board the other party's pirate ship. But the problem was that no matter how much money he made for these guys, the other party would not care. They have banks and securities companies in their hands, and there are too many ways to make money. Asking Roland to do the work is just to improve the whole process. If someone else does it, the process remains unchanged, and the money earned is not much different. In this case, in the eyes of the big bald man, Roland is just a sensible tool who can be used for a long time. But this is natural. Roland seems to be helping them solve the problem, but more often, he is just riding on their momentum to develop. The big bald man gets the money and Roland also gets the benefit. This is a one-shot deal. Why should others look at you more? And the Shawshank Redemption is more like a pledge of allegiance. It took the initiative to play a trump card when they needed to stabilize the situation the most. Those guys know that if Roland really just wants to make money, he can just distribute the videotapes directly. There is no need to show the movie for free, let alone give up profits for 5 years and directly give all the profits of the cable TV network to the media group. Since Roland is so powerful, if they keep silent, then Roland, who has already formed an influence, will definitely be pulled away by competitors. In this way, accepting this becomes natural. From the summer of 1991 to the end of 1995, Roland smashed the door for 4.5 years before he finally broke it open. It was not difficult, but tiring. Hiss. It didn't seem that tiring. After all, he bought the Shawshank Redemption out of necessity. Sony distributed it out of necessity. In his previous life, he didn't understand why this movie was so popular, and in this life, he was lucky. However, no matter whether it was luck or shit, he was the one who benefited. This also made him smile happily when he stood in front of the mirror. What are you thinking about? So happy. While smoothing Roland's collar with her hand and picking up different colored ties to draw one by one, Kate also glanced up. I think black is more suitable for you, so let's choose this black one. Okay, I didn't like wearing ties before. You can decide the color. Roland responded with a smile, and at the same time he took his eyes away from the mirror. He didn't say all the joy in his heart, but just found an excuse to deal with it. I was thinking, when you show up tonight, what kind of eyes will those old men use to look at you? Kate's mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on her face. Although she was secretly happy in her heart, she didn't admit it. Those old men have seen many beautiful women. I'm so ordinary and so fat, how can I attract their attention? On the contrary, you will definitely attract the eyes of countless opposite sexes. When that time comes, I will be killed by their eyes. Kate spent half a year eating, drinking and having fun. Now she has completely met the requirements of the truck driver for her voluptuousness. To be honest, Roland used to think that bagooging was a real beauty, but now, how could a thing like that be comfortable when its shoulders and ribs seem to be wearing armor? It's uncomfortable to sit on your legs, okay? In between conversations, Kate, who had just tied her tie, took out the coat prepared in the closet. As Roland reached in, he denied it without stopping. Oh, then you're wrong. Those skinny guys who are as thin as monkeys are really boring. Your current figure meets the fantasies of all men. If someone doesn't feel moved, then there must be something wrong with them. Really? Satisfy your fantasy? While helping Roland put on his coat, Kate also put her hand on his shoulder. Listening to the deliberately distorted question, looking at the two people in the mirror, Roland did not hesitate. turned around, put his hands naturally on the other's waist, and said with a smile, "Of course, I'm fascinated by you now, right?" Kate, with a smile on her cheeks, rolled her eyes at Roland unhappily, tiptoed and pecked her lips lightly, then turned and went into the bathroom, leaving only a sentence floating. "Wait for me, at most an hour. Since it is a private gathering among relatives and friends, and some people will bring their families, then Roland can't go alone." If it was before, Roland would definitely ask David to accompany him, but now, why not bring his family members when there are ready-made ones? David and Roland go together. Who is the main one? David is Roland's guardian, and Roland is the driving force behind all things. With such a delicate relationship, there is no distinction between the main and the secondary. If he took Kate with him, those people would only target him. Besides, there was actually another benefit to letting Kate accompany him. When Kate appeared in front of Roland wearing a Burberry satin light grey tea dress, lace-up high heels of the same brand and color, a Tiffany rose gold buckle necklace around her neck, and platinum inlaid single diamond earrings, she was holding a pure black Louis Vuitton handbag and a pre-selected souvenir in her hand. Under normal circumstances, well, in all circumstances, when you are invited to dinner in America, you must bring souvenirs. In his previous life, Roland was also a social person. He gave cigarettes and alcohol to the counselor, asked him to sign his leave application and let him go out to film, gave cigarettes and alcohol to the assistant director, and accompanied him for healthcare, hoping that the assistant director would say a few good words in front of the director. He had done all these things. Although he was familiar with the process, the Jiawazhisan, Fishan Mayotte, and Iron Box Pandas that he often used in his previous life. These things are no longer useful now. Moreover, in the first 6 years of his life, when he went to Spielberg's house for dinner, it was more effective to bring him a bunch of game cartridges than to give him other things. And when he went to the driver's house for dinner, it was already very respectful not to pull out the other's tire valve core. In this case, what should he give to the richest 1% of America? He didn't know. Not only that, David Olson, who just made the Forbes Global Rich list, actually didn't know what the old money on Wall Street wanted, but it didn't matter. Kate, who had seen the world, knew more about it than him. That's right. After receiving the invitation from the big bald man, Roland handed over the preparations for attending the party to the other party. And now, of course, it's time to check the options. But when he opened the bag handed over by the other party, he was stunned by the 2 wooden box tops that caught his eye. Is this Lafite? It was no wonder Roland thought so. He had seen Lafite being used to show off countless times in his previous life, especially the 1982 Lafite. And this thing, with a cork soaked in wine, became more interesting the more he drank it. There was nothing he could do. Who told the son of death to break the cork when he opened it? But after hearing Roland's inquiry, Kate, who handed him the souvenir, was stunned at first, then smiled and shook her head and said, "No, no, no, it's not Lafite. The 2 bottles I brought you are both Berliner AD 1975. Berliner Road." Roland's eyes were a little blurred when he heard this familiar name. After thinking for a few seconds, he realized that this thing was the champagne that James Bond used to pick up girls in 007. Giving this thing away, wouldn't that be an advertisement? Seeing that Roland was a little confused, Kate, who had been with him for half a year and knew this guy's knowledge very well, raised her hand to lift his hair and explained, "Berliner is the champagne brand used by the British royal family. It has been named since the time of Queen Victoria. Road is a blended type, made from Pinot Noir and Chardonnay grapes. 1975 is currently recognized as a year with a better taste on the market. Even in our country, it is top notch. If you don't know what to give to a Hollywood party, I would go for Lafite. But, those old money can't afford anything. Isn't it still status that they are looking for?" Oh. After hearing what Kate said, Roland immediately understood. Since those rich people can afford everything, then give them something big. The brand certified by the royal family is obviously the easiest thing to go wrong. Although it is a symbol now, the recognition of a century of inheritance is already very high-end. At least, the history of the founding of America is only more than 200 years. He glanced down at the suit, which was from Burberry, the same brand as Kate's dress. If Roland had only thought that she liked this brand before, now he understood why she chose it. Because Burberry is also a brand used by the British royal family, and the prince has awarded it a badge. To be honest, when he met Kate at the beginning of the year, Roland did date her with the mentality of grabbing the white moonlight. After knowing her interpersonal relationship, he also had snobbish thoughts. But now, when she really helped him prepare, he felt relieved. This was not the relaxation after shirking responsibility, but the peace of mind of having a backbone. In the Hollywood Vanity Fair, there are too many beautiful people who want to rise to the top. And wanting a beautiful woman is extremely simple. If you just hang out at the door of any bar, you will find a lot of girls who want to pursue their dreams. Among them, there are many who are good looking. Even celebrities are easy for Roland now, because those guys know what they can get by climbing into his bed. But no matter whether it is the former or the latter, they have no other use except to vent. Let those guys help Roland solve the current problem. No matter whether it is B-list, A-list or A+. How many of those guys know how to deal with old money? It is better to date guys who can help you than to indulge in a crowd of beautiful women. Because the former can only satisfy physiological needs and are prone to falling into various low-level troubles such as taking drugs and drinking. But the latter, not only is it safer, but it can also help you solve some career problems. In this way, while smiling and closing the bag, Roland also sincerely thanked. Thank you. Thank you. This kind of verbal thank you is meaningless. Seeing Roland's satisfaction, Kate also smiled. While showing his dissatisfaction, he also leaned his cheek closer. How could Roland not know the meaning of such an action? At the moment, when he leaned over and pecked her lightly, Kate also smiled like a flower, twisted her neck, and bit her. Unlike various news reports that classify New York Long Island as a wealthy area, the truly wealthy people live in Central Park on the Upper East Side, and Ronald Perelman, the big bald man, is no exception. After all, this guy who only regarded Roland as an employee before, really has aristocratic blood. This guy's not self-made. His father, or his family, is engaged in the energy business. With the continuous migration of heavy industry, they also started lithium batteries in Brazil. It's just that this guy likes to play with finance, so he inherited his family's bank and started crazy mergers and acquisitions, cashing out and leaving. The net worth disclosed by Forbes every year is only the value of the shares held by others in the mergers and acquisitions of listed companies. Forbes can't report those things that have been digested. Knowing this, Roland was cautious. After all, a billionaire was not enough for a guy who could open a bank. But what he didn't expect was that when he and Kate arrived at the old apartment building in the Upper East Side on time, the bald man who got the news actually came to the door to greet them in person. "Oh, Roland. You are finally here." The bald man took the initiative to open his arms and gave Roland a warm hug. "Hey, if you hadn't been in New York these days, I would have thought you went back to Los Angeles." The sudden enthusiasm surprised Roland, but when facing the hug, Roland did not feel restrained. Instead, he smiled and said, "How is that possible? Ronald, even if I'm busy, I will not refuse your invitation." "Really? But what if it is a beautiful woman who invites you?" "I think my charm cannot compare to those beautiful figures." The bald man laughed and joked with Roland. Before Roland could respond, he put his arm around Roland's shoulders, looked at Kate beside him, and said, "Is this the girl that the media is looking for? May I have the honor of knowing whether it is you, the English Rose, who has fascinated our superhero, or our superhero has a keen eye and actively pursues her?" If, although the bald man's question was not in line with the greetings during the first meeting, and was a bit too familiar, the knowledgeable Kate did not show embarrassment, but responded with a smile. "We fell in love at first sight." "Love at first sight?" The big bald man repeated Kate's answer, and then his whole face showed envy. "Oh, love at first sight is really the most beautiful thing in the world. I have never felt that kind of beauty." It has to be said that successful people are thick-skinned. Roland and Kate were just greedy for each other's bodies at the beginning, but when such vulgar things came out of the big bald man's mouth, it was like getting a rare treasure. However, this kind of praise was not that difficult for Roland and Kate to accept. After a brief greeting, when the souvenirs were handed out, the bald man who had guessed the situation patted Roland on the shoulder a few times, then quietly gave a thumbs up and said, "The girl is very good to you." Only less than 3,000 bottles of old vine champagne were produced in 1975, and most of them were sold to the UK. Compared with other champagnes, it has less sugar. I think the ladies tonight will be very satisfied. Okay, let's not stand at the door, let's go upstairs. Many friends are waiting for us. Chapter 189, All Big Names, Unexpected News. There is a line in Downton Abbey where the male protagonist asks the eldest daughter of the Earl's heir a question. "How do you make money?" The eldest daughter answers him, "We don't make money, we inherit money." Vantone chairman Feng Lun also wrote this comment in his book Savage Growth. The nature of money is lazy, greedy, and slippery. The descendants of rich people will gradually fade out of people's sight. They don't want to run around and work hard to make money, but they are greedy and want to take advantage. They are also cunning and slippery. They want to run away at the slightest sign of trouble. So the nature of these old money is, basically, they are concentrated here. To use the derogatory words in the past, they are greedy, crazy, and timid. It is because of their existence that diligent, skilled, and well-systemated fund managers emerge. Fund managers are capable, hard-working, and short of money. These people run around the world on behalf of the old money behind them. To put it simply, wealth is like a game for old money. Their attitude towards wealth is like listening to Kung opera. They listen to a piece when they are in the mood. They can go whenever they want and listen whenever they want. But for new money, wealth is a weapon for its own appreciation. Their attitude towards wealth is like listening to an opera. You have to sit there straight, because abiding by the rules of art is the symbol of wealth for them. So, when Roland Perelman, the bald guy, said the production of Berliner AD 1975 and commented on the taste of the other party, Roland was filled with emotion. Perhaps others would think that the bald guy was just pretending, but for them, this was just a common saying. Just like Leomar, who opened the Guanfu Museum, he grew up playing with these things and didn't think there was anything wrong with his casual judgment. Your admiration is a daily life. Since it is life, does my evaluation of whether the wine is good or not bother you? Of course, the bald guy's evaluation would not bother Roland. He had experienced the beating of reality in his previous life. No matter what he encountered in this life, he would be calm. Besides, he knew that, if he thought that the bald guy was pretending, then everything he had now was the end of this life. Isn't the fundamental reason for working hard to make money, to live a better life? Steven Spielberg built a racing track at home for his children, and Bill Gates built a shark aquarium at home for his daughter. They may be used to simplicity, but their children will eventually realize their dreams. Not letting their descendants make the choice of not bending for a few grains of rice is the greatest wish of the first generation of entrepreneurs. When following the big bald Roland Perelman upstairs, Kate, who had let go of Roland because he was held by him, walked back to his side. Not only that, while holding Roland's arm, she also quietly wrote a sentence in Roland's palm with her fingers. Let it go. Let it go. When Roland felt the warmth from his palm, frozen that he had talked about with the three Olson sisters suddenly popped up in his head. It was not until Kate pinched him twice that he realized that the other party asked him to don't care. Turning his head and looking at the other party's caring eyes, Roland raised the corner of his mouth and showed an expression of "I'm fine." The little movements of the two people were also seen by the big bald man who turned around. In the eyes of the big bald man, the communication and response between them was simply the mutual flirting between young people. Maybe it was because he had eaten a mouthful of dog food, or maybe the behavior between Roland and Kate reminded the big bald man of his younger self. So when he entered the room, he also clapped his hands to attract the attention of the guests in the hall. Come on. Look who's here. Our New York superhero and his girlfriend. Although the big bald man is a businessman and has always said that he has never experienced love at first sight. In fact, this guy's emotional intelligence is as smooth as his tongue. You know, he met his first wife when he was 22 years old and went on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. As he shouted, the guests who arrived first all cast various glances at the door. Although the guests tonight were either rich or noble, they were all old acquaintances. When Carl Icahn, who was leaning on the sofa with his legs crossed and smoking, saw the three figures at the door, the old man stood up very familiarly, walked up to, and hugged Roland very intimately. "Oh, Roland, you are finally here. We are here to talk about you. Jordan's daughter is your fan, and she has been pestering Ivanka to ask about you." Before the old man finished speaking, Jordan beside him had already come over to shake hands. "Hello, Roland. I'm Jordan Belfort." Although Roland didn't recognize the other party just by looking at his face, when the other party introduced himself, Roland suddenly realized, Jordan Belfort, isn't that the author of The Wolf of Wall Street? Jordan Belfort, nicknamed the King of Junk Stocks, is a real-life prototype of the character played by Leo in the movie. His personal record is extremely brilliant, and the most amazing thing is that when the US Securities and Exchange Commission investigated his company, he swindled $12.5 million in 3 minutes in front of investigators and the FBI. But even with audio and video recordings, they could not convict him. Because he was too arrogant, he was finally sent to prison by the FBI in 1998, and The Wolf of Wall Street was also written by him in prison. However, after this guy was released from prison, he turned into a soul lecturer and gave lectures at various major schools. While he made a lot of money, he also told students to take it as a warning. Of course, this guy's also Jewish. "Hello, Jordan." Roland responded with a smile. "Oh, Jordan, how can you be like this? You come up to greet Roland by yourself and ignore your daughter?" Just as Roland and Jordan were shaking hands, a bald man with a Mediterranean ring also came up, put his left hand on Jordan Belfort's shoulder very familiarly, and stretched his right hand in front of Roland. "Hello Roland, I'm Michael Milken. I think you should be familiar with me, right? Your teacher must have told you about me. If not, his company can declare bankruptcy tomorrow." Michael Milken, the king of junk bonds on Wall Street, CNN and Turner Broadcasting Network, which Roland had dealt with before, all grew and developed with the funds he raised. The most amazing achievement was that in 1985, he helped Triangle Industries acquire the National Can Coal Limited with a market value of $1.9 billion with only $70 million. Even Murdoch, who wanted to be friends with Carl Icahn, entrusted him with various media acquisition businesses when he established Fox TV. Of course, the teacher he mentioned was naturally Steven Spielberg. When Lucasfilm was developing, he defeated all the competitors of Industrial Light and Magic one by one. His most classic saying is, "How much money does General Motors need? I can raise as much money as it does." Similarly, because he was too arrogant, when he fought against Gulf Oil, he raised nearly $10 billion in cash in 10 days, playing the game of who has more money with the other party. So in 1990, he was thrown into prison by the FBI on a bunch of trumped up charges, but he was released from prison 3 years later in 1993. Although he was banned from working in the securities industry, it is not illegal to come up with an idea. He is also Jewish. Although old man Steven had never mentioned him to Roland, if Roland really said he didn't know, it would be a disrespect to him. After hugging him with laughter, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses came over and said in a familiar manner, "Roland, my name is David Shaw. I'm sorry to bother you with Amazon. Jeff called me many times, and I really couldn't find an investor to invest in him. Later, Ronald said you were in the internet business, so I asked him to find you. Thank you. I finally don't have to listen to reports every night." Hearing this, how could Roland not know that the big man in front of him was the king of quantitative analysis who helped him to connect with Amazon? Access Industries. Access Industries. Access Industries is not a well-known investment company, but this company did one thing in Roland's previous life, which was to acquire Warner Music Group for $3.3 billion. That's right. Since 2011, Warner Music Group is no longer a subsidiary of Time Warner. And it is precisely because of this that Roland in his previous life also checked this guy's record. You don't know until you check, and you will be shocked when you check. Access Industries, owned by Ryan Blavatnik, holds shares in many companies, including Alibaba, Amazon, Facebook, Pinduoduo. Yes, it is a Pinduoduo that is competing for a better deal. Although none of them entered the market in the angel round, the other party did not sell the shares of these companies at all. Not only that, he is also a Jewish who likes movies. At the same time, he is also a friend of Francis Coppola, who cosplays the Italian Mayfair every day. Although Ronald Perelman, the bald man, ignored Roland before The Shawshank Redemption was released, he was very thoughtful for today's family gathering. In addition to Carl Icahn, who he had met before, Michael Milken and Jordan Belfort were both important comrades of Carl Icahn when he was sniping listed companies. Jeff Bezos served as a bridge between David Shaw and Roland. Ryan Blavatnik was a friend of Francis Coppola and a colleague. In addition, there was also Comrade Chuan Jianguo, who had met Roland before, and whose daughter was attracted to Roland. Michael Bloomberg, a Jewish man who was an important figure in the Donkey Party, the founder of Bloomberg, served as the mayor of New York 3 times, and would fight with Chuan Jianguo in the election for the president in the future. Yes, it seems that the future Michael Bloomberg and Comrade Chuan Jianguo, who was undercover in America, had many conflicts, but can you imagine that they were friends at this time? Michael Bloomberg is now a supporter of the president, and he gave up his membership in the Donkey Party and joined the Elephant Party just to run for the mayor of New York. After 3 terms, he jumped to the Donkey Party again. But this is normal. Even the princess and her husband have been jumping back and forth. In their eyes, the donkey-elephant dispute is just a way to make money. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. Including Roland, the core number of the entire private party is only 9 people, but the assets of these people added together, even without the expansion after the millennium, their own assets have begun to run towards 100 billion. Unfortunately, Warren Buffett, who the bald man promised to introduce to him last November, was not present. After getting acquainted, the bald man also joked with Roland and explained the reason a little bit. When Warren heard that we didn't drink Coke at the party, he refused with a series of unreliable reasons such as being busy with work, not being able to get away, and really not having time. Hearing this, Roland immediately expressed his understanding. Regardless of investment or marriage, the old man is in the long term. Compared with Carl Icahn, the two are simply worlds apart. If Carl Icahn wasn't there, the old man might have accepted the invitation of the big bald man and had a meal. But Carl Icahn was there, and the old man naturally didn't want to face him. After expressing his indifference and indicating that there would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future, the big bald man also laughed and introduced the other family members present to Roland and the others one by one. To be honest, Roland was really lucky to have Kate by his side. He came here today hoping to make friends with these wealthy people, but what was the situation on the scene? He wanted to be on the same level as these wealthy people and be the uncle of their children, but the wives of these wealthy people directly erased this relationship and wanted to introduce their daughters as his wives. I know I'm handsome, but handsomeness can't be eaten. They are all members of QuanteoBeo.com. After Roland greeted everyone one by one, his face was already stiff with a smile. Not happy, but numb. On the way to the restaurant, looking at the guy next to her who was about to cry with laughter, Kate whispered and joked, "Am I right?" Roland understood what she meant, shook his head with a wry smile, and did not reply. But Kate did not mean to let him go, but continued to ask with a smile, "The Ivanka who is about the same height as you is the girl who pursued you before. Has she changed so much in 5 years? Do you regret it? Since Comrade Chuan Jianguo can come with Carl Icahn, how could his daughter not follow? As another sign-board in the family, she is always ready to take over her father's job. In this case, even after 5 years, becoming Roland's girlfriend is still the fastest way to take over." That's right, although Roland is not as rich as these old men, and has no so-called old money background, if you consider the age, that is inversely proportional to the growth rate of assets and the appearance, that is proportional to the increase in assets, he is actually the first choice for all young women to date. Rich, handsome, and young. These are the foundations of love. After all, if it weren't for money, who would be willing to surround an old man and call him husband? Unfortunately, Roland was not interested in Comrade Chuan Jianguo 5 years ago, and he was still not interested 5 years later. I'm here with my girlfriend to attend the party, not with my partner to find food. Roland's clear answer made Kate laugh. Okay, then I will officially exercise my girlfriend's rights tonight. Huh. Roland's head suddenly had countless question marks. He didn't understand what Kate was doing. Unfortunately, before he started asking, Roland lost the opportunity to speak after entering the restaurant. 9 core members and a bunch of family members. One table would definitely not be able to accommodate them. In this case, it became an obvious thing to divide the tables. The men, or the friends of the Ronald Perelman, all gathered in the restaurant on the top floor for dinner. They could overlook the New York street view from the 60+ floor, while the ladies, or all the family members, chatted about the topics they were interested in the side hall. The two camps were clearly divided and did not interfere with each other. The guys in the old man section where Roland was had been talking non-stop since they sat down. Either Ronald Perelman said that he had ordered a granite statue worth $12 million from a friend of an art dealer, or Carl Icahn was complaining that Stephen Cohen, the founder of Sac Capital next door, had spent more than $10 million to buy a shark and soaked it in green formalin solution as a specimen and even put it in his office. Either Michael Bloomberg scratched his head helplessly, saying that the shareholders of Johns Hopkins University unanimously agreed to let him serve as chairman of the board, or Michael Milken took over the conversation and said that he was fascinated by the education industry and could give a lecture at Johns Hopkins University to cheat some living expenses. In short, these old men talked about everything, and Roland didn't worry about not being able to get a topic in. But if you really want to distinguish 5, 6, or 7, it's that they can talk about anything other than business. Regardless of whether it was art or environmental protection, regardless of whether it was praise or criticism, there was not a word about making money. But this was natural. Roland never expected that the guy who could play with the Ronald Perelman would reveal any secrets at the dinner table. In his opinion, the biggest purpose of coming here this time was to get to know people. After a lot of nonsense at the dinner table, everyone would exchange mobile phone numbers and that would be it. If there was anything, they would talk about it in private. However, when Roland drank carelessly, said hello and goodbye to all parties, and returned to the hotel with Kate, who was also drunk, and asked the assistant to get a bottle of apple juice for the two of them to sober up, Kate, who was leaning on the sofa, smiled and said, "Dear HMM." Roland, who had never drunk a few times in his life, leaned there and hummed, "Did you drink all night?" Seeing Roland's frustrated look, Kate immediately crawled over, put her hands on the head of the sofa, and rested her chin on her arms. The eyes full of playful smiles made Roland very puzzled. "Besides drinking, we can just chat. What else can we do?" Roland shrugged. In the gap between the two people's conversation, the assistant who had been prepared also brought apple juice. He took the initiative to pour 2 glasses and handed one to Kate. While smelling the refreshing fruity aroma, Roland also asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem? Look at you, you don't get anything." Kate took a sip of juice, and the smile in the corner of her eyes was full of understanding. "Isn't it just a meal tonight? What can I get?" Roland raised the cup and gulped down the juice. After seeing Roland's matter-of-fact attitude, Kate stuck out her tongue, bit her teeth lightly, and showed an expression of "I have already guessed the ending" on her face. "What if I say, I have?" Huh. Roland didn't understand. As he was drinking the juice, his Adam's apple moved up and down slowly. Such an action made Kate raise her eyebrows, and she lightly revealed a bombshell. For example, Carl Icahn wants to attack internet companies. He has his eyes on those high market value internet companies, like Netscape, Yahoo. Cough cough cough. Roland, who was drinking juice, almost choked to death by what Kate said. While coughing, he put down the cup, first wiped his mouth with the palm of his left hand, and then felt that it was not enough, so he rubbed it again with the back of his hand. While he was doing all this, his mouth did not stop. "What did you say?" "No. Say it again." "What does Carl Icahn want to do?" Note, it was written before that Murdoch wanted to break into the New York Circle. This behavior has a lot to do with Milken. When Fox TV was established, Milken made all the large-scale acquisitions. The reason why News Corporation was able to gain a foothold so quickly is inseparable from Milken's leverage buyout. It is because he knows that the business he is proud of is nothing more than a little more junk bonds and a little more leverage in front of those jackals. It can be destroyed in half a month. So Murdoch maintains a good relationship with them. Don't think it's an exaggeration. When Google acquired Motorola, it was Carl Icahn who first split Motorola into two companies, one for radio and one for mobile business, and then Google bought the mobile business. They split up a company worth tens of billions of dollars at will. Without them, Google would not have been able to get more than 10,000 patents. They also did Time Warner, and its stock price was like a roller coaster. We could only watch them make money. Carl Icahn and Buffett have conflicts. The Wolf King likes to criticize the stock god the most. When the Wolf King took a fancy to Coca-Cola, he was blocked by the stock god. Since then, he has been criticizing the other party. Michael Bloomberg was indeed a friend of Trump before. He criticized this undercover after Trump became the president. When Clinton was in office, these people were his advisors. It's very simple. The most classic sentence Clinton used to defeat Bush Sr. is, "You don't understand economics, but I do." He has a lot of advisors who understand. P.S. I saw someone tagged me in the background, but when I clicked on it, it showed that the post had been blocked. It was the reader who wrote entertainment to death. I didn't read the entire content. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Social Games. All background. Roland has always believed in the saying there is no free lunch in the world. After experiencing the whole process of Ronald Perelman's ignoring and accepting him, Roland didn't expect to get any valuable information at a boring party like tonight. Everyone met for the first time. As the weaker party, he didn't bring amazing results to those guys. Why would these big guys take him to play games? There may be win-win in the business world, but there is no fairness. Being a supporting role, saying hello, and getting to know each other, this is the biggest gain in Roland's eyes. And now Kate told him that Carl Icahn was going to start a business with internet companies? Where did you hear this news? When asking, Roland, who was still immersed in the alcohol, perked up. When Kate caught those clear eyes, she smiled and picked up her handbag and took out a stack of business cards from it. Yes, a stack. With her eyes downcast, she searched carefully and said slowly, "Icahn brought his wife here today. During the meal, I had a brief chat with her. She said that when her husband Carl heard Ronald introduce internet companies to my boyfriend, he immediately showed great interest in internet companies and listed Netscape and Yahoo, whose stock prices have exploded." She took out Mrs. Icahn's business card, held it between her fingers, and handed it to Roland. Then, she gave me a business card and said that, if I have time, I can go to her house to sit down. Although Kate's description was very concise and omitted all the conversation processes, even the argument that Carl Icahn targeted internet companies was guessed by her. But when Roland saw the business card in his hand with only a name and number, he actually adopted this guess, or he understood this hint. Of course, the memory of his previous life also told him that Carl Icahn did attack Yahoo. Jerry Yang was forced to resign twice because he was kicked out by Carl Icahn. But before he could speak, Kate pulled out another business card and said, "This business card was given to me by Michael Bloomberg's female companion, Ms. Patricia Harris. During our chat, we talked about your uncle David Olson. Ms. Patricia said that her boss Michael was shocked by the power of Yahoo. If there is a chance, she hopes that we can go to their Bloomberg to have a look." Roland's eyes were already straight after taking another business card. Patricia Harris was Michael Bloomberg's confidant. After Bloomberg became the mayor of New York, he appointed Patricia Harris as the first female deputy mayor in New York's history. Not only that, Bloomberg's public relations team and charity were all in charge of her. If she said she was shocked, then she was really shocked. Oh, by the way, there is also David Shaw's girlfriend. When Kate found the third business card, Roland had nothing to say. After seeing Roland's confused look, Kate did not stop, but continued with a smile. She agreed to my invitation and was willing to go shopping with me. Shopping? What do you mean? You're not asking me to go with you, are you? But the first two problems seem to need to be solved first. Seeing that Roland didn't react for a while, his thoughts still stayed on the two business cards. So Kate directly reached out and covered the business card she had given before, reminding him, if she and I go shopping in the afternoon and then call you at 5 or 6 o'clock to have dinner in the evening and you meet unexpectedly, is there a problem with this behavior? Damn. It seems that there is really no problem. Roland, who came to his senses, took a deep breath, refilled his glass, and drank it in one gulp. Damn, drinking makes things go wrong, and his brain seems to be a little bit not so smart. Kate is clearly creating an opportunity for herself to meet the other party. Watching Roland's cute sobering action, Kate bit her lip with a chuckle. After Roland finished drinking, she pushed another business card in front of him and said in a jealous tone, "This business card was given by your fangirl. According to her, she will soon work part-time in a modeling company. Before that, she wants to get some experience from me because she is very interested in Hollywood. I think you are also interested in this topic, right? 5 feet 11 inches, 35, 25, 35. When Kate threw Ivanka's business card to Roland's chest and kept tapping the business card with her index finger, making a clacking sound, Roland felt that each of her fingers could stab his heart. 7 business cards, 7 people. Except for Ronald Perelman and Roland himself, the remaining 7 people were all taken care of by Kate. When Roland was eating, drinking, chatting, and gossiping with those old men, Kate also became friends with the guys at the same table. If you have to describe it, then Roland only has one word in his mind now. People person? People person? Yeah, that's about it. Kate thought about it and did not deny Roland's statement. When Roland looked at her with a puzzled look, she sat up, put her feet together, folded her hands, put her chin on her knees, and tilted her head and said, "You look confused." HMM. Roland did not answer directly. "It seems that you are used to being straightforward?" Kate asked again. "Maybe, before any cooperation was solved with a phone call." Roland smiled, picked up the business cards on his chest with his fingers, and put them together without even looking at them. These 7 business cards are important, but compared with Kate's current state, they are not the most important. Such behavior made Kate smile with satisfaction. After rolling her eyes, she continued, "I know what you want to ask. You want to know how I got these business cards. But, this is socializing. You should know about afternoon tea, right? When afternoon tea was first created, it was actually some ladies who were bored and got together to gossip. They killed time and talked about everything, and the social dinners that were derived from this are actually of the same nature. And chatting actually means opportunity. The people below want to get up and climb up desperately, and the people above sometimes need smart people to help them manage their property, so they hit it off. Of course, there are many dinners, and their natures are actually different. Private, public, everyone talks about different topics. Take tonight for example, although it is a gathering of friends, I believe they will not talk to you about other things. Although we are all friends, everyone's career is still different, unless it's one-on-one's private gathering. Otherwise, how could they talk about business? For you, this is an embarrassing situation, but for us, this is our home court. If you are asked to have dinner with Carl Icahn in public, will you ask? No. Because you understand that no matter what topic is used as an excuse, the invitation between you will make others feel that there is a problem. But I chatted with his wife and found a common topic. If we continue to meet, this suspicion will be reduced. And if someone really wants to talk to you, the contact information is the best response. Not only that, have you ever seen anyone like Michael Bloomberg, who asked his employee Patricia Harris to act as his family when attending a friend's party? Isn't it normal for me to get a business card when both parties intend to contact? Besides, as far as I know, the offices of listed companies will record audio 24 hours a day, and in this case, social interaction becomes very useful because there will be no recordings in the horse farms, restaurants, hunting grounds, and ranches that are temporarily set up. Why do many wealthy people like various sports? Not only because they have money and time, but also because these activities are social, or a means of disguising social intentions. And I'm just used to adults taking me to such occasions and listening to all kinds of news. You have to know that in this kind of social game, if I'm not smart, you will lose a lot of opportunities. When Kate explained to Roland in a light tone what she had done tonight and why she did it, Roland, who was leaning on the sofa and listening carefully, had only sighs and admiration in his eyes, sighing at the strong imprints on the guys who grew up in different environments, admiring the social instincts ingrained in the bones of these guys. Roland admitted that the memory of his previous life could make him rich with resources, but it was impossible for him to be as good at socializing as Kate. This skill formed by the environment was not something that a time traveler could achieve by just slapping his head. What do you mean? By traveling back in time for a year, you can hang out with the big guys and chat about everything? Don't be kidding. Even if you are given 10 years, you can't get along with the guy who grew up playing with these things. Since you can do all kinds of projects, then for you, traveling back in time is just like the story of the prince in trouble, right? As for showing off with luxury cars and famous watches, a bucket of water doesn't make a sound when it is shaken, but a half bucket of water makes a jingling sound. Is this what you call exercising your girlfriend's rights? Roland pursed his lips. For the first time, he realized that he seemed to have made a wrong judgment. Yes, Kate was indeed his white moonlight, and he did think a lot with divergent thinking, but he overlooked a problem. Kate's IQ index seemed to be proportional to her appearance. If he remembered correctly, Kate's 3 husbands in her previous life were not ordinary people. Either the second generation of this British family or that British family, especially the third generation, that is directly the nephew of the founder of the Virgin Group, which has a recognition rate of 96% in the UK. If you just rely on Bai Guang's statement that they have been in love for many years, how many people will believe it? Of course. In this important social occasion, if I don't help my boyfriend, who should I help? Or, do you want to say that those words before were to coax me? Kate didn't think there was anything wrong and answered as she should. Not only that, 2 thin eyebrows were raised directly, as if she felt that Roland's reaction was too awkward. Hearing this, Roland, who wanted to continue thinking, immediately gave up thinking. The comfortable smile on his face proved everything. As long as you are a human being who doesn't like to stay in the comfort zone. And now, it's already very comfortable. When he wanted to open his mouth to express his gratitude, Kate, who guessed his thoughts, took the lead, winked, and pronounced with the tip of her nose, HMM. This situation made Roland smile and nod. Okay, I understand. You don't need a cheap thank you. Roland, who had reacted, stood up and opened his arms to hug Kate. Kate also raised her arms and hooked Roland's neck with laughter. When Roland closed the door of the house with his heels, everything returned to calm with a muffled bang. Roland, who entered the house, breathed a sigh of relief because he felt that he seemed to have chosen the right person. Similarly, Kate, who was carried into the house by Roland, also breathed a sigh of relief because she felt that she seemed to have chosen the right person. The next morning, Kate called Mrs. Icon in front of Roland. As Kate expected, the other party was very happy to invite her and Roland to dinner at home, and the time was even more refreshingly set that evening. After having enough food and drink, the 2 ladies went to the side hall to talk about flowers and plants, while the Wall Street wolf, that everyone feared, lit a cigarette and looked at Roland with a smile. Donald, I haven't said thank you for what happened with you. It's easy for us to kill a company, but it's a bit difficult for us to save a company. But fortunately, Home Alone 2 and the hype of his love affair helped him gain a foothold. It is precisely because he has tasted the shortcut that the guy now wants his daughter to continue to pursue you. But your current situation, I'll call him later to ask him to calm down. Yes, I called you over because I want to talk to you about the internet company. The bubble of internet companies is a bit big. If we do it, it will be very easy to make a profit. Yahoo is yours. We won't fight against our own people, but if you don't want to hold Yahoo in the future, or you want to reduce your holdings in Yahoo, just sell the shares to me. As long as I hold more than 4 million of your shares, I can directly replace the entire board of directors, package it, and sell it better. Perhaps because he really accepted Roland, or perhaps the Wolf King was really interested in internet companies, so during the digestion stage after the meal, this guy didn't mean to hide anything, and directly said his thoughts openly. The arrogant words that could sentence a company's board of directors to death with just a few words did not cause Roland any discomfort. He did too many things like this. Companies that were targeted by him and didn't want to die basically paid to redeem themselves. In addition, Roland had the idea of finding a buyer for Yahoo shares, so he would not object. Roland's straightforward response also made the Wolf King very happy. While pulling him into the study to look at calligraphy and paintings, the two of them also secretly talked about something else, including Marvel. Just like Titanic was fully funded by Fox, Marvel, which was supposed to go bankrupt and reorganize in 1996, has a stable stock price of about 20 yuan because of the variable of Spider-Man. Originally, Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn wanted Marvel to carry a lot of debts, then go through bankruptcy reorganization, issue junk bonds to sell the debt part, and then relist the core assets to raise money. But now with the booster of Spider-Man, the two want to continue to squeeze it, so Marvel is not bankrupt now. Since this is the case, Roland did not hide it and directly expressed his inner thoughts to the Wolf King. After learning that Roland liked Marvel, the Wolf King, who was originally playing the capital game, was even more pleased. He clapped his hands and said, "Then we have a deal. When you want to sell Yahoo shares, Ronald and I will directly exchange Marvel with you. The value of the shares of both parties will be calculated according to the closing price on the day the transaction contract is signed." Then the other shareholders. Although Roland was excited, he was a little hesitant. Other shareholders? Who of them doesn't have a company? The Wolf King's words were arrogant. If the two of us want to sell, who dares to stop us? Don't worry, when the transaction starts, Marvel will only have us to shareholders. You will get 20% off the commission generated. We will cheat everyone except ourselves. The day after she boasted with Carl Icahn, Kate also called Patricia Harris. After saying that she had time to go to Bloomberg to take a look, the other party immediately welcomed her happily. After walking around Bloomberg twice, he and Michael Bloomberg had a light lunch in the company at noon. During the meal, the old man also told Roland why he asked his confidant to make an appointment. Yahoo's current traffic is about 100 million visits per week, the world's #1 in terms of visits. And Yahoo has always bought financial news from Reuters. Our goal at Bloomberg is to beat Reuters in financial information. If it is convenient, I hope Yahoo can give Bloomberg a jump link, a sub-pitch. Like I hope Bloomberg can get a certain amount of visits from Yahoo. Roland didn't even think about this kind of cooperation invitation and directly threw the pot to David Olson. Unlike selling stocks, he couldn't guarantee this thing to the other party. However, with the opportunity for cooperation in front of him, it was not Roland's character to directly deny it. After telling the other party that he would let David Olson work hard to promote this matter, the two sides parted happily. As Kate said, if you are in this circle and the female companion you bring out is not smart, you will miss a lot of opportunities. Following the numbers on the business cards, they dialed one by one. The guys on the other end of the phone all agreed to their invitations without exception. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to be busy, and chatting again at close range is the most common situation. However, when they asked David Shaw out again, the other party brought a friend in addition to his girlfriend. When Roland saw the middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a peaceful face, he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Because the guy brought out by David Shaw was one of the three giants of Google, served as chairman and CEO for 10 years, solved Google's profit problem, bought Android, defeated Microsoft in the field of mobile phone systems, and was also a director of Apple, Eric Schmidt. After David Shaw's introduction, Roland knew that Eric is my partner. He invested in me when the fund was just established. He also likes the internet. I think you should have something in common. It's a pity that Jeff can't get here for a while, but it doesn't matter. We'll get together again next time we have a chance. That's right, just like the bigwigs in the Chinese internet field in the future, they are either relatives and friends, classmates, or former superiors and subordinates. Silicon Valley is actually very small, but their network of relationships is all on Wall Street. The so-called technology leading the world. It's all bullshit. No matter how strong a technology company is, as long as it wants to develop, it will succumb to money. And when Roland saw Eric Schmidt, he also understood why those patents were taken by Google when So many companies were bidding for Motorola in the future. Damn it, these guys are all broken bones and tendons. Just like Carl Icahn didn't mind Roland using future Yahoo shares to exchange for Marvel in their hands. Whoever I do business with is doing business. In this case, why would I refuse when my own people need it? Am I stupid? The better their own people live, the better they can live. Roland understands that, just as one person cannot play Hollywood, Silicon Valley and Wall Street are not something that one person can do alone. A sentence I'm Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who went in and out 7 times alone. Don't be kidding. Whoever dares to play like this will either jump off the building or be thrown into prison. And these technology companies are all legends who started from scratch. After seeing the big guys behind the legend, Roland understood that all the glory on the stage was just because those behind were not interested. With Kate's help, Roland, who would have left New York after the party, stayed here for another 10 days. During these 10 days, he didn't know how much he drank, how much he said, how much he walked, and how many people he met, but he knew that every night he fell asleep with a smile, and every morning he was woken up by itching. To be honest, this kind of life is really comfortable. Because between the wind and the clouds, the figure of the big guy suddenly changed. But while enjoying it, Roland also understood that the so-called friendship was just a temporary welcome. To forge iron, you must be strong yourself. If you are tied to them, your wealth can indeed increase rapidly, but if there is no dazzling achievement, everything now is a thing of the past. Looking down at the New York street scene outside the window, the feeling of seeing all the mountains from a distance made Roland feel very proud. Just as he took out the cigarette he had just picked up from his pocket, he suddenly heard an imperative voice behind him. No smoking. Hearing this, Roland, who had not yet put the cigarette in his mouth, looked helpless. As he turned his head, he kept poking the cigarette butt into the cigarette box, making a dull sound. I didn't smoke before, but they all gave it to me, so I had to smoke. But now no one is giving you cigarettes. Kate glared at him. She stood up and walked over from her desk reading documents. She took the cigarette from Roland's hand without any hesitation and even confiscated the lighter. I feel uncomfortable if I don't smoke now, Roland cried. Roland, who smoked in his previous life, knew that this stuff was not a good thing. Not only did it smell bad, but it was also very expensive and hurt the lungs. So for 6 years, he had never touched this stuff. But this time, the boss gave it to him. If you refuse all of it, it would be really disrespectful. After seeing Roland's state of being possessed by a drama spirit, Kate, who confiscated all the cigarettes and lighters, immediately sneered. If you feel uncomfortable, sleep outside tonight. I don't believe that you are looking for death after only 10 days of infection. Well, ever since I helped Roland get 7 business cards that day, the relationship between the two seems to have changed. If it was said that they were greedy for each other's bodies before, then now it really means living together. When going out to a party, it really makes Roland look good, but after coming back, no matter what bad habits he has, he doesn't cover them up. You can't give face to the boss outside, so you smoke, but when you close the door, you can't smoke. If you are told not to smoke, if you want to die, then you have to fight every time you see each other. Okay, I'll give you all the stuff. I won't smoke, okay. Seeing the other party's firm words, Roland raised his hands in surrender. Besides, he didn't want to smoke either, but the habit of 2 lifetimes made him unable to help it. Okay, then can you accompany me to East Rutherford, New Jersey? We are leaving New York and returning to Los Angeles tomorrow. Sure enough, as Roland admitted defeat, Kate no longer maintained a cold tone, but asked curiously, East Rutherford, New Jersey? What are you going there for? What are you going there for? Hearing Kate's question, Roland, who was leaning against the window, suddenly had a blurry look in his eyes. I asked someone to get 2 tickets for the draft, because today, a guy with an afro will be selected at the 13th pick. Notes: Icahn had set his sights on Yahoo shortly after it went public. In reality, Yahoo's stock price fell by 40% 6 months after it went public. They were the ones who took the money. Later, Microsoft wanted to acquire Yahoo, but Icahn also got Jerry Yang out of office. At that time, the open letter caused a huge uproar. This is because without a backstage, no matter how good the company's technology is, it is useless. As long as it goes public, it is too easy for financial players to kill a company. Bloomberg took 22 years to defeat Reuters in the financial field. Yahoo did buy a lot of news from Reuters, and Yahoo Finance did use Bloomberg data afterwards. Eric Schmidt was indeed David Shaw's companion, and his name did not disappear from the public list of the other party's fund company until 2015. When Google was working on Android, it was Icahn who protected Google. He directly acquired Apple maliciously, forcing Cook to directly give money to buy back shares. At that time, they reported that insider trading was under investigation, but who among these guys didn't have insider trading? It's not nonsense that there are 24-hour wiretaps in the offices of listed companies. Netscape founder Mark Andreessen was caught by this. When eBay sold Skype, it was investigated because of insider trading on recordings. It was Icahn who got him. It's also true that the big guys have a special social woman around them. They are either wives or confidants. Take Bloomberg for example. The woman next to him is called Diana Taylor. In the late 1990s, he brought her to all the parties. Chapter 191 Lost Youth, Theory of Performance. With the 13th pick in the 1996 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Kobe Bryant from Lower Merion High School in Pennsylvania. When Roland, who was wearing a beard, sunglasses and a cap, saw the silver-haired Jewish old man shaking hands and laughing with the black guy in a black suit and a blue flowered tie, tears welled up in his eyes as he sat in the audience. As the other party followed the procedures and went backstage for an interview, Roland, who just wanted to witness the moment, stood up, put his hat on his head on his seat, and then left the draft scene with ease, holding Kate's hand and strolling on the streets of East Rutherford. For Roland, the biggest goal he set for himself in 1996 at the beginning of the time travel had been achieved, or in other words, the boast he made when watching the Lakers game with Mike Mohame had been half completed, and the remaining half, that is, of course, buying a number 8 jersey and asking the other party to sign it for him. Of course, Kate didn't really understand what Roland was like now. She thought Roland was just joking. What young guy, what 13th pick, these were just his excuses for wanting to come to the draft. But when she accompanied Roland to walk 8 miles, got into the venue, and sat down to watch the ceremony, she realized that Roland was right, because among the 12 people before, only the 6-foot number 1 pick made him look at him differently. Do you know him? Looking at the face that couldn't hide the smile, Kate thought Roland was happy for him. So she said, "Charlotte is a good place. The air is much better than Los Angeles." What? Roland, who was immersed in the memory of his previous life, was stunned when he heard this, and then shook his head and said, "No, no, no. I don't know him. And he won't stay in Charlotte. He will go to Los Angeles." Wait. Such words made Kate, who wanted to continue talking, confused. You don't know him, so why did you make a special trip? You don't know him, so how do you know he is going to Los Angeles? She raised her head and took a quick glance. She caught the sparkle in Roland's eyes and slowly asked a question in her mind. She felt that there was something wrong with Roland. If Roland knew what Kate was thinking, he would also generously admit that there was something wrong with him. He had been focusing on criticizing Kobe for more than 10 years and had developed feelings for him. This was really embarrassing. If movies were Roland's favorite career in his previous life, and games were his obsession after work, then basketball was his way of relaxing after work. He couldn't remember exactly which year he started playing basketball, but he knew that he started criticizing Kobe after Yao Ming entered the NBA, and the reason was simple. He liked Duncan and hated the Lakers because the Lakers were the strongest at the time. In an age when the internet was barren, how many netizens who were fans understood things like data and efficiency? While others were praising Kobe, Roland, who had a computer at home, was swimming in the ocean of the internet, playing fantasy Westward Journey, while learning the meaning of various data there. Whenever he found that Kobe's efficiency was extremely low, and he was simply a cancer, he would go to school and slap the faces of those Kobe fans, as if he had found a treasure. Not only that, in the era when YouTube was not blocked, he also did it himself, had enough food and clothing, learned to make GIFs, and looked for various materials such as the boss tried his best. It is no exaggeration to say that when he couldn't make it in the film and television industry in the future, his so-called career as a boss was all based on his self-study when he was bashing Kobe and the talent tree he picked up. His dog-chewed English was all hard-earned in the era when there was no machine translation. In order to dig up foreign news to bash Kobe, he would be excited that the Spurs defeated the Lakers and entered the Western Conference Finals, and he would also be sad that Kobe took away the Sparks. He would cheer for the Spurs to beat the Little Emperor, and he would also be disappointed that the Lakers won 2 consecutive games in the yellow-green battle and won the championship. But when Roland watched the broadcast of the Lakers playing the Warriors in his previous life and saw Kobe on the screen fall to the ground in pain with his ankle covered, and then went off the court for examination, and then went back to the court for free throws, he suddenly felt his mind was empty. When he later saw the news of Kobe's Achilles tendon rupture, he suddenly realized that for so many years, he had always said that he liked Duncan, but in the end, it was Kobe's games that he watched the most. As his thoughts went on, Duncan's classic scenes had become blurred, but Kobe's negative angle against Harden, his horseback archery to kill the Heat, and his double kill of the Trail Blazers, these plays that he criticized as extremely inefficient in the past are still fresh in his memory. The game in which he retired with 60 points even made him cry. Roland originally thought that Duncan was his youth, but in the end he found that being handsome is a lifelong thing. 60's youth was to love Kobe, and Roland's youth was to hate Kobe. Mamba out, youth is gone forever. Thinking of this, Roland suddenly laughed. Kate, who was walking on the street with him, glanced at him again with strange eyes. She felt that Roland was not in a good state. Are you worried? Kate stopped with her fingers intertwined. She felt that Roland seemed to be hiding something from her. If before, you gave me the feeling of being calm and mature, like the sun at noon, and your mental age was enough to crush a bunch of young people, but today, why do you give me the feeling of an old man? Old man? How is that possible? Roland, who also stopped, took off his sunglasses. Although his eyes were red, his face was full of happiness. I just saw my lost youth. I feel full of energy now. Lost youth. When Kate heard Roland's words, she was like young Master Yang who said, he can be as strong as he wants. I'm Nick Young. She really wanted to say in reply, you are 3 years younger than me. Where can you get your youth to pass away? But when she found that Roland's eyes were clearer than ever before, the surprise in her heart was suppressed and replaced by curiosity. Okay, then may I have the honor to listen to your youth story? Upon hearing this, Roland refused without thinking. My story is very boring. You won't be interested. The more Roland said this, the brighter Kate's eyes became. She straightened her nose and was very dissatisfied with Roland's perfunctory response, but she didn't force him. Instead, she asked, I actually didn't know that you like basketball, and I don't think I've ever heard of the rumor that you can play basketball. Of course, if you feel embarrassed to talk about your childhood, that's fine. I can talk about my past 20 years first. Hey, this is possible. As a person who would die if he didn't take advantage, Roland immediately nodded his head like a pile driver after hearing Kate's strange request. Youth can be recalled at any time, but if you miss the girl's embarrassing moments, you will never see them again. Kate was speechless at the act of taking advantage of others, but she wanted to dig out Roland's story, so she didn't care too much about Roland's attitude. When she pulled him forward, a flood of memories came to her mind. Reading, where I lived when I was a child, holds the largest music festival in the UK every August. Even the Rolling Stones performed there, and David Bowie is a frequent visitor there. David Bowie? The one who sang Changes? Roland interrupted Kate as soon as she opened her mouth. Yes, you know him? Kate asked unexpectedly, but when we were together, you didn't listen to his songs much. Of course I know him. When I auditioned for Home Alone, I impressed John Hughes by singing Changes. He even praised me for playing well. This is not a secret. Roland doesn't need to hide it at all. But I remember when you sang Redbone songs at the Golden Globe Awards. It was a disaster. Kate didn't save face for Roland at all. Don't talk nonsense. I was a sensation in the United States at that time. Roland denied it again and again. Really? Then tell me, why did you give up guitar later? Kate didn't believe it at all. I just don't like guitar anymore. Roland was stubborn. Then you don't play basketball because you don't like basketball? Kate changed the topic to something she was interested in. Of course not. Roland was at a loss for words. Because I was too busy filming? Kate found a reason for Roland again. I'm recognized as the most idle A+list in the world. How can I be busy? Roland was embarrassed to use this excuse. In 1990, I was still playing basketball. That was 6 years ago, just when you first entered the industry? Kate asked the third question in a nostalgic tone. Hearing her say this, Roland also felt a little nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 years had passed. Yes, 6 years. I entered the industry, 6 years. And the last opponent should be a spirited young man now. In fact, whether a person is willing to share the past with another person depends entirely on whether there is resistance in the heart. If it were before Arnold Perelman's private dinner, Roland and Kate would never talk about these things. Now, they would not talk about things like time travel and rebirth, but they did exchange a lot of other harmless content. Of course, no matter how Kate asked, Roland did not explain why he went to the draft to see Kobe. But even so, when the questioning was fruitless, Kate just asked him to sleep on the sofa. Well, in the early hours of the morning, she dragged Roland, who was sleeping uncomfortably, back to bed. In the 20 days when Roland disappeared, the North American box office of Spider-Man also showed a very strange trend. It broke through 100 million in 100 hours, but in the following 15 days, the entire movie only took in 147 million. If it were other movies, an average of 68.6 million a week would have been a huge hit, but for a record-breaking movie like Spider-Man, this result is obviously insufficient stamina. However, even with the real phenomenon of lack of stamina, no media would underestimate its performance. In addition to the fact that summer vacation has just begun, the amazing purchasing power of Roland's fans is also the reason why the media is unwilling to stimulate the market. That's right. Who makes the topic of growth so special to children's taste? In the past 20 days, in addition to the steady increase in total box office, Spider-Man, a video game released on PS, has also sold nearly 350,000 copies. This speed is comparable to Spielberg sweeping the entire arcade market more than a decade ago. Not only that, the sales of the pullover sweatshirts with the half-head portrait of Spider-Man and Roland also reached 100 million. Adding other miscellaneous peripherals, the money spent by the audience and fans on Roland in 20 days exceeded 400 million. When the insiders got this estimated report, everyone was silent. Because Roland, who grew up with all the children in America, has a terrifying ability to attract money. Everyone in the industry knows that entertainment is originally a field where whoever gets the children wins the world, but over the years, the only one who can really tie the children to the chariot is Walt Disney and his fairy tale kingdom. With the passing of Walt Disney, the one who can control the tastes of children the most is Steven Spielberg. But that old man is just a movie maker, but Roland sells himself as a commodity. If before, people still thought that the big hit of Jurassic Park was inseparable from the development of CGI, and Roland was just a kid who picked up the bargain, then now, no one questions this issue anymore. For laymen, audience appeal is a hard thing to explain, but for industry insiders, audience appeal is actually the accumulation of character settings over and over again. If the character you create is likable, then the audience will like you. One likable character will make you popular. 2 likable characters will make you completely famous. And if you have 3, 4, 5, or 6 likable characters in a row, then your character setting is how the audience sees you. If in this case, add the national IP of America, and let the screenwriter and director write the movie script according to the audience's real you, then you on and off the screen will overlap in the eyes of the audience. As for aesthetic fatigue, the breakthrough CGI technology is the best remedy for aesthetic fatigue. Of course, even if we analyze why Roland succeeded, his success cannot be replicated. Because to reach Roland's state, you must first shoot Home Alone and Terminator 2 with a box office of 500 million, and then shoot Home Alone 2 with a box office of 400 million and Jurassic Park with a box office of 1 billion. Audience appeal is built up by box office. But apart from Roland, no one can stack up like him. Because Roland has all the resources and connections. Because of this, the guys in Hollywood don't want to offend him now. They don't even want to criticize Roland's movies, because as long as Roland doesn't do anything stupid, the audience's good impression of him can backfire on all those who criticize him. What? Don't believe it? When Home Alone 2 was released, Roland was far from being as popular as he is now. But what about at that time? His fans had already slapped all the film critics hard. Of course, in addition to the fact that the fans are too strong, the itinerary of the past 20 days is also the reason why they kept silent. Before, Roland only had Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn as his backers, so those media groups were too lazy to touch him. But now, when the intelligence officers told them again and again that Roland went to Michael Bloomberg's company today and met David Schur and his girlfriend to hang out on the street tomorrow, and went in and out of Michael Milken's house the day after tomorrow, and went in and out of the restaurant with Jordan Belfort the day after tomorrow. No, since you have made it clear, then everyone should just be good friends. Although everyone believes that there are only interests in this world, but Roland is now on good terms with them and does not provoke them, so why should they offend people? In this way, no matter how the box office of Spider-Man goes, those media will keep praising and raising expectations. Saying a few open words will not hurt a piece of meat, but if you scold them harshly, who knows what those Wall Street tycoons will think. In this case, with Roland's return, Sony actually doesn't know how to organize a celebration banquet. Because there are too many people helping out recently, it is difficult to draw up a guest list for the celebration banquet. When Kate, who stays with Roland all day, learned about this, she suggested that Roland hosted himself. You didn't like all kinds of social banquets before, but you have to have them now. Although we have been around New York, your roots are still in Hollywood. Your teachers Stephen and James don't like these things either, but they still choose to participate. Movies are never about one person. If they don't want to attack you, you can build good relationships with all parties. My suggestion is to invite all the people who have helped and contacted you since you entered the industry to attend the celebration of breaking the record. Whether they are willing to come is their choice, and whether you invite them or not is your attitude. No matter how strong you are, you can't be arrogant unless you are just an actor and your job is just to act well. As a bronze level social player, Roland knows how to make connections and hug thighs. In this way, letting Kate be responsible for organizing the celebration banquet has become his most accustomed choice. When those guys received the invitations one after another and came to the banquet, the number of guests on the scene was comparable to that of the Oscars. Although there were many people, the order was not chaotic. With the help of Kate, Roland also moved around like a butterfly, looking at the smiling couple who were entertaining people and laughing and hugging each other. Spielberg, who was hiding aside, found Cameron. Spielberg asked secretly, "James?" Cameron's breath was choked, and his expression was a little nervous. "Steven?" Spielberg folded his arms and whispered, "Didn't you notice that Roland seemed to have changed?" Cameron looked hesitant. When he came back from Greece, I found that he seemed to be in love." Spielberg raised his eyebrows. "Hiss. Do you think I'm blind? Do you think this is the rhythm of falling in love?" Cameron coughed and pursed his lips and said, "This, probably, possibly, should, probably." Just as the two of them were whispering with sly eyes, Hanks, holding a glass of wine, also joined the group chat. "Well, according to the techniques I taught Roland, he should be the purest experientialist now. This is a character creation that is infinitely close to acting theory. After the filming of Titanic is completed, all romance movies will not be difficult for him. Or in other words, he may not shoot any romance movies again, because no matter how he shoots, he can't get back to his current state unless he falls in love with another girl and can get into this rhythm of life." But, is Titanic really that magical? What kind of movie do you want to make? Hanks's incisive words directly exposed the truck driver's disguise. When Spielberg cast a questioning look at this guy, the scoundrel simply spread his hands and said, "No one can tell about emotional matters. I just gave Roland and Kate half a year, and I don't know what the result will be. But, I have to admit, that I like this result very much. Roland and Kate are both dedicated actors. Of course, even the truck driver himself didn't believe this bullshit. Because he could see that Roland and Kate's relationship was no longer the mutual attraction before the Oscars. Seeing the two of them socializing, he felt like he had fallen into a pile of sugar. As for whether this situation is good or bad, for movies, it is of course good. How can a love movie move the audience if it doesn't move yourself? But for Roland and Kate, he didn't know. However, isn't the current thing to do, isn't it to shoot Titanic first? Chapter 192, No Hope of Recording, Secret Plan. Just as Spielberg and Cameron were getting together with Hanks, who came after hearing the news, Roland, who didn't know they were whispering about himself, was huddled together with Leo, whom he hadn't seen for a year. As they clinked glasses, the crisp sound made him smile. Looking at the handsome figure, Roland smacked his lips and said, "Wow, aren't you Peter Parker's classmate? I think your name is Harry. Oh, I think you are much more handsome than Peter Parker." Hearing this, Leo's face suddenly broke into a bright smile, but the next second, he frowned. His iconic forehead wrinkles appeared on his forehead. His left hand was put in his pocket, and he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Oh, sir, I know I'm handsome, but you must not say this today. If Roland Allen hears it, I think the role of Harry Osborn will be far away from me." Really? Could it be that Roland Allen is actually a bully on the crew? Roland's face showed surprise. Yeah. He's like Spike in Tom and Jerry. Leo nodded vigorously. "Shit, you called me a dog." Upon hearing this, Roland stopped pretending and stared at the other person. No, I praise you as the most loyal friend of mankind." Leo pretended to be scared, but still added stubbornly, "Fuck, I'll beat you to death." Roland raised his fist and wanted to hit him. Leo held his head with both hands and begged for mercy. "Don't hit my face." Puff. Seeing the two people's pretentious and exaggerated performances, Kate laughed immediately. The two people who heard the noise did not hold back, and the smiles that were already difficult to hide appeared in an instant. At the same time, the two people opened their arms and hugged each other, and they didn't stop talking and greeted each other. "Hi, Roland. Congratulations on your movie." "Thank you, but congratulations to you too. You are more handsome than Roland Allen." Since the release of Spider-Man, Leo, who has always been a supporting actor in feature films, has become popular instantly. With his dazzling appearance, he has become the favorite of many young ladies. If the communication section of Amidst is a celebration paradise for many movie fans, then now, the free talking discussion area is basically dominated by two people. One is Roland, who became popular as soon as he debuted and seems to have not reached the peak so far, and the other is Leo, who has just been discovered by the public and is so handsome that it shakes the world. The halo effect in psychology is real, and with the blessing of commercial films, which are food amplifiers, Leo's current popularity is just a little bit worse than Roland. Ahem. It's almost the fingertip universe, right? Although Leo's Titanic was taken by Roland, his popularity was advanced by 2 years because of Roland, the butterfly. Even though his popularity is certainly not comparable to that of Titanic, he does not need to worry about being overwhelmed by the blame of his beauty, because Roland took the initiative to shoulder it. Since we are all friends, isn't it a matter of course to share happiness and take on difficulties? Leo cares about his acting skills, so Roland should bear the pain of charming thousands of girls alone. Hey, how can I be so noble? After a brief chat, Roland introduced Kate to Leo. Looking at the figure who met by chance and separated as soon as they touched, the feeling of the most familiar stranger made Roland shake his head gently, trying to discard the scenes of the joint shooting in his memory. When he asked about the other party's current situation, Roland heard an unexpected news. "After filming Romeo and Juliet, Robert advised me not to take on any projects. He believed Spider-Man would be a big hit, and I would also be able to reap the benefits of high exposure." Sure enough, after Spider-Man broke the record of Jurassic Park, many film producers came to me. Since I already had a commercial series, I picked and chose a project that could win an Oscar. Do you know Paul Anderson? His movie is called Boogie Nights, and it tells the story of a 17-year-old boy. Oh my god. When Roland heard the names Paul Anderson and Boogie Nights, surprise flashed in his eyes. How could he not know Paul Anderson? Tom Cruise's Magnolia, Daniel Lewis' There Will Be Blood and Phantom Thread, Joaquin Phoenix's Inherent Vice. All of these were shot by him. And of course he knew about Boogie Nights. Who made the leading actor of this movie, Mark Wahlberg, show his big treasure in the movie. Yes, this is a movie similar to The Depths, which tells the story of the most glorious decade of erotic films in America. The most important function, of course, is to win awards. If Roland remembered correctly, Leo in his previous life also liked this project very much, but unfortunately, the filming schedule of this movie overlapped with Titanic, and he signed a contract with Fox first, so he had to miss it. However, in this life, without the obstruction of the truck driver, Leo took over the feature film he is best at. The purpose, of course, is the same as his favorite actor Robert De Niro, to show his acting skills in front of the camera. Roland really has nothing to say about this butterfly effect caused by himself. Everyone's pursuit is different. Leo likes acting, while Roland just likes movies. In this case, it is a blessing. After chatting for a while, the two separated. The topics that he continued with others were actually similar. All congratulations. Faced with the enthusiasm of these people, Roland, who paid for the celebration banquet out of his own pocket, naturally accepted all the orders. However, when he heard those words, that wished Spider-Man to break the total box office record of Jurassic Park, Roland expressed his gratitude, but felt a little regretful in his heart. Because he knew that Spider-Man could not break the record. In addition to the strong label of fans, the patriotic propaganda film Independence Day was also the reason that prevented it from reaching the top. Unlike Spider-Man, a movie that sells personal heroism and Roland's own growth experience, Independence Day has serious flaws in science, but in the eyes of outsiders, the extremely touching logic is the real selling point. Or in other words, it is not the special effects that pushed this movie to the altar, but the American savior spirit contained in it. As a very provocative Hollywood blockbuster, all the plot arrangements are actually based on American history. The president personally flew a plane to the battlefield, which was a perfect match for Washington, who had participated in the French and Indian War and the War of Independence. With the help of the Americans, the world's armies joined forces to fight against alien invaders, which was the great Americanism they had been promoting through Hollywood. Professor G.U. Ozumui of Nanjing University once said that, if you want to understand Western literature, you can't understand it without reading the Bible. And movies are something that allows you to understand what they are saying without reading the Bible. Is it how grand the picture is? Or how cool the high-tech weapons in the movie are? Of course, all of these are there. But the most fundamental thing is that, after watching all this, people will more or less have a concept in their minds. America is awesome. When this concept appears, the propaganda has actually been done. For this reason, Roland did not expect Spider-Man to break the billion record. Because compared with Independence Day, the intention of Spider-Man is obviously a little shallow. As he expected, on July 1st, Fox released the news that the president in Washington watched Independence Day in advance at the White House. The next day, the president directly praised Independence Day at the press conference. In addition, the other party also said frankly that this is a movie that embodies the American spirit. The title of the movie perfectly matches the celebration day of Independence Day. Not only that, the gorgeous pictures and thrilling plot made him excited. Although there were no spoilers and no active calls for people to go to the theater to watch the movie, Fox still shamelessly put the words recommended by the president on the theater poster. Under this kind of operation, the North American Theater Alliance also made adjustments to the film schedule. First of all, some movies that were not popular were kicked out of the theater's film schedule. Secondly, movies like Twister and Mission Impossible that have been released for more than a month or almost 2 months have been given single-digit screening rates. In the past month, the screening rate of Spider-Man, which has been killing the market, has also been pulled to 17%. In addition to some miscellaneous movies, the theater chain has vacated 50% of the share, leaving it to Independence Day. To be honest, if it weren't for the name Independence Day and the main theme, Will Smith's current status would never be able to enjoy the A-list screening rate. But it is, because after the continuous disasters, the market and people need a shot in the arm. So, Will Smith, a guy who hit the jackpot, got the position. But even so, the appeal of Independence Day is far less exaggerated than Spider-Man, which can move half of Hollywood to the premiere, but the box office of 51 million in the first weekend is still extremely impressive. With the high box office of Independence Day, the North American box office of Spider-Man has also forced the brakes on the figure of 310 million. Even with a guarantee from the North American Theatre Alliance that they would keep Spider-Man in theaters for half a year, it is impossible to break the nearly 400 million box office record of Jurassic Park with a few million, hundreds of thousands, or tens of thousands of box office revenues per week. The problem is that a movie can take away 310 million a month, which has already made everyone crazy. Even if the box office growth momentum was forcibly braked, people in the industry also understood that what held Roland back was not Independence Day at all, but the main theme that no one could beat. But even with the blessing of the main theme, the fastest record of breaking 100 million is still Roland's. This is a really sad story. It was not easy to find Roland's weakness, but this weakness cannot be used at all. The narrowing of the North American box office actually means the beginning of overseas distribution. In this era, when Hollywood blockbusters cannot be released simultaneously around the world, the box office performance in North America is actually the most powerful slogan for overseas publicity. When the box office performance of 310 million a month appeared, more than 60 countries and regions around the world almost gave a terrifying online rate. Peter Parker's figure also crossed the Atlantic Ocean and appeared in every corner of the world. Just as Spider-Man was released around the world, Spielberg, who had been whispering at the celebration party before, also got together with Hanks. The two of them nestled in a sea view villa on Malibu Beach, looking out at the sea and enjoying the oncoming sea breeze. On the handstand between the two of them, there was a hardcover document lying quietly. It said, "Saving Private Ryan. Roland's condition makes me a little worried. I thought he wouldn't be so immersed." Spielberg, lying on the beach chair with his head in his hands, took a deep breath. He had read the script of Titanic. In his opinion, this kind of movie can be directly performed with the stage of love between men and women who have a good impression of each other, and there is no need to hone it for half a year. Of course, it is a good thing for actors to spend time looking for roles, which is actually a good thing to show respect, but to be honest, he really doesn't think Roland is an actor. Since you are worth 10 billion, you should have the awareness of being a capital. He actually saw it a long time ago. Roland's talent in acting is normal. It is no problem to push commercial films. But if you want him to portray a dying person with a terminal illness, or a homosexual character who needs to dig into the inner heart, that's a joke. Fortunately, Roland has never meant to challenge himself, which makes him, as a teacher, feel very relieved. He is self-aware. But now, does a commercial love film need to be so exaggerated? Daniel Lewis won't prepare for acting for half a year, and you have been tired of the heroine for 180 days in a commercial love film. There is too much Yuri, and he can't eat it. Maybe young people are old enough to have a relationship? This is normal. I also liked to date beautiful girls when I was young. Hanks didn't dare to tell Spielberg that he was the first to start a relationship. Now that the matter is done, let's just let the blame go. Besides, when Dustin and Lawrence were filming Drill, didn't Dustin go without sleep for several days for a scene? It's normal to mix factions. It's not a problem of mixing factions now, okay? I'm just worried that he won't be able to get over it after the filming is done. Spielberg turned his head to look at Hanks, and his worried eyes behind the round lenses were fully revealed. When the movie was released, he was just 18 years old. If they break up, I'm worried that he will collapse. You know, Roland didn't like to attend any social parties before. What about now? Although he is gentle to everyone, and very generous in all aspects, he is very selfish in his feelings. Since I knew him in 1990, he has only appeared with a few little kids from the Olson family. Then, he showed his love for Scarlett in front of us. As a guy who is so stingy with his feelings, he is so close to Kate now. I'm afraid something will happen to him, okay? After Spielberg said this, Hanks didn't know how to respond. The old man doesn't believe in love, but he likes children. To put it bluntly, when he accepted Roland, it was also because Kevin in Home Alone was too cute. After meeting Roland in Hawaii, the steady guy has always been in his sight. If the game brought by Mike Mohammed was the stepping stone to his heart, then selling the game rights of Jurassic Park to Sony on the grounds that Nintendo can't get it cheap was the final step to his true acceptance. Because since the failure of the game met the Alien and the emergence of Atari Shock, Roland was the first person besides George Lucas who dared to tell him that he would do it if he caught Nintendo. Although his words were very willful, he had the capital to be willful. In addition, Roland is now spending money on developing games. Even if he doesn't understand real-time strategy, he still likes it. To be honest, he expects that one day, the game company under Roland's name can make a game that conquers the world, so as to fulfill the dream he had, but didn't realize back then. And now? Damn Cameron. He had to trick his students into making a love movie. Let's still discuss Saving Private Ryan. Seeing that Spielberg was in a bad mood, Hanks quickly changed the topic and grabbed the script on the stage. Did you call me here today to talk about the shooting schedule? I remember you're going to shoot Jurassic Park 2 soon, right? Then The Untamed? Isn't Saving Private Ryan going to start shooting next summer? Or do you want to talk to me about the cast? Didn't we agree before? The role of Ryan can be given to Roland. If you think he doesn't look like a soldier, it's absolutely no problem to throw him in the army for half a year. The project of Saving Private Ryan was actually prepared in 1994. If you have to give a specific time, it would be shortly after Forrest Gump was released. After seeing the script, Hanks remembered Roland, who had been fooled by him before. It's just that Roland was preparing for Spider-Man at the time, so he didn't tell him. Now, let's wait until Titanic is finished before talking to him. If the two really break up by then throw him in the barracks and use training to forget everything. Of course, this is the worst plan. But before Hanks could give a thumbs up to his clever idea, Spielberg took a breath after seeing the script. Then the next second, he sighed and said, "It's not about the shooting schedule, nor about the role of Ryan, but the British Ministry of Defence refused to provide thousands of soldiers as extras as I requested." That's right, since the grand scene of the Normandy landing is to be filmed, finding a suitable beach has become the key. As for why the battlefield of the past was not chosen, because it has become a protected historical site. In this way, a beach in the UK became their target, but the British Ministry of Defence was unwilling to provide well-trained personnel, so they may now face the trouble of changing locations. Then we should look for another place. Hanks understood what the other party meant. However, before he agreed and accompanied him to find a filming location, Spielberg shook his head again and said, "No, I don't want to change places. What I want is, doesn't Kate call Kenneth uncle? And doesn't Kenneth have a good personal relationship with Prince Philip? So, if we can stay in the UK to film, that would be the best. Because that's our first choice." Damn. Looking at Spielberg's straight eyes, Hank's heart was like 10,000 horses galloping through. No. You were just worried that, if Kate and Roland broke up after the filming, Roland might collapse, but the next second you told me that you were thinking about whether you could use Uncle Kate's relationship to borrow thousands of soldiers from Prince Philip. What on earth are you thinking about? Jesus fucking Christ. Can you please stay in the lounge? James, can't I stand here and watch? Of course not. You're in the way. I don't even look at the monitor. How can I be in the way? Yes. You don't look at the monitor, but if you're here, she will probably laugh. Note, Leo likes Boogie Nights very much. After knowing that the shooting schedule could not be changed, he introduced Mark Wahlberg to participate in it. Yes, it was Wahlberg who was recommended by him. Independence Day was endorsed by Clinton. It is said that the prototype of the president in the movie was Nixon, who won 2 battle stars, although he did not go to the front battlefield. Fox made a big move when promoting this movie. They were the first to come up with the product placement in the Super Bowl. As for Will Smith, it is generally believed that he has benefited from the main theme bonus, but this is not a shameful thing. As long as it can be popular, any means can be used. When Laurence Olivier and Dustin Hoffman collaborated on Drill, Dustin didn't sleep for several days in order to shoot a scene and was ridiculed by Laurence. Since the former is an expressionist and the latter is an experientialist, this is more like a genre dispute. However, when Hoffman got old, he himself said that Oliver was 30 years older than him, so it was normal to ridicule, because after 30 years of accumulation, there was no difference between experience and expression. Saving Private Ryan was really rejected by the British Ministry of Defence, and then Spielberg had no choice but to go to Ireland to shoot. The Irish military lent him 750 people, and many of them had filmed Braveheart. Chapter 193, Logical Talent, Clearing Trouble, Director Online. After the celebration party for Spider-Man, Roland and the truck driver went to the Rosarito photography base in Lower California. Although Titanic was the most expensive epic film, it was not difficult for Roland. It was a film that was not laborious or laborious. In other words, it was the easiest film he had made in the past 6 years, and he could create a vivid character without any effort. Take the script reading session for example. When the truck driver gathered the crew members together and asked them to read the more than 100 pages of the script, Roland and Kate, who were sitting together, lowered their heads, but their voices were already full of boredom when they read the lines. When they read the first encounter when jumping into the sea, the two who had been reading the script out of boredom in the past 6 months directly rehearsed the lines without the script. In front of everyone, Roland, who never flirted with girls, perfectly interpreted the power of love at first sight. In the subsequent deck talk scene, where Rose, wearing a light yellow dress and fluffy hair, first discovered that Jack was a painter, the two of them started to show off their affection in the venue. Before the truck driver even took out the storyboard manuscript, they instinctively responded to the shooting. While Jack was talking big, his eyes were always focused on Rose's face. When Rose looked up and asked back, Jack, who didn't want to be discovered that he was peeking, naturally lowered his head and glanced at the script that served as the painting. When he got the answer, he looked up again and continued to appreciate Rose's beauty. It is no exaggeration to say that the two who had been greedy for each other's bodies from the beginning vividly interpreted what a real beauty dog is in front of the truck driver, and since the script reading meeting, their lines have never been interrupted by the truck driver. The following dining scene is just a repetition of everything in reality. Rose introduced everyone at the dinner to Jack, and the naturalness of the smooth flow of water can be completely summed up in the phrase "I play myself." The old man put his hands in his pockets and smiled at them. If Arnold Schwarzenegger was there, he would definitely tell the truck driver's true thoughts. The picture was so natural that he couldn't find any fault. If it was just these, it would be fine. In the scene where Rose rejected Jack, the two of them looked at each other affectionately without the script. There was no so-called facial management skills in the performance. Rose, who rejected Jack's confession with the excuse of the engagement, had pain in her eyes, while Jack, who was rejected, had a wooden face and dead eyes. To be honest, not everyone can play Simmer face well. Although Wandachu is funny, it is a witty network animation. After losing the burden, he has no soul. And Meteruoxy. Isn't this an adjective that can be compared with empty eyes, dull eyes, dead heart, and lifelessness? In the past, Roland's affectionate gaze was just a passable appearance, but now, it's really the eyes that are acting. Or in other words, when the true feelings are in place, all the performances are natural. Just like Hanks taught Roland before, when emotions drive the performance, others can't find fault. At the same time, emotions can also be replaced, and there is no need to make yourself bitter and hateful. Because of this, when he was acting with Kate, Roland directly called up the emotions of walking on the streets of New York with her that day, reminiscing about his youth, and tasting the sweetness around him, and his eyes naturally turned red. Seeing Roland state, Kate, who was also driven by the thought of not wanting to be separated from Roland, instinctively raised her hand to wipe it, but with her action, the two people who created the atmosphere of separation instantly lost their performance. Kate grinned with pain, and Roland, with a wooden face, raised his hand and pulled her into his arms. Just as they were about to kiss to cover up their mistakes, the truck driver, with his hands in his pockets, was on a roller coaster, his mind full of lewd words. From the satisfaction of seeing the two of them being natural, to the joy of falling in love at first sight, followed by the surprise of mutual protection, and then the bewilderment of painful separation. Holy crap. You two were reciting the lines just fine. Why are you suddenly stuffing my mouth with dog food? This is a script reading session now. Aren't we asking you to empathize with each other? What the hell is it that two people who are looking at each other affectionately are acting out at the same time and then kissing? Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. And then, the two core actors were kicked out of the script reading session by the director before the script was even halfway through. While the truck driver kicked Roland out of the conference room, he also shouted loudly, "Kate, if you say no good once in the real shooting, I will beat Roland with a stick once. Roland, if you say no good once in the real shooting, I will beat you twice with a stick. Hey, can you be reasonable?" She said, "No good. Why did you beat me?" Roland, who was kicked, slapped his butt with his backhand. He felt that he was simply a friend of the question mark. Also, why should I be beaten twice for saying no good once? But before Kate could smile and pull Roland away, hearing this, the truck driver who had just entered the conference room popped his head again and shouted, "Kate said no good, and I beat you, because beating you hurts your body, and she hurts her heart. Beating you once hurts two people. This deal is too cost effective. And I beat you twice for saying no good, because in this movie, Kate's performance mistakes will only be caused by you. Since I can't say no good to her, I can beat you once more, to achieve balance in reality." Wow. This is really a genius of logic. Roland was stunned. Seeing that the two were about to fight because of this, Kate immediately laughed and hugged Roland's waist, and pushed him away from the scene. Okay, don't argue with James, okay? While comforting Roland, Kate also turned her head and said to the truck driver without looking back, "James, don't be angry. I will go back and teach him a lesson and ensure that there will be no mistakes when the official shooting starts. If there is a mistake, you should beat him up." The truck driver rolled his eyes when he heard it. Looking at the two people who were gradually moving away, he snorted and laughed. In less than 2 seconds, he went back to the meeting room with a stern face, organized the remaining people, skipped the scenes of the male and female protagonists, and carried out the final reading. Is he really angry? Don't be kidding. He just doesn't want to waste time here. Movies are different from TV series. The character personality in TV series can be shaped into a flesh and blood body through a large amount of appearance time, a large amount of events, and a large amount of verbal expression, so the performance requirements for actors are relatively low. But for movies, due to time and length constraints, the actor's interpretation of the character's personalities and the relationship between their own characters and other characters must be prepared before filming. Moreover, these film movies are extremely expensive, so the script reading is actually a general assessment before filming. The director needs to use the limited time to solve the problems that arise, instead of relying on countless trials and reshoots like The Sunglasses King before making the final decision. This kind of preparation is actually responsible for the film itself. Titanic is indeed carried out by Roland and Kate, but their status has long surpassed the goal of the script reading. Instead of watching these two guys who have memorized all the lines of the entire script being bored on the scene, it is better to skip them and review others. In this way, it can save time, effort, and money. Of course, this is also the trust after many years of acquaintance. After working together on Terminator 2 and Spider-Man, the truck driver knew that Roland was a man of decent talent, but a serious disposition. He could tell the depths of autumn from a single leaf and the whole leopard from a single spot. Since the paragraphs he and Kate read were impeccable, they could start filming. Not only that, the 6-month preparation time for each movie, starting from Jurassic Park, was also a relief for the truck driver. Although Roland was the most expensive actor in Hollywood, it was really worth it. After all, the box office appeal was there, and the attitude and time for careful preparation were also there. However, although the truck driver was relieved about Roland did not trust the truck driver. After being kicked and kicked out, Roland did not go back to the hotel with Kate directly, nor did he go shopping in the town with her. Instead, he held her and walked around the set with her. He ran left and right, looked up and down. Wearing sunglasses, he was like an overseer. Well, this is actually a lover's eye for beauty. If the truck driver were to make the comment, then Roland, who was wandering around, would be a troublemaker. Why? Because he was picking faults here. He was either discussing design drawings with the supervisor, or talking about composition arrangements with the set designer, or asking the costume designer to open the costume warehouse, or checking various filming equipment in front of the prop master. It is no exaggeration to say that he was doing the work of a producer. And who are the producers of the crew? James Cameron and John Landor. Is Roland considered to be overstepping his authority and provoking? Of course. No one cares. No one dares. At first, Kate thought Roland was embarrassed, so she wanted to find something for the truck driver to do, so she let him wander around, thinking that he would go back after his temper subsided. But after jumping through multiple departments, she felt that something was wrong with Roland. Is this guy really checking things? Roland, I'm tired. Can we go back? Kate looked at the staff apologetically and said to Roland, will you accompany me to change my shoes? Let's go to the city to eat tacos at noon. Ah. Roland turned his head and looked at her. Seeing that she was still energetic, he said, can you stay a little longer? Wait until I finish reading these. While speaking, he pointed to the list of documents on the table. Looking at the documents as high as a hill, Kate's face changed. She winked at the staff present and motioned them to go out. Then she came to Roland and said, James drove us away, but he was not angry with us. He just felt that we were qualified and didn't need to stay there and waste time. Now, can we go back? Hearing this, Roland realized that Kate had misunderstood him. He did not answer immediately, but took out the prop master's collection book, pointed to the backpack Jack carried when he boarded the ship and said, there was no such military backpack in 1912. This is a post-World War I style. Before he finished speaking, he turned a few pages and pointed to a coin and said, this Roosevelt coin was produced after Theodore Roosevelt's death. Theodore Roosevelt died in 1919, and the Titanic sank in 1912, so this is also wrong, and there is. Seeing Roland constantly finding fault with the costumes and makeup, Kate's brows gradually furrowed. Seeing that Roland still had, after she felt the urge to continue, she directly put one hand on the document list, glanced at the door, and then looked back, whispering, Roland, if you feel that James kicked you, it's embarrassing. Let's go back and talk about it, okay? If you are angry, let's call him out at night, and don't argue in the crew, okay? Since that day's walk, the two have talked a lot. The truck driver scared Roland during the filming of Terminator 2, and secretly used the tricks he used in the filming of The Abyss during the filming of Spider-Man. Kate heard all these things. At that time, Roland used a dissatisfied and complaining tone, so Kate always thought that, although the relationship between the two was good, they also held grudges. Now when Roland broke records, the truck driver still used him to establish his authority in front of the crew members. Kate thought, this is absolutely unacceptable for A+LIST. So after Roland pointed out various problems with the costumes and makeup, Kate was a little worried. Roland was trying to get back at the scene. The movie hasn't even been shot yet, and the lead actor and director are already fighting? Then don't shoot the movie, just go your separate ways. That's why Kate wanted to pull Roland away and solve the problem privately. As for the bugs in the costumes and makeup, oh my god. What movie would be perfect without bugs? There's no such thing. But when Roland saw the other party's concerned eyes and heard the slightly comforting pleas, he knew that this girl had been thinking about the problem from her own perspective. Unfortunately, Roland, who wanted to scare her with a straight face, couldn't help laughing under Kate's gaze. This nonsensical behavior made Kate frown. She raised her hand and patted him. Can you be serious now? Okay, I don't mean to make trouble, okay? Roland pressed his hands in the air, made a calm gesture, and then called all the staff at the door back to inform the truck driver that he had something to talk to him about. When the truck driver came over from the study session with a confused look on his face and saw the problems Roland pointed out, Kate, who thought he would turn against him, saw the old man's arrogant side. The truck driver first glared at Roland, who was causing trouble for him. Then he kicked the door open in a hurry and shouted at the guys at the door to call the producer John Landor over. When the other party arrived, the truck driver cursed him and asked him to quickly replace the wrong props, including the tableau used for the dinner scene. That's right, Roland was not nitpicking at all, but wanted to clear all the troubles in his memory before filming began. You know, in Roland's previous life, the truck driver cut out the entire scene and reshot it because there was no White Star Company logo on the tableau in the dinner scene, and this item alone cost an extra $2 million. In fact, the extra $2 million had nothing to do with Roland, because Fox paid for it anyway, but the time wasted in the reshoot was a real waste for Roland. If he had forgotten it himself, it would be fine, but now he still remembered it. It's a pity that Roland's good people don't get good rewards. Because Roland had first fed him a mouthful of sweet and sour dog food, and then pointed out a lot of faults, the arrogant old truck driver did not express any excessive thanks. Not only that, before he left, he pouted and looked at the two of them deeply. Roland stood behind Kate, his arms resting on her shoulders, and then he lowered them. His fingers subconsciously played with the belt around his waist. His lips moved slightly, and he whispered in Kate's ear, "He looks angry now, but he is very happy in his heart, because the bug was solved before the shooting. This is a good thing for an old man with obsessive compulsive disorder. This old man won't be angry with me, and I won't be angry with him, unless he says I'm ugly. Don't think he gets angry all the time. In fact, he is very arrogant. The more you spoil him, the more he will behave like this. If you don't spoil him and ignore him, he will come to you in a while." Kate held Roland's arm and looked at the truck driver with a smile on her cheek. Although there was an unknown embarrassment in her pupils, the action of biting her lips was a bit naughty. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that sour smell. It's amazing. Waving your sleeves without taking away a cloud? Bah. It was clearly a sweet smell. In the state of "I'm about to be choked to death," the truck driver left the scene in anger. In the final sprint preparation time, he didn't even want to see the two guys. Because of this, on the first day of filming, facing Roland's behavior of wanting to observe and learn on the set, the truck driver directly shouted, "Jesus fucking Christ. You want me to eat candy when filming a single scene? Dream on." Of course, having said that, after the two quarreled for a few words, the matter was just passed by as Roland sat in front of the monitor without getting up. Since Roland wanted to learn. Bah. Over the years, they have taught him everything they can. Okay. This guy obviously just wants to watch Kate perform. Since Roland couldn't be driven away, the truck driver didn't let him off easily. He directly put the director's tube and the draft of the storyboard on Roland's thigh, then raised his chin slightly, and his meaning was very clear. "You have studied for 6.5 years, so it should be okay for you to shoot your own wife now, right?" Facing such a generous truck driver, Roland was delighted. It has always been the old man Spielberg who gave him the opportunity to practice, and the truck driver was very stingy. And now, this guy is finally moved by his diligence and curiosity? Since the opportunity is in his hands, how could Roland give up? Grabbing the spare radio headphones, he sat there with a big horse and a golden knife, as if he felt something was wrong. After looking around, he found something unusual and decisively snatched the peaked cap on the truck driver's head and buckled it on his forehead. "Hey, the equipment is complete. Director Allen is officially online." Note, the truck driver is arrogant because of what the governor said. If the two of you have a good relationship, then when the truck driver is angry, just ignore him, because after ignoring him, he will come to your door with a smile on his face in a while. But if you apologize to him, that's it. This guy will ignore you for a long time. He spent an extra $2 million to reshoot the banquet scene for the tableau. Many people should know that this guy will take the initiative to fix any bugs that can be fixed. When the movie was released in 1997, because of the astrological problem, the truck driver received a letter from an astronomer, and the other party told him the correct result. After the 3D version was released, he really spent money to redo the CGI. Chapter 194, Sweet Photoshoot, Love Affair Exposed, Guess the Ending, and Help from Afar. According to common sense, since the Titanic has been built, wouldn't it be enough to shoot it from beginning to end according to the order of the script? In this way, after the filming of the movie is finished, the replica does not even need to be dismantled and can be directly towed to the recycling station and sold. But unfortunately, the idea is beautiful and the reality is cruel. The so-called half of the Titanic is actually just an empty shell. For example, the first-class cabin of the Titanic is located on the artificial lake 30 feet deep in Studio Number 2. Whether it is the restaurant scene during the voyage or the sinking scene when the sea water floods, it is filmed here. The third and fourth studios built multiple scenes such as the lower class cabin and the boiler room. As for the real deck, hanging corridor, stern and half of the hull, they are in the first studio. The reason why half of the Titanic was built but all the interior scenes were stripped from the hull is actually for safety. After all, it is not impossible to build a Titanic and then sink it, but the sinking scene is really not a filming, but a life-threatening one. Although the suction, when the ship sank, has been disproven, the danger of sinking is still obvious. Because of this, the shooting arrangement of Titanic is exactly the same as other movies. Except for the sinking scene, the other shots are naturally made in a way that saves money. Although the truck driver is a tyrant on the set and a money-burning machine, he will not waste it like Jiang Wen, and will not let the actors go back to the road of fleeing in 1942 in pursuit of extreme reality like Zhao Gangpeo. When the crew officially started shooting, the material they needed was actually the love between Jack and Rose. As for the submarine exploration and salvage in the opening, in the process of submarine exploration in the past few years, the truck driver has personally drilled into the submarine and filmed at the site of the Titanic's accident. It can be used after editing, and at most some CGI pictures will be added, and it can be embedded in the feature film. As for the water footage of the elderly Ruth and the survey ship, one was shot in a mansion in Malibu, and the other was shot on the Ryan Victory. Roland didn't have to worry about these two things, because the truck driver had already finished shooting. So when Roland sat in front of the monitor, he was facing only the Southampton dock that the crew had temporarily built for the sailing scene. When all the shots of boarding the ship were shot, the model dock would disappear forever. The Titanic would also sail on the sea. Perhaps it was the truck driver's generosity that made Roland very excited, or perhaps it was because he had been accustomed to snatching the director's baton from these famous directors and tinkering with it for more than 6 years. So after putting on the director's hat, he instantly entered the role. Picking up the draft of the storyboard and scanning it twice, the shot that belonged to Bai Guang had been replayed in Roland's head countless times. When he raised the director's baton, clear and organized shooting instructions also came out and were passed to the ears of all the staff. Captain number 1, take a close-up shot of the vehicle driving to the dock. Camera number 2, take a close-up shot of Kate getting off the car. Note that when she looks up, the camera tilts up slightly. Her neck and jaw are also very beautiful. Kate, you should be elegant when you get off the car later. You should know this better than me. When he finished directing the traffic and all the personnel were in their positions, the characters in the set moved with a crisp sound from the script supervisor. August 1st, 1996. First scene, first shot, action. This is a busy dock with a sea of people, almost everyone wearing a hat. At a glance, there are newsboy caps, wide-brimmed hats, bowler hats, hamburger hats, and all kinds of styles. Just by relying on the shape of the hat, you can roughly distinguish each person's identity. If you match their clothes, the gap between the rich and the poor is instantly revealed. Some people hold cigarettes in their mouths, and some drive horse-drawn carriages. When they meet each other, they naturally avoid each other, which depicts the sense of distance vividly. While people were busy, the sound of car horns came from far away. Hearing this sound, people who still believed that bicycles are for transportation and horse carriages are for the better turned their heads. As their sight expanded, a gold-plated classic car had come to their side. The driver and bodyguards in uniform looked at them with wooden eyes. Even without the intimidating eyes, the pedestrians blocking the way of the car still chose to dodge decisively. After all, no one wants to provoke the dignitaries who can ride in cars. But dodging does not mean that they will not look. Because in addition to the gold-plated classic car in the front, there are 2 cars following closely behind. Such a grand spectacle naturally aroused people's curiosity. When everyone cast gossipy eyes at the leading car, the car that found an empty seat had also stopped. The bodyguard sitting on the passenger seat got out of the car and opened the back door skillfully. At the same time, a hand wearing a white leather glove also quietly reached out. Supported by the bodyguard's hand, a graceful figure wearing a white dress with black stripes and holding a purple umbrella finally appeared. When she stepped on the side pedal and got out of the car gracefully, the purple hat with a bow, with its wide brim, covered everything people wanted to see. This situation made the onlookers very regretful. But just as they were disappointed, the woman seemed to have heard people's calls and naturally raised her head and looked around. Her light green pupils were like a calm lake, without any waves or emotions, and her jade-like oval face, with bright red lips dotted in it, was like a black hole under the afterglow of the sun, swallowing up all the men's eyes. Even if it was just a glimpse, it perfectly explained what it meant to win that boat ticket. It is the luckiest thing in my life. After seeing such a scene, Roland, who stood in front of the monitor with his hands on his hips, also clapped his hands happily. He said in a nostalgic, but secretly happy tone, "Cut, good." Although the truck driver had thrown the director's tube and the draft of the storyboard in front of Roland, he was the producer and director of the whole movie after all. When Roland shouted good, a group of people cast their eyes over, and after seeing the old man smiling, applauding, and nodding, the studio was filled with cheerful voices. This behavior of not treating village officials as carters did not surprise Roland. When he took over the director's baton from Spielberg, those people were also very surprised. But it doesn't matter, just get to know each other better. While the truck driver was helping Roland out, he turned his head and looked at Roland. The face of this young man who had known Roland for more than 6 years was full of happy smiles. Although he had lost his temper in front of Roland before, both sides understood that it was just a joke. When working, they naturally wouldn't care about these things. "It's a good shot. You really know how she looks the most beautiful." The truck driver smiled and bumped Roland with his elbow. Before Roland could reply, he continued, "Don't stand there stupidly. Take the draft of the storyboard and go over to discuss the play. They are waiting for you." The truck driver's approval made Roland very happy. Although this shot was not difficult, and he had simulated and repeated it countless times in his mind, the old man's affirmation was more valuable than gold. He took the draft handed over by the other party, took off his hat, and put it back on his head. This action caused the old man to shake his head repeatedly, but Roland didn't care. When he walked to Kate with a smile, Kate, who was standing next to the car, stretched out her right hand. The calmness in the camera had disappeared, replaced by the playfulness of young people. "Oh, beautiful lady, it's nice to see you." Roland naturally bent one knee to half kneel, then shook hands and kissed her hands. Kate was very happy to see the smooth movement. After Roland stood up again, she asked directly, "How is it?" James said it's okay. Roland asked knowingly, "You know that's not what I'm asking." Kate raised her hand and hit Roland's chest without hearing a satisfactory answer. "Okay, okay, okay, you are very beautiful in the camera." Since it was working time, Roland didn't tease her anymore. "Really?" Hearing this, Kate's smile became even bigger. "Of course." Roland nodded heavily and asked, "Do you think I will make you look ugly?" "You dare not." Kate replied with a smile. If it were any other director, Kate would definitely not ask such a strange question. In this era, when film cameras cannot shoot and play back like digital cameras, directors who can watch the monitor have great power. Whether the actors have performed well depends entirely on them, and the working communication between the two parties depends entirely on the collision of ideas. But facing Roland, Kate is fearless. The two have communicated for more than 180 days in a row. If there are still problems, they have to communicate well at night to check for deficiencies and make up for them. What's more, her acting skills are not inferior. Even without half a year of emotional cultivation, she can still win this role steadily, and the tacit understanding between her and Roland makes her feel at ease in the performance, because now it is not about shaping Ruth or becoming Ruth, but I'm Ruth. As for adjusting the camera angle during the performance, to ensure emotional communication between herself and the camera, she doesn't have to worry about it. If there is a problem, Roland, who is sitting behind the monitor, will even find it before the truck driver. Because the marvel of beauty can be reflected in every frame. Because of this, in this state of ease, Roland can talk about the play more easily. More than 80% of the whole movie is about the love between the two. As long as the two of them are in tune with each other, the performance of other supporting roles is very simple. What's more, Billy Zane, the second male lead who has the second most scenes, started his career with the Back to the Future series and was trained by Robert Zemeckis. Frances Fisher, who plays Ruth's mother, has worked with Tom Hanks in Back to the Future and filmed Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. As for the fat lady, who is good to Jack, she won the Oscar for Best Actress in 1991. It is no exaggeration to say that, although Roland is the most famous in the crew, the acting skills of the other guys are not as good as their fame. When they confirmed that the truck driver really let Roland shoot and he just crossed his legs, supervised behind the monitor, eliminated mistakes, and was lazy, the next few scenes of boarding the ship were shot faster. The thing that Roland and the truck driver discussed the most was whether they needed to take more times to provide more materials for the subsequent editing. As for mistakes, if Roland made Kate laugh, he would have been beaten to death by the truck driver. Of course, the truck driver didn't beat him. Not only that, the old man who should have scolded Roland also showed a very high quality in self-cultivation. From beginning to end, he was happy to watch Roland running around, and that luck made Roland panic. At first, he thought that the truck driver was preparing to use a powerful move and was going to sneakily use a set of Hell's Paradise on him, but after chatting for a while during lunch, he realized that he was overthinking it. Because no matter how he followed with the plate, the other party was unwilling to sit at the same table with him. Since he was honest, but said he hated her, he was relieved. However, he didn't know that as he sat down next to Kate, the guy who had been staring at him for the whole morning finally put away his camera. That night, the scenes of Roland giving Kate a gentleman's salute, the two laughed and talked. Kate punched Roland in the chest with her little fist, and dining together quietly made the front page headlines of major gossip tabloids. That's right, the truck driver allowed Roland to give out sweets in the group, not because he could swallow it, but because Fox needed publicity materials, so he turned a blind eye and let the couple make a fuss. After the Fox reporter sent the obtained materials back to the company and printed them out, America exploded that night. Oh my god. Absolutely right. This must be Roland and Kate. Wow. Roland and Kate. I really can't believe it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I said it was them. What raise? They don't look like they have any feelings. Kate actually hit Roland with her fist. The two of them even had dinner together? Shit. Could it be that it's really the same as the group of netizens on the internet speculated that Roland's yes is Kate, right? They were already together at that time. They really match well when they stand together. Look at the look in Roland's eyes when he was doing the gentleman's salute. I feel like I'm suffocating. They definitely didn't just know each other. I now strongly suspect that the kid Steven mentioned before is Roland. If the love hype before Jurassic Park was Comrade Chew and Django riding on Roland's popularity, then now, whoever has a little connection with Roland will become popular. And the reason is also very simple. 1 month, 400 million, can prove everything. Countless viewers are willing to spend money on him. In this case, isn't it natural to pay attention to news that can be read for free? Moreover, Roland should be in love now. In this society, where parents will acquiesce and care for their children, to date and fall in love with the opposite sex, when they enter high school, Roland can stir up an uproar with just one word yes. Then, with the emergence of the hammer, the fans who are willing to spend money on him are immediately excited. If the surprise when seeing the newspaper news is their most primitive expression, then the IMDb discussion area, which is about to be crowded, has a tricky operation. The post that suspected Reese was Roland's girlfriend was righteously marked as a rumor by the administrator, and the post that suspected Kate was Roland's girlfriend was quietly pinned to the top by the administrator and the forum. It's already a big quarrel. I expected it a long time ago. I expected it when Roland answered yes. If it weren't for Roland, how could Steven praise Kate for her beauty at the Oscars? You know, he doesn't usually praise people. They are such a good match. In the photo of Roland doing the gentleman's salute, Kate smiled so brightly, she was definitely not pretending. Wow. Was my Roland kidnapped by an Englishman? What do you mean above? Kate is very beautiful, okay. If it really comes down to grades, I don't think anyone is worthy of Roland. But I still like Reese. I think she and Roland are more suitable. This is really a big surprise. Can anyone tell me if Kate is the heroine of the romantic film Roland mentioned before? I found it. Kate's Sense and Sensibility, which was nominated for the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress this year, was shot by Ang Lee, and Ang Lee's previous The Wedding Banquet and Eat Drink Man Woman were all purchased and released by Roland. Roland and Kate must have known each other for a long time. And the question you are concerned about above. After the gossip was exposed, Fox TV just urgently interrupted a news report, saying that Kate was only the heroine of Roland's new movie Titanic. The leaked photos in the gossip tabloids were all work photos on the set. The two were just lovers in the play, and they were colleagues. What? Colleagues? Does Fox think we are idiots? Do we look that stupid? They must be in love. Otherwise, why would Fox suddenly deny the rumor? It must have disrupted their publicity and promotion arrangements. It must be said that Fox is indeed a subsidiary of the tabloid kingdom. In terms of publicity and promotion, it has a good grasp of human nature. If it was just newspaper gossip, Roland's fans would definitely start matchmaking in the online community. After all, with Roland's current fame, no matter which girl he is with, there will definitely be fans who are dissatisfied. No matter how bad Reese is, she also gained a group of fans in her previous life through the Legally Blonde series, and there are many people who like her. As for Kate, she became a member of the gossip news because of the Oscar gossip. Although she is beautiful, her performance is not as good as Reese, who played Gwen. There is no way, because Sense and Sensibility is led by her aunt. However, after the gossip was exposed, Fox TV urgently denied the rumor, which made it more obvious. If Roland and Kate are not in love, why is Fox so nervous? You have been staying on the official news that the Titanic project is directed by James Cameron and Roland Allen is the star. If the male and female protagonists are not really together, why are you so anxious to deny the rumor? It is Fox's action of making things worse that makes people believe that Roland and Kate are real lovers. In this case, many guys are directly attracted by Fox's operation. Their attention has also shifted from the question of who Roland is suitable for to what extent Roland and Kate have talked about it. Is it fooling around? Or is it a real date? Most people actually prefer to believe that it was a real date. After all, Roland's previous personality was not about playing around. Moreover, if they were not in a relationship, why did the guests at the Oscars tease Kate? Unfortunately, when the public was eagerly waiting for the answer, no media said they could interview Roland. However, the spokespersons of both parties gave the public a surprising answer. Kate's spokesperson said the two parties had already known each other when they signed the project at the beginning of the year. Roland's guardian, David Olson, who was once exclaimed by many fans as it turns out that it's because he's not dead, confessed to the media Roland participated in the casting of the crew. In his own words, in a romance film, finding a heroine who has feelings is more important than anything else, because he wants to dedicate his sincerity to the public, to thank everyone for their support over the years. If he himself doesn't feel anything, then he thinks that participating in a romance film is a kind of deception, a deception of the public's feelings, a deception of the fans' trust, and a deception of your love and protection. Although David Olson just came out to talk nonsense, people in America have already understood it. Isn't this admitting that Roland and Kate are in love? And Roland chose Kate as the heroine because he has feelings for her? Wow. Isn't this telling everyone that the romance film Titanic is just for giving out sugar? Huh. Wait. Titanic? The public, who are still immersed in the official announcement brought by David, were all confused. Is Titanic the Titanic that sank? Based on the most tragic maritime accident? A romance? Are you sure you are not kidding? Shit. Who does James Cameron want to kill again? Can he stop torturing my Roland? In Terminator 2, he finally found a father, but the T-800 destroyed itself. In Spider-Man, the relatives who died included his uncle and his girlfriend's father. According to the comics, in Spider-Man 2, his girlfriend was scheduled to die. So now, Titanic is not going to kill Roland directly? WTF. I don't accept this kind of romance ending. Human nature can be manipulated, but the audience is not stupid. The title of Titanic plus the love tag can already confuse everyone, and if you add a truck driver with a bad criminal record, isn't it natural to guess the ending? However, no matter what these people say, Fox and the truck driver don't care. If they guessed it right, then they guessed it right. With Roland around, he wasn't afraid that these people wouldn't go to see it. They're shouting loudly now, but when the time comes, everyone will shout it's so good. And after the movie is released, the first batch of film reviews will reflect that there might be a lot of people rushing into the theater to see how the truck driver beat their Roland to death. What's more, the selling point of a romance movie is not the plot, but the sparkling relationship between the hero and heroine. As long as the relationship is in place, the audience can accept it regardless of whether it's sweet or knives. To put it more bluntly, if someone really sent razor blades to the truck driver, then he might be able to become the richest man in the world with Roland's terrifying number of fans. Although making movies is his main job, it's not bad to say that he sells razor blades as a side job. After all, these are all the fans love for him. Of course, Fox's official announcement of the relationship made the other companies extremely jealous. Damn, the start of a movie can make such a big fuss. What will happen when it is released? However, the other companies are actually specifically referring to Warner, Disney, and Paramount. Sony holds the investment rights of Spider-Man and is making a lot of money now, so it is not panicking at all. Universal has reaped a wave of dividends from Jurassic Park before. Although it is jealous, it is not desperate. Warner and Paramount have never encountered Roland so far. Seeing Sony, Universal, and Fox making money in turn, they are also envious, but compared with Disney, they are also very happy, because Disney is the only one who hired Roland. Not only has it not enjoyed the popularity of A+ list, but also has to pay money every year. What? Which movie are you asking about? Isn't it that damn The Lion King? The better The Lion King sells, the more heartbroken they are. That damn Simpson. How many dollars did he lose for them? Don't say that The Shawshank Redemption also made money. Wasn't it Roland himself who made a lot of money in the project of The Shawshank Redemption? After pulling in a bunch of backers, Disney dared not to default on its debts. Of course, no matter how painful Disney was, and how jealous Time Warner and Paramount were, they all understood that the project would be scheduled until Roland, who was 20 years old, had no time to accept their scripts. While they were secretly sad, Roland's love affair also spread overseas. When a bearded man in Wellington, the capital of New Zealand, heard the news that Roland Allen was Kate Winslet's girlfriend, he jumped up with his hands on his cheeks and frowned at the documents on his desk. Kate is Roland's girlfriend. He turned his head to look at his companion beside him and shouted, "Richard, our project is saved." Note, Mythbusters has a video showing whether there is a huge suction when a ship sinks. As long as it does not sink instantly, it will be like taking an elevator and will not suck people into the seabed. How the $190 million production cost of Titanic was spent is actually very interesting. Take the underwater exploration in the opening for example. Cameron told Fox at the beginning that he would go to shoot it himself, which would save money compared to making models and CGI. But what was the result? He had a lot of fun, but the cost of diving was more expensive than direct CGI production. That's why it was written before that he asked Roland to invest in building submarines. In reality, he has played with many submarines under the banner of filming. Fox is indeed shameless. I won't dig up history. What happened this year proves everything, because CNN blasted them for publishing false information, causing delays in epidemic prevention. According to the law, the federal government can now sue Fox. Chapter 195 Anxious Thin Man, 6 green lights, multiple suns, cross-server chat. New Zealand is located in the South Pacific, a member of the Commonwealth, and one of the most beautiful countries in the world. There is the famous Hell's Gate, which is where the cute kids washed their feet and ate hot pot in the second season of Where Are We Going, Dad? Of course, the 5 dads and 6 cute kids not only ate hot pot and soaked their feet here, but also went to Matamata, a small town in the Waikato region of New Zealand's North Island, to visit Hobbiton, the hometown of the Hobbits, the Shire. That's right, the only filmmaker in New Zealand who can be related to Kate Winslet is Peter Jackson, who is later known as Peter the Great. The Richard mentioned by this fat man is naturally Richard Taylor, the co-founder of Weta Digital and Peter Jackson's special effects master. When this white fat man with glasses heard his companion's roar, the guy with coffee in his hand, who had not yet taken his drink, looked confused. Blinking his eyes, he asked in confusion, "Kate? Which Kate?" "Kate Winslet." Seeing that his friend's nerves were a little slow, the minus version of Peter Jackson with a beard immediately slapped the table and said, "Remember Angels of Sin? Juliet Schwimmer. The blonde girl who fell in love with Melanie Lynskey in the movie, the British one." "Oh. Then what?" Richard Taylor still didn't understand what his companion meant. Then she is Roland's girlfriend now." Peter Jackson saw that Richard Taylor's brain circuit was not on the same channel as his, so he waved his hand and signaled him to come over quickly. Seeing this situation, Richard Taylor, who was curious in his heart, did not hesitate. He took a sip of coffee first to avoid spilling it, and then kicked his feet. He slid directly to the side of Peter Jackson on the swivel chair, and his eyes fell on the computer monitor pointed at by the other party. Looking at the entertainment news on Yahoo, he took in all the gossip about Roland and Kate's relationship. After scrolling through the news, a happy smile appeared on his plump face. "Oh, little Kate is in love too? Her boyfriend is Roland Allen. That's great. He has been the box office champion for 5 consecutive years, and with this year's Spider-Man, if nothing goes wrong, he can dominate the entire 1990s. This influence has surpassed Harrison Ford's back then. It's really a stroke of luck to find him." As the technical director of Weta Digital, Richard Taylor did not participate in the movie Angels of Sin, but that movie was shot in Weta Digital Studio. How could he not know Kate? After seeing Kate and another woman filming a lesbian scene, Weta Digital was actually very worried about the girl's physical and mental health. After all, Kate was only 17 years old at the time. If such a beautiful girl became gay, it would be a pity. And now, looking at the laughing pictures posted on Yahoo's official website, he could smell the sweetness even through the network cable. However, Richard Taylor's attitude of drinking coffee and reading gossip made Peter Jackson frown. He knocked the table hard again, and the banging sound even made the keyboard jump up. "Hey, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with you? It's just reading some love gossip. Is there a need to be so excited?" Richard Taylor frowned and looked at him. "Although she has acted in your movie, there is no need for you to be so excited, right? If you are really happy, then call and express your feelings. Why are you competing with me?" Peter Jackson's breath was choked by the 4 questions that were not to the point. Seeing that his companion really couldn't understand his train of thought, he didn't beat around the bush, but turned around and searched in the pile of documents. After a while, a document as thick as a finger was thrown in front of the other party. "Come on. I'm talking about the Lord of the Rings." When the document marked Lord of the Rings was thrown in front of Peter Jackson, he said, "I'm talking about the Lord of the Rings." When the file of Lord of the Rings appeared in Richard Taylor's sight, his eyes, which were originally showing doubts to the outside world, instantly calmed down. Not only that, his flat forehead was bulging with ravines, and he put down the coffee he was holding. Lord of the Rings? Wasn't the project of Lord of the Rings killed by Harvey Weinstein? Seeing that the other party was finally on the right track, Peter Jackson was relieved. But before he could be happy, his friend's words made him angry again. "And didn't you say that you found the Big Six, but none of them were interested in the project of Lord of the Rings? The Big Six are not interested. Harvey Weinstein doesn't want to do it, so all we can do is accept our fate." Hearing these words, Peter Jackson's cheeks swelled like the fire cloud evil god who performed the Toad Kung Fu. Take a deep breath, then exhale, trying not to get angry with yourself and your companions. After a few seconds of pause, he slowly said, "Yes, the Lord of the Rings project was indeed killed by Miramax, and the Big Six were not interested either. But Hollywood is not limited to the Big Six. In addition to the Big Six, there is New Line, and DreamWorks, and Warcraft. And now, can we not directly contact the latter two?" Peter Jackson stretched out his hand and tapped hard on the monitor. When Richard Taylor's eyes fell on the photo of Roland saluting Kate again, he finally understood what his friend meant. My goodness, this fat man has gone crazy for filming The Lord of the Rings? But how do you know that Roland and his team are interested in The Lord of the Rings? Richard Taylor clasped his hands together and rested his chin on the back of his hands. The topic finally got on track, and Peter Jackson's answer was also neat and tidy. If you are interested, you can just call Kate and ask her, won't you know? Well, if Roland is interested, how can you get the project? Richard Taylor was choked by the logical answer, but his mind was still sharp. You have to know that the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit have always been in the hands of the Weinstein brothers. If they don't agree, no one can shoot. Upon hearing this, Peter Jackson, who was almost choked to death by his friend, finally smiled. Yes, the film rights of these two series are indeed in the hands of the Weinstein brothers, but even if they are tied together, do they dare to say no to Roland Allen and Steven Spielberg? Our problem now is not to persuade the Weinstein brothers, but to trick Roland Allen into being interested in The Lord of the Rings. That's right, when Peter Jackson saw the news of Roland Allen and Kate Winslet's relationship, all he could think about was getting Roland to invest in his own project, The Lord of the Rings. As a guy who grew up reading John Tolkien's novels, Peter Jackson, like all book fans, has imagined Middle-earth countless times in his mind. He is fascinated by everything on this land, and fantasizes that one day he will be born into the world. Unfortunately, even if he becomes a director, he cannot touch that world. Because of technology, copyright, and money. Since technology does not allow it, he founded Weta Digital, just like his predecessor George Lucas, who pursued his dream. If he cannot get the copyright, he will look for the copyright owner, hoping that he can impress the other party. If he does not have money, he will attract investment. As long as he can shoot, he will do anything. Unfortunately, Weta Digital was founded, the rapidly developing technology matured, and CGI was mastered, but the copyright owner, the Hollywood independent film giant Weinstein Brothers, was not interested in his project. Yes, as early as 1990, the Weinstein brothers had bought the adaptation and filming rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, which were held by Miramax, not in the hands of the Tolkien Heritage Foundation as people imagined. If you want to film Middle-earth, you must get the nod from these two. In fact, when buying the copyright, the two brothers guessed that this IP would be very promising. Unfortunately, the 6 major Hollywood studios have no intention of making fantasy films, so their copyrights have been shelved again and again. Now, someone wants to film it, which is of course a good thing, but the problem is that Peter Jackson is not a famous director, and he wants hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, which is contrary to the operating philosophy of the Weinstein brothers, who started out with small budget independent films. In this case, they naturally rejected the other party's request ambiguously. It can't be said to be a rejection. Anyway, they left some hope for Peter Jackson. The two brothers told the future Peter the Great that if there were first or second tier film companies willing to invest in this film, they would take out the copyright and set up a project for production. If not, then forget it. Hearing this, Peter the Great, who had not yet ascended the throne, was excited. Cricket, one investment, isn't this easy to get? The Lord of the Rings is a fantasy masterpiece. How could there be no investors interested in Hollywood? As a result, after going around Hollywood, he found out that Fox told him that Titanic would eat up all the company's cash flow and there was no money to make Middle-earth. Sony told him that the Spider-Man sequel and Spielberg's Men in Black had already been approved, and there was no money to make Middle-earth. Universal told him that Jurassic Park 2 was the top priority and there was no extra money. Disney told him that The Rock failed an investment and there was no money to make Middle-earth. Warner told him that the Batman we are most familiar with was kicked to pieces by Spider-Man, so how could they make an unfamiliar fantasy movie? Paramount told him that it was time to go to bed. There was no successful precedent for the genre, and now only Steven and Roland could get investment. I'm so mad. Peter Jackson understood. Although the answers given by the 6 companies were different, there was only one essence. You are not Roland Allen. Why should we write you a 9-digit check with our eyes closed? Audiences who like him can buy back his movies in 1 month. What about you? Seeing Peter Jackson being rejected 6 times in a row, the Weinstein brothers, who thought this guy could create miracles, were also a little unhappy. Although the Big 6 rejected Peter Jackson, wasn't this also denying the value of the copyright in their hands? So they rejected Peter Jackson's request for the green light and said that the company would not invest for the time being. But how could Peter Jackson, who wanted to pursue his dream, tolerate it? While facing reality, he was even more helpless and unable to extricate himself when he returned to New Zealand. Without fame, money, or connections, he could only look at other people's faces and chopsticks. Of course, he was even more unwilling to give up because he really loved this thing. Originally, he planned to rest in his hometown for a while, and at his own expense, he led Weta Digital to make some Middle-earth models in the New Zealand studio. He wanted to use the serious and precise preparation as an important bargaining chip for his next investment, and continue to negotiate with second-tier companies. But now Kate is actually Roland's girlfriend? Isn't this an opportunity? The guy who can make the big six unanimously give the green light is right in front of him, so what else do you need? Although he stayed in New Zealand for many years, he was a Hollywood person after all. He might not know the big things, but he had heard a little about the small things. In the gossip he heard, Roland Allen was a guy with a slogan stupid, rich, come quickly. For example, 7 deadly sins which could not get any investment at all, The Shawshank Redemption which was almost killed by the O.J. Simpson, The Wedding Banquet which was a gay movie that no one was willing to distribute, Eat Drink Man Woman which many people could not understand, the copyright of Marvel movies which was kicked around by all the film companies, and Before Sunrise which has not seen any hope of profit so far. These are all projects that Roland invested in, or purchased the copyright. Although the first 5 have all turned over, at the beginning, these were all movies that no one was optimistic about. Since Roland likes this kind of project that no one wants, then his Lord of the Rings will have hope, right? As long as he can deal with this stupid and rich guy, Middle-earth will be just around the corner. Of course, the most important thing is that compared with other companies that he doesn't know, Roland can still use the back door. When filming Angels of Sin that year, he and Kate exchanged numbers. In this case, if he can talk directly to the top 3 guys in Hollywood's power list, why should he suffer from other people's troubles? So, when Peter Jackson dialed Kate's number with joy at the right time, told her his little wish, and asked Kate to help relay it, Roland, who learned the unexpected news, was as stunned as a water cut off in Kung Fu when he was taking a shower. Can you say it again? I don't think I understand. Roland, who had just walked out of the bathroom, looked at Kate leaning against the head of the bed with a confused face, and water drops flowed down his cheeks. I said that a director I worked with, named Peter Jackson, called me after seeing the news of our relationship, saying that he wanted to discuss a project with you, about movies. Seeing that Roland paused to hear the news, Kate, who had already crawled into the bed, turned over again, took the towel from Roland's hand, and then pulled his arm, made him sit on the edge of the bed, and rubbed his head dry. What? Are you not interested in him? If you don't want to meet him, just tell me, and I'll reject him. Speaking of rejection, Kate didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. The exposure of our relationship will bring you a lot of trouble. The guys who want to get close to you don't have your phone number, but they can find me, so don't think that rejection is cutting off my interpersonal relationships, because my most important interpersonal relationship now is you. Although Kate was confessing, Roland was thinking about other things. Peter Jackson approached him. Movie projects? Isn't that Lord of the Rings under the name of Weta Digital? What is Lord of the Rings? It was the top IP in the first decade of the 21st century. With Marvel in control, and Harry Potter being written, the only epic live-action movie IPs in the first decade of the 21st century were Pirates of the Caribbean, Batman and Lord of the Rings. Pirates of the Caribbean is a residual project of Walt Disney. Without the cooperation of the theme park, this series has no meaning at all. Batman belongs to Warner, and because of the relationship between Marvel and DC, it is impossible to touch it. In this way, the only treasure left just rolled into his bowl inexplicably. Is this the legendary handsome guy who can make a living with his face? Not only that, Peter Jackson also has Weta Digital in his hands. You know, 20 years later, there is a saying in the circle, if there is a problem, go to Industrial Light and Magic, they will write specific software to solve it. If it still can't be solved, then go to Weta Digital, they will try their best to force it with human technology. Compared with the Lord of the Rings which can generate $6 billion in operating income, Weta Digital is what Roland values most, because Industrial Light and Magic plus Weta Digital can solve all problems in special effects. Owning them, you can monopolize the entire special effects industry. And now which toddler is likely to hug his thigh and call him daddy? Hey. Considering your sincerity, I will reluctantly accept you as my godson. Well, actually, Roland suspected that he was dreaming, or that water had entered his brain when he was taking a shower just now. Then, he pinched Kate's thigh. Shh, what are you doing? Kate asked with a frown, feeling pain. I was wondering, why did I meet a treasure girl like you? Roland raised his head slightly, his eyes blurred. Such words made Kate think that Roland understood the confession of "you are my most important relationship." So, she, who was originally an artistic person, smiled and said, "If I could live my life again, there are two things I'm sure of. One is that I will definitely become an actor, and the other is that I will marry Laurence Olivier. If necessary, I will propose to him myself. I'm willing to repeat all of this, except for the last few months with Larry. Stop. Wait. This is clearly an exchange of interests in a career story. How come it suddenly becomes a love story? But how could Roland not understand what Kate said? That was Vivien Leigh's beautiful vision after her divorce. Vivien Leigh, who had learned acting since childhood, devoted herself to the film industry without hesitation, and her most fundamental goal was to marry Laurence Olivier. And now, Kate also learned acting since elementary school, and she entered the film industry later than Roland. Just like Vivien Leigh relied on Laurence Olivier to get Gone with the Wind, Kate's Ruth was chosen by Roland. Damn. I can't deduce it anymore. If I continue to deduce, this cross-server chat will cause trouble. However, after smelling the perfume coming from Kate, Roland, well, he understood that, if he forced an explanation now, it might cost someone's life. What's more, love at first sight is just lust, love over time is just weighing the pros and cons, and growing old together is more of a habit. Since Kate's brainwaves are not on the same channel as his, he will pretend to be on the same channel. Anyway, the two of them are getting along quite comfortably now. So, Roland smiled and said, I will meet Peter Jackson for you. Laurence Olivier's biggest mistake was that he did not see that Vivien Leigh lived only for herself. Hearing this, Kate raised the corners of her mouth, quickened her movements, and directly rubbed Roland's head into a hedgehog head. After seeing the explosive effect, she put down the towel with satisfaction, hummed a tune, got on the bed, and called Peter Jackson again. Hi, Peter, I asked for you. Roland said you can just come over directly. As for the time. At this point, Kate, who was lying on the pillow, turned her head to look at Roland, and Roland said very politely, anytime. Oh, he said you can come over anytime. Kate pursed her lips. The phone in her hand hadn't been hung up yet. She stared at Roland and smiled as she reached out and grabbed it. Note, the copyrights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit were bought by Weinstein as early as before 1990. New Line bought the copyrights from them. Weinstein only retained 7.5% of the full profit dividends of the 4 films, 3 Lord of the Rings films, 1 The Hobbit, and a part of them belonged to the Tolkien Foundation, and the copyright has nothing to do with the foundation. This was recorded in the lawsuit when the foundation jointly with Miramax and Weinstein sued Warner. During the trial of Harvey earlier this year, Ashley Judd and Mira Sorvino accused Harvey, saying that they were kicked off the casting list of The Lord of the Rings because they did not serve Harvey. Harvey denied this, but Peter Jackson made it clear in an interview with CNN that he had been arguing with Harvey for 18 months in order to make the movie. Harvey wanted to control everything, including casting, but he was still unwilling to invest money. After New Line bought the copyright, Weinstein became the executive producer. Not only that, Harvey disgusted him because selling 2 copyrights to New Line was conditional. Harvey bid $10 million and bought shares in Weta Digital. He was the 3rd largest shareholder after Peter and Richard. In the indictment, the total revenue of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, including peripherals, exceeded $6 billion. Now the saying in the circle is indeed that it is impossible for Weta Digital to solve Industrial Light and Magic because the labor cost in California is too high, and Industrial Light and Magic only selectively accepts orders and more special effects software development. You can search on Baidu for Vivien Leigh and Laurence Olivier's love story. I can't write about it anymore. Chapter 196. No Business is Hard to Do version 2.0. For the major Hollywood companies, the summer season of 1996 was simply a hell. In addition to the existence of Spider-Man and Independence Day, two money-making crocodiles that they could not even hope to compete with, what made them most uncomfortable was that the public's attention was not actually on movies. Because this year is the 100th anniversary of the Olympic Games. The venue is in Atlanta, America. Including this time, the Olympic Games have been held in America for 4 times. If you insist on asking whether people are interested or not, the public's attention is definitely not as strong as the first time the Olympic Games were held. But this time, the meaning is different. Being able to defeat Athens on the day of the 100th anniversary of the Olympic Games and prevent the Olympic flame from returning is a manifestation of the country's strength. This gimmick alone can make countless people excited. In addition, the country has been in bad luck in the past few years, and now the whole country is celebrating and having fun, which is actually a means to stretch the national pride. In this way, under the double team of the two money-making crocodiles and the Olympic Games, there are actually many movies that die tragically in the summer season. A Different Kind of Miracle was released on July 3rd, and its first weekend box office was 16 million. Live and Let Die was released on July 12th, even with Denzel Washington and Meg Ryan as the leading actors, and the future fresh meat Matt Damon's appearance. The first weekend box office was only 12.5 million. A Time to Kill, starring Matthew McConaughey and Sandra Bullock, and Kevin Spacey's full participation, also failed to escape the bad luck, with an opening weekend box office of 14.8 million. As for the others, under the crush of Independence Day and the Olympics, these 3 movies are the only ones that can be shown in the whole month of July. Yes, no one expects a big box office explosion anymore. As long as the death is not tragic enough, it is a victory. Of course, everyone can understand the decadent box office market, and the corresponding is the eye-catching ratings of the live broadcast of the Olympic Games. After all, people's entertainment methods in this era are so few. If the box office falls, the TV ratings will definitely rise, and if the TV ratings fall, the box office will definitely pick up. As for both falling, there is only one possibility: the era of mobile internet has arrived. And if it falls for the 3rd time, then we have to wait for another 24 years. Now the whole of America is shrouded in the Olympic economy of Atlanta, so that when Peter Jackson, the future big fat man, flew from Wellington to Auckland, and then to Los Angeles, stayed for a night, and then rushed to the set in Baja California, the hat he used to protect the sun was all Olympic goods bought at the airport, not to mention the t-shirt on his body. The first mascot he made by computer, holding the torch, and smiling like a sand sculpture. Such an outfit made Roland sigh again and again. The Olympics can really boost the economy. Making money under the banner of the Olympics, what's the difference between that and robbery? Such an abstract character doesn't even know the meaning, but it's printed on clothes and sold. Looking at Peter Jackson's outfit, Roland finally understood how heavy a blow the postponement or cancellation of the Olympics would be to the host country. If the free money can't be picked up, what's the difference between that and losing 35 billion in one day? Of course, he would not say what he felt. After seeing Peter Jackson's slightly restrained face, Roland took the initiative to extend his right hand to him. "Hi, Peter, I'm glad to meet you in Mexico. Kate often mentioned you to me. She said you are a very imaginative director. She also recommended me to watch Over the Line of the Dead. It was really fun." "Really? That was my experimental work imitating trauma. I didn't expect you to like it too." Hearing this, Peter Jackson was full of surprise, and while talking, he did not forget to be polite when asking for help. "It's really my honor that you can take time out of your filming to see me." "Oh, Peter, you don't need to be so polite to him." Seeing Peter Jackson take the initiative to lower his posture, Kate, who came out with Roland, smiled and extended her hand, and continued, "We are all family. There is no need to be so formal. Sit down, let's eat and talk. If we were not busy, we would definitely go to New Zealand to find you. What a beautiful place. I miss her so much." At Kate's invitation, the 3 of them sat down. Although Mexico's economy is not comparable to America's, Baja California, which is adjacent to California, is not bad. The place where Peter Jackson was entertained was a local restaurant selected by Kate herself. In her words, New Zealand's Pacific Rim cuisine is deeply influenced by all over the world. They are used to eating food from all over the world. Japanese, Indian, halal, Italian, Mexican, Chinese, Malaysian, Thai and other exotic cuisines all have branches in New Zealand. Therefore, it is enough to invite him to dinner and taste the local flavor directly. In addition, Peter Jackson came for a request, so there is no need to make it grand. It is relatively ordinary, and there is less restraint in the conversation. This is actually the reason why Roland is fascinated by Kate. It is so comfortable to do things. After sitting down, under Kate's connection, Peter Jackson's sense of restraint gradually disappeared, and while enjoying the local people-friendly food, he also talked about his life experience. Like many children, I fell in love with movies when I was 5 or 6 years old. Later, I discovered King Kong. There was no Jaws and Star Wars at that time, so I was deeply attracted by the pictures in King Kong, because I also wanted to shoot such a story. So on Christmas of the same year, my parents bought me an 8mm camera. Chewing the food in his mouth, Peter Jackson, who did not have outstanding achievements, had empty eyes. That camera accompanied me for 10 years. When I got my first salary, I bought a 16mm machine. At that time, Star Wars was released. I was intoxicated by the cool pictures. After watching the movie, I thought to myself, how great it would be if I could make The Lord of the Rings one day. I must make it as epic as Star Wars. Unfortunately, the New Zealand Film Company passed my job application letter, and I can only tinker with it myself. The Over the Top you mentioned is my first film to win an international award, and it was that film that allowed me to get more funding for filming, and then Angels of Sin was born. At this point, Peter Jackson looked at the two of them embarrassedly, and the two people sitting opposite him, well, Roland and Kate, one on the left and one on the right, held their chins with one hand and kept listening to his story with a smile. Seeing that the person concerned didn't care, he didn't stop, but continued. Angels of Sin won me the Silver Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival. It was also the Silver Lion that made me meet Harvey Weinstein. He bought the North American distribution rights for this film. At the same time, I also knew for the first time that the copyrights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit were in his hands. When I learned the news, I was ecstatic, but because I didn't have any outstanding achievements, so Harvey rejected my request for a project. It's also my fault for being reckless, but I really want to shape the Middle-earth world, so like most directors, after winning the award, I took on a commercial film, Universal's Ghost in the Shell. Hearing this, Roland interrupted. Just like Ang Lee, after winning the award, he also took on Sense and Sensibility. Receiving such a response, Peter Jackson nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is the traditional promotion route for directors, but my choice is different from Ang compared to Lee. It seems too risky. He continued to explore in his successful field, while I was buried in the field, where I was not successful. So, the ghost died suddenly. For this reason, Harvey suggested that I make more medium-cost movies instead of tinkering with The Lord of the Rings. But you should know better than me that directors like us have no chance to choose materials in Hollywood. In this case, I want to follow George Lucas because the technology has appeared, and I can't wait. Of course, I'm also afraid of taking over other projects and continuing to fail, and from and the chance to shoot The Lord of the Rings was forever missed. But unfortunately, the Big Six is unwilling to invest in me, and Miramax is unwilling to set up a project for me. Some guys don't even want to read the scripts written by my wife and I. So after I heard about your relationship, I couldn't wait to call you, because I wanted to communicate with you. I think you who can invest in 7 Deadly Sins and by Shawshank Redemption are willing to spend some time to read my script. While speaking, he also wiped his hands, opened the file package, and handed the neat script to Roland. It's not that Peter Jackson wants to sell misery, nor is it that he is one thing in front of his friends and Roland, but that he doesn't have a dazzling work to discuss with Roland now. In this way, telling Roland about his love for The Lord of the Rings has become the biggest weight in his plan to deceive. There is no way to let the experts in the circle kill his projects one after another. In this case, talking about the content with Roland, who is also professional, isn't it boring? But for Roland, who had already seen the reference answer, the reason why he listened quietly was, first, he wanted to know the creative experience of Peter the Great in the future, and second, he wanted to know why this guy would look for him. Although Warcraft Films successfully released 7 Deadly Sins and The Shawshank Redemption, but who exactly owns Warcraft Films has never been made public. Since the birth of Warcraft Films, there has been very little news about it, and Roland's 25% of the shares of the overseas distribution company have not been widely reported. Those who know about it are all guys at the top of the pyramid in the circle. To put it bluntly, with Peter Jackson's current level, Roland does not think that the other party can find him. If it depends only on the news of Kate and his relationship, Roland feels that Peter Jackson should want him to be listed on the list of producers, so that he can continue to negotiate with other film companies, but now, he is obviously here to attract investment. This situation is not right. So, after taking the book, Roland did not choose to read it immediately, but asked curiously, "Did Harvey Weinstein tell you that I control Warcraft Films? Didn't you say that he suggested that you shoot a few medium-cost commercial films first, and then plan the Lord of the Rings?" Upon hearing this question, Peter Jackson, who was already frank, was stunned at first, then pursed his lips, smiled and shook his head and said, "Of course not. It was actually Robert Zemeckis who told me this." "Robert?" Roland raised his eyebrows, even more surprised. "Do you know him?" "Yes, we know him." Since he was asking for help, Peter Jackson had no intention of hiding it, and nodded directly. "You should know the project of Contact. There is a scene in which Jodie Foster needs to show several facial conflicts in a short period of time, and that scene was produced by Arweta Digital, so we talked about a lot of things other than movies, of course, including you. DreamWorks and Warcraft Films were both recommended by him." "Okay." Roland understood. "Answer honestly, reveal everything." Peter Jackson, who was penniless, relied on his own hands to fight against the Weinstein brothers? Don't be ridiculous, okay? The brothers who officially took root in Hollywood since 1979, who produced countless Oscar winners, were simply not something that Peter Jackson could compete with. New Line, which was backed by Warner, but always wanted to break away from the control of the other party, did not have the ability to force the dictatorial brothers to give up the copyright. The one who really slapped them down was actually Robert Zemeckis, who supported Peter Jackson. As a director who was deeply influenced by Spielberg, but ended up going off the track in film and television special effects, Robert Zemeckis really liked special effects. After discovering that Arweta Digital was fully committed to developing motion capture technology, he and Peter Jackson became close friends, because they both liked this stuff. And then, there was the Polar Express. Under the strong recommendation of Robert Zemeckis, Spielberg and Lucas actually visited Arweta Digital as early as after the release of Contact. They wanted to know how 6 sides per second were synthesized. After watching it, the Weinstein brothers, who had been arguing with Peter Jackson for 18 months, left directly. New Line successfully acquired the copyright, and the two brothers persisted to the end, but only retained 1.5% of the dividends. The Weinstein brothers are awesome. I can find someone more awesome to crush you to death, right? If it were according to the timeline of Roland's previous life, Peter Jackson would find the Jewish gang, but now, isn't the bug in the Jewish gang sitting in front of him? After learning about the relationship between Peter Jackson and Robert Zemeckis, Roland finally did not hide the smile on his face. Because, there is no problem now. After tapping the script a few times, he said, "Leave the script here with me. I'll find time to read it. If you're not in a hurry, stay here for a few more days. You can walk around the area, or go to the studio. I'll ask the staff to get you a pass. You just need to sign a confidentiality document, and you can go in and out normally." Although Roland didn't give a clear answer, his attitude was the best Peter Jackson had ever seen. As for leaving, don't be kidding. This is James Cameron's crew. How many directors dream of going in and taking a look? After nodding in agreement, the two parties, who each got what they needed, had a more pleasant chat. When Roland returned to the hotel, he immediately called Robert Zemeckis and asked him about the details. "Peter came to see you? Oh, if you are interested, you can help him. His Weta Digital has mastered a lot of top technologies, and it is also a company supported by the local Wellington. I originally wanted to wait until contact was completed and then communicate with Stephen and George about the effects, but now, it's the same, whether you do it or Stephen does it. Isn't what we do to lead the trend with technology. Now everyone is starting a company. If you can do it yourself, don't give it to others. After hanging up the phone, Roland really had nothing to say. When the interpersonal relationship is full, there is really no business in the world that is difficult to do. Jack Ma is sincere and never deceives me. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Kate, who was flipping through the script, asked without looking up, "You don't want to work with the Weinstein brothers, do you? They are so disgusting. They often play with hidden rules." Kenneth doesn't know how many times he has told me, "I could have come to Hollywood after filming Angels of Sin, but the copyright of Angels of Sin was bought by them. I was too lazy to care about them and return home." Work with the Weinstein brothers? Are you kidding? Who is willing to work with these two bugs? He is so handsome and has not touched many actresses. How can Harvey, the fat guy, do it? Bah. This is not his real idea at all. No. Since they spit out the copyright in Roland's previous life, they have to spit it out in this life. As for whether the other party is willing, Roland believes that they dare not refuse. No, I'm not like Harvey. Roland didn't explain much on this issue. He took out his phone and directly called David. "Hi, David, how have you been recently? I have something else to trouble you with." "It's not difficult. I just want you to go to Miramax and buy the film adaptation rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit from Harvey Weinstein. I haven't talked to them. Please ask for a price for me first. If it's not expensive, you can just buy it. If it's too expensive, call me and tell me. I'll find someone to lower the price. Pay attention. We don't give you dividends. Not to mention a cent. We don't even give you 0.1. Note, the 1996 summer season was greatly impacted by the Olympics. Taking the banner of the Centennial Olympics from Athens, Atlanta received extraordinary attention. Coupled with the main theme of Independence Day, the summer box office market that year was dismal. In other words, the movies that were meant to be small but big were basically suppressed. Peter Jackson did meet Robert Zemeckis in 1996, at the time written in the article. Not only that, he was also a member of the visual effects team of Contact. Before The Lord of the Rings was filmed, Spielberg and Lucas had seen the Shire, the hometown of the Hobbits. Lucas also gave him a model of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Jurassic Park. After watching the preparations, Weinstein, who had been arguing with Jackson for 18 months, took the initiative to sell the copyright. They had made their relationship public when preparing The Adventures of Tintin. DreamWorks missed out on many series, but they had no choice, because they had no money. Chase Bank did give them a loan of $1 billion, but in 1998, Saving Private Ryan, Collision Course, Ants, The Prince of Egypt, and Galaxy Quest consumed more than $300 million. If they had invested in Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings, the remaining $700 million would have been gambled away. So they gave up, but they lost the two most amazing series. It seems that they are also human beings. If they were time travelers, they would have held on to the last two. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The head of the family surrendered without fighting. "Dad, who is it?" When David put down his phone in silence, a sweet questioning voice entered his ears. Turning around, he saw Elizabeth, wearing a lake blue dress, holding Izzy and standing at the door. She was wearing a beige wide-brimmed hat and carrying a small school bag, and her face was full of curiosity. "Oh, it's Roland." David threw his phone into his handbag indifferently. At the same time, he grabbed the baseball cap on the sofa and the sunglasses on the bedside table in his cool clothes, and muttered, "He has taken a fancy to a new project again, and asked me to ask the copyright owner for the price. It's all business matters." What did he take a fancy to again? While David was talking, Ganetti also drove the Olson sisters into the house. Like the father and daughter, They were also dressed casually. Isn't he filming Titanic now? He's in Mexico. How can he find new projects? Now we can do business by email, right? Not to mention online shopping. Before Canetti finished speaking, the 6-foot-tall young man who came in with her immediately took over the conversation. Roland makes friends wherever he goes. He has so many friends. Isn't it normal for him to suddenly have 1 or 2 new projects? Besides, he only stayed at home for 10 days this year. The rest of the time, wasn't he with the heroine of a romance movie for work? He's busy working every day, let alone a new project. It wouldn't be strange if someone died, right? The sarcastic voice spread throughout the room. James, you can't say that about Roland. Elizabeth was immediately unhappy when she heard this. The 7-year-old girl puffed up her chubby face, and her straight eyes seemed to be able to scrape a layer of flesh off James' body. Roland said that he made money to build a zoo for me. He said that he would raise a whale for me on my 10th birthday. Hey? Do you believe this? James was excited. Licky, you have to know that if Roland really wants to build a zoo for you, he has enough money now to build 10 zoos. I know. But Roland also said that it is easy to build a zoo, but it is expensive to keep a zoo. Elizabeth retorted unceremoniously, and there are people from the Animal Protection Association watching every day. Ouch. Here we go again. The inexplicable tit-for-tat made the couple shake their heads helplessly. Even the 10-year-old Olson sisters rolled their eyes. Because of this situation, the 4 of them are no longer surprised. Since the release of Jumanji, Roland's whereabouts have been erratic. Well, it's not erratic. Roland's bodyguards, assistants, and drivers were all hired by David, so it was easy to find out his schedule. In the past 6 months, Roland and Kate have been together and rarely go home. Except for the few days when Kate came to Los Angeles to attend the Oscars, Roland's residence was as quiet as a haunted house. Although Roland was basically not at home every time he joined the crew during filming, this time, everyone felt that Roland was different. It's not that he didn't call back every night to report his safety, but that when he reported his safety every night, the guys who chatted with him on the phone could more or less hear some noises on the other end of the phone. For the Olsons, this is actually normal. They also fell in love at first sight, so they can understand the behavior of young people. For the 3 Olson sisters, this is also understandable. They have been to the crew and know that the crew is like that. But for James, the skinny bamboo pole who successfully lost weight, the situation is different. Why did he lose weight? Isn't it just to date girls? But the Olsons made it clear that he had to get into college before he could fall in love. Why? On what basis? When he was in school, Roland dropped out of school, and his parents told him that this was to help Roland get out of the sadness of losing his parents. When he was studying, Roland was filming, and his parents told him that this was to support Roland's hobbies. When he studied hard and got A+ in all his subjects, Roland, who was illiterate, was already worth 1 billion and had a girlfriend. As a result, his parents told him that a large part of their family business would be inherited by him, so he still had to get into a good university to ensure that he would not lose all the family business. I don't believe you. You are a bad old man. What inheritance of the family business? Isn't it because Ashley and Mary already have a brand company under their names, and Elizabeth, the little girl, is likely to follow Roland into Hollywood, and he, the eldest son in the family, has nothing? His parents have always instilled in him the theory of studying hard to succeed, but what is the result? As the only scholar in the family, he is not the hope of the family at all, but the one who is doing the worst. This is really heartbreaking. Therefore, whenever Roland is not around, James will openly diss this brother who makes him feel great pressure. At the same time, Elizabeth, who has always wanted Roland to build a zoo for her, will refute. The siblings who should love each other are living like enemies. The point is, the husband has his own reasons, and the wife has her own reasons, and the Olsons can't find the right words to enlighten them. If it were in the past, they would let the two continue to quarrel. But now after all, they came out to watch the Olympic Games. After looking at each other, the couple reached an agreement instantly. Okay, if you two want to debate, then stay and debate. What's the point of you two going against each other? James, if you have the ability, just say these words in front of Roland. Licky, do you dare to sue James in front of Roland? Since neither of you dare, then don't argue here. Let's go watch the game. Hearing this, the brother and sister glared at each other, then snorted and walked out of the hotel room. They only quarreled verbally, and they didn't dare to go to Roland at all. The reason was very simple. Although Roland was away from home all year round, James was dominated by the fear of mathematics, physics and chemistry for nearly 7 years. When he thought that his tutor was hired by Roland with money, he felt a pain in his liver. Elizabeth was quite precocious. She knew that Roland was a more reliable pillar of the family than his father. Mom and Dad didn't quarrel. The two sisters were happy every day, and she could raise whales, all because Roland was running around all day. Seeing their children change color when they heard about Roland, the Olsons also smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Parents who do this are rare. However, it is better to have someone to rely on than to have no one to rely on. If life can be easy, why bother yourself? When Roland was working hard for a better life in the crew of Titanic in Baja California, Mexico, the real Olson family was feeling the atmosphere of the Centennial Olympics in Atlanta. However, it's just fun, but David will not forget the business. As a guy who has entered the top 400 of the Forbes rich list for the first time, he doesn't need to personally find a film company to buy the copyright. He can throw it to the toolman of Warcraft Pictures, and the other party will naturally go to discuss the transaction. But when the general manager of Warcraft Pictures received David's call, he was confused by the inexplicable idea of asking for the price. After repeated confirmation to ensure that his boss was willing to buy, he sent a letter to Miramax according to the boss's ideas. The content of the letter was also very concise, with 5 lines and 2 sentences. Our company is interested in your film adaptation rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Please make an offer. What the fuck? When the Weinstein brothers saw the transaction invitation from Warcraft Films, the straightforward words made them look confused. What does this mean? Those who know it understand that it is an inquiry. Those who don't know it think it is a robbery. Bob Weinstein, who was wearing round-framed glasses, read the letter carefully several times. After confirming that he had not misunderstood the meaning, he slapped the letter on the table in confusion. We have no grudge against Roland, right? Why did he suddenly send us such a transaction letter? Yes, this was Bob Weinstein's first thought after receiving the letter. If Peter Jackson of this era was just a nobody and was not worthy of playing games with them at the same table, then they were not worthy of playing games with Roland now. You know, Roland's background is very complicated. Roland is a famous actor on the surface, but he is actually a big boss of a film company in the guise of an actor. Roland is a big boss of a film company in the guise of an actor on the surface, but he is actually one of the first internet players who plays a cameo role as a big boss of a film company in the guise of an actor. Roland is one of the first internet players who plays a cameo role as a big boss of a film company in the guise of an actor. But he is actually a capitalist who talks and laughs with Wall Street tycoons with 3 identities: actor, big boss of a film company, and one of the first internet players. If Roland, who had the support of the Jewish gang, had not been targeted by the entertainment industry since his development, and the Big Six didn't bother to touch him, unless it was absolutely necessary after the release of The Shawshank Redemption, then after returning from New York, who among those who started companies in the industry didn't treat him as a transparent person? As long as Roland didn't provoke them, no one knew what he did. There was no way, who made Roland a good fortune boy for so many years, and the guys who owed him favors were so many, that they could line up to the Pacific Ocean. If it was any other second-tier company that sent the letter, Bob Weinstein would have been furious, but Roland, he was thinking, we don't have any conflicts with him, right? Of course not. I'd be crazy to go back and provoke him. Feeling the questioning look from Bob, the fat man Harvey Weinstein rolled his eyes immediately. When I knew he was Steven's student, I wouldn't look at any women related to him. When I knew he was also James' student, I wouldn't try to snatch any projects related to him. When I knew he had been playing in New York for 10 days. Do you think your life is not good enough now, or that you have enjoyed a free life for long enough? Harvey understood better than Bob. After playing in the circle for more than 20 years, what would he not have experienced? It's true that he has a secret crush on actresses, but he doesn't want to touch any of them who have a backer. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to die? Since you haven't offended him. Harvey was so frank that Bob couldn't figure it out. Then why did he suddenly want to buy the copyright from us? Hearing this, Harvey looked helpless and said, isn't it because Fox announced Kate's relationship with him? Then Peter Jackson went to find Roland. After learning that Warcraft Films had sent a transaction invitation to his company, Harvey asked around and finally learned from Fox that Peter Jackson, who had asked him to invest in the project before, was now watching the Titanic crew. Although there is no cause and effect, the twists and turns are too easy to guess. Harvey is not a fool. After a turn of thought, he realized that Roland was persuaded by Peter Jackson. But Peter Jackson convinced Roland. Isn't this a good thing? Bob was even more confused when he heard this. Since he is willing to do the Lord of the Rings, then we will cooperate with him. Sony can cooperate with him on Spider-Man. Fox can cooperate with him on Titanic. Why can't we cooperate with him on the Lord of the Rings? How much money Peter Jackson wants, we can discuss and invest in proportion. There is no need to talk about copyright transactions right away, right? After all, he didn't take the copyright of Titanic. Yes, the Big Six turned a blind eye to Roland's behavior. In addition to the fact that the backers were too strong and there was no need for the two sides to fight each other, another factor was that Roland was too tactful. If the cooperation with Sony was to plot against their overseas distribution company, then the cooperation with Fox allowed those giants to see the possibility of having the best of both worlds. If Roland really wanted to develop on his own, he could have forcibly taken the Titanic project from Fox, but he didn't. Not only that, he didn't even ask for copyright sharing. This kind of behavior is not about running a company at all. It's just purely about making movies. Because even Spielberg will hold the copyright of the movies directed by himself. Since Roland only wants to make movies, the Big Six doesn't matter. Almost everyone agrees that the 25% of the shares of the overseas distribution company in his hands are held on behalf of Spielberg. In this way, it's good for you, me and everyone. Since Roland, who has a powerful backer, is not trying to overthrow them, as long as he keeps the copyright of the project, Roland can do whatever he wants. At most, it won't conflict with your movie. And how many movies can Roland produce in a year? No problem. But now, Roland wants to buy the copyright controlled by the two brothers? If there is really no conflict between the two sides, then this behavior is obviously looking down on the two brothers. Wait, look down on the two brothers? Before Bob could sort out his thoughts and get angry, Harvey, who got his brother's idea, coughed awkwardly and said, this matter may still have something to do with me. Huh? Bob said with his nose, didn't you say you didn't offend Roland? Yes, I didn't offend Roland, but... Harvey curled his lips and said, but I once showed kindness to Kate. What? Bob jumped up when he heard this, and his voice suddenly rose. You seduced her? How is that possible? Seeing that his brother was getting impatient, Harvey didn't hold back and explained loudly, I just bought Peter Jackson's Angels of Sin and found Kate pretty, so I asked her out for dinner at the Venice Film Festival and told her that if she wanted to come to Hollywood to make a feature film, she could come to me directly. But she rejected me on the spot. Then I said that there are too many people like her who want to rely on feature films to enter the industry. Every year, new people emerge. If they can't quickly gain a foothold after becoming famous, they will soon be eliminated. Then, she returned to China and took over Kenneth and Emma's script. Later I found out that she is their niece. Well, Bob has nothing to say. Compared with the crimes committed by the outlaw Zhang San, Harvey's unsuccessful behavior of unspoken rules is nothing at all. Casting couches are too common in Hollywood, and there are only a handful of producers who have not done these things. But the problem is that no one can guarantee that the girl who was not sneaked into by them before has found a boyfriend who is more awesome than them. To be honest, when they stand in Roland's position to think about the problem, they will not choose to cooperate with themselves. In this case, directly purchasing the copyright becomes an obvious thing. As for the tone of the invitation, it's not excessive at all. But, can't we just not sell it? Bob wanted to reject the invitation directly, but before his brother could give him a caring look, he shook his head and said, no, if we don't sell it, then the copyright will be scrapped. because then no one will dare to shoot it. Roland not only has a backer, but he's also a good guy in the circle. Sony and Fox are counting on him to make money now. Who among Warner, Disney, Paramount, and Universal doesn't want to take his project? If they find out that Roland is interested in The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, but we just don't cooperate with them, then they will definitely not invest in our project. Giving up success and choosing the unknown. Isn't this mentally ill? Even if they want to do it, they will choose to kick me out and bring Roland back in. And other second tier companies that can support this project will not take a gamble. Because when the news gets out, our refusal will become against Roland. Outsiders don't know what you did, but people in the circle don't know. Once the timeline is pulled, they can guess that you may have flirted with Kate, and in this way, whoever dares to do this project is teasing Roland. No company will take a gamble on this issue, because no one knows whether Roland really cares. If he really retaliates, then the company they control will be gone. When Bob figured this out, he immediately wanted to punch his brother in the face. If you didn't know Kate, Roland might have taken the initiative to invest in our project now. But you flirted with her, and if you don't sell it now, it means that the money you spent on buying the copyright back then will be thrown into your hands. Yes, they can indeed choose to swallow the loss, and they can even bet that Kate and Roland will definitely break up. But doing business has never been impulsive. If they had chosen to fight the giant crocodile, their Miramax would have been gone long ago. Moreover, Roland was backed by more than just the wolves on Wall Street. If Roland really had a grudge and went to Spielberg to cry, their Miramax would be closed tomorrow. How could they make a movie when they couldn't even find the actors? As for the parent company Disney, family members know their own business. Bob and Harvey both knew that Disney would not help them. Well, when we bought the copyrights for the 4 books, how much did it cost? Bob had a headache. After figuring out the stakes, he chose to give in. Although it is very stupid to stand up for a woman in any circle, those big wigs who have received Roland's favor will not think so. Perhaps they will solve their easier problems first, in order to repay the favor. 12 million, plus 6% of the box office dividend. Harvey, who also understood the reason, did not intend to resist. He shrugged and said, 6% of the box office dividend is the minimum limit required by the Tolkien Foundation. Then how much do you want to sell now? Bob looked at his brother with helpless eyes. 12 million plus 7.5%? Harvey thought for a while and said, 1.5% is not profitable anymore. Do you think he will be willing to give us dividends? Bob thought his brother was a little whimsical. Let's try it. How do you know if you don't try it? Harvey, who had never thought of going against Roland from the beginning, sighed. However, Roland said no dividends. No dividends. When Harvey asked the employees in the company to reply to the letter and express his willingness to sell, the general manager of Warcraft Films, who was a tool man, also followed David's previous instructions and directly crossed out the profit sharing plan and put a question mark at the fixed transaction amount. After seeing the neat reply, Harvey, who wanted to save himself, breathed a sigh of relief. Under the gaze of his brother, he thought for a long time with a pen in his hand, and finally filled in a string of numbers. 15 million. Harvey's meaning was already very clear. Yes, you are indeed awesome now, and I can't afford to offend you, but this is just my motivation to sell the copyright. In business, the price of 3 million is nothing compared to the profit of 1.5. I took 3 million hard work fee, just because I don't want to fight with you. If you are willing to buy, sign it and give face. Everyone will be better off. And when Roland saw the price of 15 million after 7 days, he was completely bored. He thought the Weinstein brothers would fight him, but before he made a move, the two guys gave in like the surrendering cheese monkey. If Harvey refused to sell, he would really expose Harvey's past under the pretext of venting his anger on Kate. Can Harvey suppress the New York Times? It doesn't matter. Roland knows people in News Corporation, which can spread Harvey's dirt all over the world. Yahoo will follow closely, taking both online and offline approaches. Naturally, there will be people who want to retaliate against Harvey. If Disney wants to intervene, or wants to be a peacemaker, Roland only needs to give up The Lion King, which has been reaping dividends for 2 years, and Disney, which has conflicts with the Weinstein brothers, will be more willing to help him crush Harvey. As long as he can get The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, the remaining dividends of The Lion King can be given up. As for the last step of prosecution, whether it's California or New York, aren't they all his people? California is the base of the Donkey Party, and in New York, Harvey will die faster. What a pity. This guy gave up too quickly. Roland looked at the document faxed by David with regret. Although he hated fighting, he had no psychological pressure to kick Harvey to death. I haven't made a move yet, and you've already fallen down. He threw the document into the shredder, and with a creaking sound, the Weinstein brothers, who had been in Roland's sight for less than half a month, disappeared. They all gave up, so he was too lazy to touch them. Defeating Harvey, who could be crushed to death with a single blow, did not give Roland much sense of accomplishment. After all, he worked hard for 7 years just to win without fighting. If the network of relationships that he had operated for many years could not allow him to crush a Harvey Weinstein every minute, then what good would Disney do? Note, when Disney acquired Miramax, it did want to turn it into a prize-winning machine, but the Weinstein brothers and Disney started to quarrel in 1994. At that time, Disney was still targeting children, but the two brothers introduced the British religious homosexual film The Father in 1994, which angered Michael Eisner, the CEO of Disney at the time. In addition, he was also working on live-action movies at the time, so he had a very bad impression of the two brothers. When Disney acquired ABC, the two brothers applied for funds from Disney to acquire shares in the cable channels Bravo and IFC. This move made Disney agree that they were committing a crime, which also caused ABC to be extremely dissatisfied. Since then, Disney's operating philosophy for the two brothers has been to invest in movies, but not to allow expansion. That's why it is written in the article that Harvey and Bob did not think that, if they fought with Roland, Disney would save them, because people including the head office, ABC, and Disney headquarters were all looking forward to their death. The same is true in reality. The Contradictory Law, Kill Bill, Cold Mountain, and Fahrenheit 9/11 were all made by the two brothers under Disney's explicit prohibition. The relationship between Miramax and Disney is similar to that between New Line and Warner. Both retain the right to operate, so the parent company cannot control them, even if it repeatedly orders them. Chapter 198 Why Did Your Majesty Rebel? Burbank, California, Disney Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Michael Eisner, in a suit, stood in front of the French window with his hands behind his back, looking out at the company's square. The bronze statue of Walt Disney and Mickey Mouse in the center shone brightly under the sun. The slightly colorful coat made the founder and type of Disney look extremely tall, and the two smiling faces seemed to be telling people their legends and the glorious development of the children's kingdom. While he was squinting his eyes to admire, a report came from behind him. Michael, Miramax has sold the copyrights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit to Warcraft Films. Hearing this, Michael Eisner's face did not change at all, as if he did not care about the deal, but it seemed that he had expected all this. I know, you can go down. He waved his hand and drove away the secretary who was reporting. When the dull bang sounded, Enes turned around and walked back to the desk, picked up the documents left by the secretary, and when he saw the red 15 million, he finally smiled. Don't you want to do it? Now that the copyright is gone, I'm looking at what you can do. The low voice and the smiling face formed a great contrast, like the whisper of a devil, but more like the madness of a madman. After scanning the invitation date and signing date marked on the document, the extremely eye-catching 15 days made Enes smile. While putting down the contract, he also lit a cigar. Aren't you going to go against me? What about now? I thought you could hold on for a while, or fight back, but I didn't expect that your bones are so soft. It's a pity that I didn't kill you this time. Yes, Disney knew that Roland was bullying the Weinstein brothers, but they didn't pay any attention to it at all, and even secretly rejoiced about it. Not only that, after learning that the Weinstein brothers were safe and sound, they still felt a little regretful. The reason is also very simple, because they have already regretted very much that they acquired Miramax. When Disney first acquired Miramax, it had a great vision. As a giant in the field of independent films, the brothers were the best at understanding people's hearts. Disney hoped that they could achieve something in the field of live action films, which they were least good at, but the two brothers did make achievements. Unfortunately, their achievements were contrary to Disney's development concept. What is Disney's development concept? The eternal fairy tale kingdom. What about Miramax? The projects they run have always been cult movies, either R-rated or niche. If that were all, Disney would have tolerated it. What they find most difficult to accept is that the two brothers have been acting under the banner of Disney. As a fairy tale kingdom, Disney's image must be suitable for all ages, beneficial to physical and mental health, and represent family happiness. Before the general situation is clear, they will never invest in a movie like The Philadelphia Story. But the Weinstein brothers have been challenging their bottom line. To put it bluntly, if the Weinstein brothers were more obedient, they might have given the Lord of the Rings project a green light for the sake of its contribution to the Oscars. But the problem is that the two fat guys did not perform well. Not only that, as subordinates of a subsidiary, they often provoke the group's management. Disney acquired Miramax because they wanted to own an Oscar-winning machine, not to find an ancestor for themselves. In this way, when they learned that Roland had set his sights on the Weinstein brothers, they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. When the group's CEO Ennis learned that the Weinstein brothers had left safely, he was really regretful. Of course, the regretful mood did not last long. Ennis, who was sitting there enjoying a cigar, was disturbed by his secretary again. Michael, the CEOs of the headquarters, Touchstone, and Hollywood are already waiting in the conference room. Okay, I'll be there right away. Ennis put down his cigar and walked out of the office with the documents. When he arrived at the pre-arranged conference room, MIU and the others were all smiling with excitement. Although they had conflicts with each other in their daily work, they were really happy today. After sitting down, Ennis' words were even more frank and terrifying. Harvey, who has been provoking us, has finally been punished today. Of course, compared with our expectations, this is not enough, but according to the current situation, it is already good. Hearing this, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. The wide and long conference room was filled with their laughter, and the hollow echo was extremely creepy. Who does Harvey think he is? Does he think he is Jeffrey Katzenberg? Even if he is Jeffrey, so what? Jeffrey, who disobeyed orders, was also kicked out in the end. The CEO of the headquarters, who was sitting on the right hand side of Ennis, waved his hand, and the light words seemed to be just narrating the death of a bed bug. After hearing his words, the CEO of Hollywood Pictures laughed and agreed. That's right. The reason why our Disney stock price has increased 30 times in the past 10 years is that the most important thing is to obey orders and act according to the rules. Anyone who conflicts with Michael's operating philosophy cannot stay in Disney, because these guys are unstable factors. Yes, we have clearly reached a consensus that no subsidiary can produce R-rated films in the name of Disney, but Harvey has to make mistakes again and again. If he hadn't achieved something, I would even suspect that he is an undercover sent by another company. The CEO of Touchstone, who usually doesn't get along with Hollywood Pictures, also voted in favor. The joyful voice reveals his heart. Okay. After listening to the flattery from the three parties, Ennis waved his hand, indicating that everything in front of him was not worth mentioning. After Harvey admitted his defeat, he will probably be honest for a while and let people continue to watch him. If he dares to contradict again, then, at this point, Ennis, who was looking at the documents in front of him, changed the subject and held back what he wanted to say, then find a way to deal with him. He turned to say, "What do you think about the two projects of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit?" What? The guys who were still denouncing Harvey were all stunned. About 2 seconds later, these guys with happy smiles lowered their heads and looked at the documents that had been placed in front of them. When the dazzling 15 million came into their eyes, the CEOs of the headquarters, Touchstone, and Hollywood instantly had their own thoughts. The CEO of this department smiled and said, "We don't know much about live action movies. I only know that we have only 4 projects on hand: Hercules, Mulan, Tarzan, and Fantasia 2000. All personnel are already working at high capacity. The projects of Dinosaur and The Emperor's New Groove, which have already been approved, will not be available for production until Hercules is released next year. so we don't have time to participate in the evaluation of whether The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are valuable. However, Tolkien's works have a huge number of fans, and now Roland has taken a fancy to these two projects. I personally guess that there should be room for operation. After all, so far, the only guys in Hollywood who can make live-action movie series and have a great influence are George, Stephen, James, and Roland. If Roland wants to do it, the first three will help evaluate it. Fuck you. What a lackey. For more production fees, you can lick projects that have nothing to do with you. The words of the CEO of this department made Touchstone and the CEO of Hollywood curse in their hearts. The headquarters is the prince of the Disney group. It is rich and powerful, and 4 projects can eat up $400 million. Compared with the headquarters, Hollywood Pictures and Touchstone Pictures are much worse. The total investment of the former's projects is only $300 million, while the latter has more co-productions. Although the performance is better than the former, none of the copyrights belong to Disney. For them, the words of the headquarters are more like showing off and provocation, and flattering Eisner. After all, if we only look at the tilt of the group's resources, Touchstone and Hollywood are worse than stepmothers. The problem is that, even if the cartoon characters loved by children are the foundation of Disney, if a company is self-contained and lacks innovation, they will eventually be washed away by the tide of the times. Just like Nintendo will not stick to Mario, but work hard to make Pokémon. While Disney has been successful in the field of animation, they also hope to get a share in the field of live action. After all, children will always grow up. When they grow up and no longer need Disney, the only ones who can keep them paying for Disney are their children. Cultivating new users is risky. In this way, developing live action movies and using adult fairy tales to tie adults firmly to Disney's chariot can not only continue to extract a lot of profits from the existing customer base, but also allow them to bring their offspring to Disney continuously. Because a ticket can satisfy the relaxation of adults and the innocence of children. This is a huge profit for customers. But unfortunately, they started out as animation and entered the field of live action movies, which is equivalent to a stubborn person who smokes, drinks, and perms his hair to tell crosstalk. It is originally a cross-border business, and it is not easy to run. Want to be as easy as Sonic to Saw 300? That's dreaming. Therefore, letting the right people do what they can do has become Disney's operating creed. And they have been doing this now. Cooperate with Bruce Highmore Studios and learn from each other. Invest in the projects that the Jewish gang comes to them and earn the money from the tuition fees when they run the projects. In short, under the leadership of Michael Eisner, Disney has been marching towards the goal of a fairy tale kingdom for all ages, but the local emperor's mind is a little too heavy. He hopes that everyone will listen to him. And now the headquarters not only praised Disney's Animation Film Foundation, but also praised Eisner's ideas for the development of live-action films. If this is not a dog licking, then what is it? Knowing all this, when Eisner turned his attention to the two CEOs of Touchstone and Hollywood, after listening to the speech of the headquarters, these two guys, while flattering, gave their own unique insights. The CEO of Touchstone Pictures, who was used to cooperating with other film companies, said, although there is no precedent for the success of fantasy films in Hollywood, if Roland and others want to do it, I think we can cooperate with them. This is not a trust in fantasy films, nor is it a trust in Tolkien, nor is it a trust in Peter Jackson, but a trust in Roland Allen and his control of resources. Since that group of guys who have written successful stories countless times are optimistic about this movie, then we can participate. Before he finished speaking, the CEO of Hollywood Pictures also spoke, and his words were more straightforward. Although our investment in The Rock failed, it doesn't matter. We still have Francis Coppola's project on hand. We at Hollywood Pictures have no grudges against Roland. We were defeated in a head-on battle. This can only be regarded as inferior in skills. And since we can't beat him, then we'll join them. Although I have no confidence in The Lord of the Rings, but as everyone has said, I have confidence in Roland Allen. If Warcraft Pictures needs a partner, we at Hollywood Pictures can cut some projects, squeeze out funds, and cooperate with them. The point is, there is another benefit for us to make The Lord of the Rings. That is to disgust the Weinstein brothers. When they hold the copyright, we don't invest. When they sell the copyright, we choose to cooperate instead. Harvey and Bob will definitely be angry and curse when they hear the news. If the project fails, we will only lose a little money. Compared with the brand public relations fees we paid after Miramax messed around, it is simply negligible. If it succeeds, the two brothers will have no face to stay in Disney. So, Michael, if you allow me, I can go to Lower California now and talk to Roland. As soon as these words came out, the CEOs of the headquarters and Touchstone changed their faces instantly. You are the real dog of Eisner. One step watching Miramax sell the rights to Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and the next step running over to cooperate with Warcraft. And all of this is attributed to the Weinstein brothers being pissed off. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely say meow meow meow, asking why His Majesty was plotting a rebellion. But if people in the industry knew about this, then they would think it was perfectly normal. Because now Disney is Michael Eisner's kingdom. Revenue? What is this? Is it important? For him, an obedient Disney is more important than revenue. And if it is obedient and can develop at a high speed, that would be the best. Because of this, when Eisner heard the words pissed off the Weinstein brothers, his face was once again filled with smiles. Compared with the smile he had when he saw the Weinstein brothers admit defeat before, his smile now was even brighter. Good. That's a good proposal. Eisner looked at the CEO of Hollywood Pictures with great appreciation and said slowly, if Roland is willing to cooperate, we can provide a venue and co-produce The Lord of the Rings with him. As for distribution, we can go to our Buena Vista in the Americas and let him go to Sony for overseas distribution. After all, their contract with Sony clearly states that they are responsible for their own profits and losses. If it weren't for last year's 7 Deadly Sins and this year's Spider-Man, Sony's distribution company would have lost money there again. As for the Weinstein brothers, since they have given up this project, we don't need to mention him in the future. After all, we appreciate Roland Allen, who can sit down and talk about everything, not Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein, who are always at odds with the parent company. Don't you think so? Yes. The CEO of this department nodded first. That's right. The CEO of Touchstone followed closely. We absolutely cannot condone Miramax's behavior. The Hollywood CEO said righteously. Well, you will follow up on this matter. Hearing the full voice of approval, Enes glanced at the CEO of Hollywood Pictures. But don't be too impatient. According to Roland's usual habit, he will officially invest in the project of Lord of the Rings after the dividends from Spider-Man come in. Before that, we just need to keep a close eye on him and don't let other companies who know the news snatch this project away. And there's no need to worry about DreamWorks, they have no money anymore. As he gave the order, the CEO of Hollywood Pictures, who had picked up a big bargain, left the venue excitedly, while the CEO of Disney, who had nothing to do with the meeting instructions, walked away with his hands in his pockets. Only the CEO of Touchstone Pictures looked depressed because they no longer had the opportunity to get the corresponding dividends. And if Roland knew that Disney had such a discussion about Miramax selling the copyrights of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit to Warcraft Pictures, he would definitely be very happy. It was not because the stupid behavior of Disney controlled by Michael Eisner, because of the power struggle was too ridiculous, but because he understood that his efforts over the years were not in vain. When he first met Francis Coppola, he was very excited to say that he liked his The Godfather. How much did he like it? Even if he lived again and did not watch the movie again, he still remembered 2 lines clearly. The best threat is not to take action. Once the action is taken, but it does not work, people are no longer afraid of the threat. I have spent my whole life learning to be careful. Women and children can be careless, but men cannot. The first line has already shown its effect when buying The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. As for the second line, the effect is showing. After leaving the time loop, Roland has been careful and careful. He would rather make a profit than offend people, because he understands that compared with the green and greasy US dollars, the network of relationships is the most important thing. As long as you get into the circle, are you afraid of not making money? Ronald Perelman needs a gimmick to cooperate with the hypees. Carl Icahn wants product placement. We will do whatever you want. Fox, Universal, Sony, and Paramount want to use Marvel's garbage copyright. to exchange for his long-term image authorization in the Home Alone series, Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, and Forrest Gump? No problem, I'll give it to you. Roland certainly knows that these guys are greedy. If the benefits are not distributed evenly in the future, they will not care about the old friendship at all, and will turn against each other when they should. But what Roland wants to show is that he is harmless during his growth period. When he implanted the idea of everything that happened to Roland has room for negotiation into the minds of these guys, and let it grow through one thing after another. Even if Roland had a conflict with them, the first thing that would happen would definitely not be a fight, but sitting down and talking slowly, just like Disney now. It is precisely because everyone thinks that Roland Allen can be controlled that Disney thinks it would be better to use Roland to attack the Weinstein brothers, and if he lacks startup capital, he will cooperate with people in the circle again. Just like Spider-Man and Titanic. Roland's background but not greed is the basis for the comfort of the giants. In this case, if there is something, sit down and talk first, which is more time saving and labor saving for them. And for Roland, isn't this behavior of the opponent just showing his cards and doubling them? Pour a cup of cappuccino for auntie. 17 cards can already kill people in seconds. Note, in reality, Eisner is definitely crazier than what is written in the article. Generally speaking, the board of directors of a company will establish a nomination, compensation, and audit committee, which is mainly composed of independent directors, to effectively constrain the CEO's decision-making behavior. But Disney does not have these. During Eisner's tenure, the Disney family was kicked out of the company. Katzenberg also founded DreamWorks with Spielberg because of disagreements with Eisner. The most amazing thing is that when they intervened in ABC, they acquired it in 1995, and the management wanted to split out and work alone in 1996. In addition, the era of high-salary CEOs in the United States was opened by Eisner. He paid himself a salary. Now the CEOs who earn tens of millions a year are just younger brothers compared to him. At the craziest time, in 15 months, he let his childhood playmate take away $140 million. This matter was brought to the state court in 2004. The Disney operating philosophy written in the article is indeed the 3 points proposed by Eisner when he was in office. When Eisner was in office, copyright was indeed not as important as power. The most obvious point was that Miramax was allowed to sell The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. The second was that the copyright of Pirates of the Caribbean was shared with Bruckner. This was a project left by Walt Disney before his death. The copyright had always been in Disney's hands, but half of it was given away for free. Disney headquarters is the Princeling of Disney Animation Company founded by Walt Disney. Touchstone and Hollywood are both raised by stepmothers. Their biggest dispute is the production fee, commonly known as money. For this reason, Pixar and Marvel both criticized the headquarters when they joined. P.S. Don't think Disney is stupid, it is Eisner who is stupid, and the root cause is the power struggle. Chapter 199. The price of the crowd invitation is different. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. When Michael Eisner received the copyright transaction information, the other 5 companies also received the transaction report. They were too lazy to provoke the harmless Roland, but at the same time they would keep a close eye on Roland's every move. After all, Roland is just a guy who can be controlled on the surface, not a guy who is actually controlled. The latter has no value to the non-controlling party. The former can benefit all parties. If you have to make an analogy, Roland Allen is now like Steven Spielberg 10 years ago. People in the industry cannot understand how they succeeded, but it doesn't matter. As long as you know that investing in them will have a high probability of reaching the other side of success, that's enough. So, while Michael Eisner asked his subordinates to keep a close eye on Roland, Sony also took the initiative to call under the banner of settling the share of the North American first phase of Spider-Man. When they learned that Peter Jackson needed to build a studio in New Zealand first and make the shooting model by hand, and it would take about 1 to 2 years of preparation time before the project was approved, they wrote down the information they got in the company's memo, prepared to inquire regularly, and wait for an opportunity to act. Even if it was a fantasy theme, they were willing to give it a try. There was no way a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and the money Roland earned for them could support them to lose several projects. since they would lose money if they invested in others, they might as well continue to gamble with Roland, so that even if they failed, they would not be too distressed. Fox, which had the same idea as Sony, had a simpler method. The chairman of Fox Film personally led a team and brought a bunch of supplies to visit the crew to express his condolences. When talking to Roland about the unpopular project The Lord of the Rings, the other party smiled and said, 1 or 2 years of preparation time. Oh, no problem. The only big project we have at Fox now is Titanic. After Titanic is released, the preparations for The Lord of the Rings will be almost complete. Then we can continue to cooperate. Hearing this, Roland did not deny or confirm, but asked back, didn't you kill the Lord of the Rings before? Such straightforward words did not make the other party feel embarrassed. Not only that, he also said as a matter of course, yes, the Green Light Committee did kill the Lord of the Rings, but now there is no Green Light Committee. The committee can review your project. He tried to get close to her, making his words seem extremely enthusiastic. If someone else shoots Titanic, we will definitely not dare to invest. If someone else plays Spider-Man, Sony will not open a budget of $100 million with its eyes closed. But you and Steven are different. Others are not qualified to open up new fields, but you can try it at will. Although the chairman of Fox Films concealed the fact that this is capital, based on continuous profitability, Roland was still relieved to hear it. However, even so, he did not give a positive answer, but just said, this matter is not urgent, let's talk about it later. The chairman of Fox Films did not force it. Before leaving, he took the initiative to hug Roland. Okay, if you need it, just call me directly, anytime. If Fox and Sony both have projects to communicate with Roland, then Universal, after losing Spielberg, has made a show of operation. They called Roland under the banner of inviting Roland to make a cameo appearance in Jurassic Park 2. Both parties knew that this was a lame excuse. After a few polite words, they officially got to the point. Roland was deeply grateful for their investment intention, but he didn't need it for the time being. A few straightforward words wouldn't cost him a cent, so just say it. After learning that the 3 shameless competitors had expressed their intention to cooperate, Disney, which had been ordered by the chairman to keep a close eye on the project, Paramount, which had a good cooperative relationship with Roland in Forrest Gump, and Warner, which had never cooperated with Roland, could no longer hold back, and called one after another to express their cooperation ideas. Roland, who had long had the idea of working alone, but didn't want to be exposed first, showed a serious and responsible attitude towards investors in the face of inquiries from the 3 parties. He would not invest at all if he didn't see that the newcomer Peter Jackson had a convincing studio and technology. If it were other producers, each company would definitely think that this was a sale. But Roland's own projects have been prepared for more than several years. In addition, since there had never been a history of quarreling over something, and fantasy films were indeed not easy to sell, the companies did not force it. They just wrote down the years revealed by Roland, and prepared to have a detailed discussion with this serious and responsible young man, after seeing the actual product. Wow, this is the first time I've seen the Big Six actually begging one person for cooperation. When Roland put down his phone, after coaxing those giants with a smile, Kate, who was in the same lounge with him, joked, besides, what you are talking about is a new field that has never had a successful record. Looking at the guy with his hands on his head, a exaggerated expression, and a high-pitched voice, Roland rolled his eyes and said, hey, can you stop being pretentious? I'm not the only one in the circle who enjoys this privilege. Tom, Steven, their schedules are all scheduled for 5 years, okay? The Big Six also gave the green light to their projects, and I'm just a guy who just entered the privileged club. Privileged club? What a high-end term. Kate repeated, and then said regretfully, it's a pity that I will never be able to enter this circle. Can't enter this circle? Aren't you in it now? Looking at the guy pretending to be sad, Roland kicked his feet, the swivel chair slid instantly, and the whole person rubbed directly in front of Kate. Hearing these words, and seeing these movements, Kate was stunned at first, and after a few seconds, she smiled and responded, yeah I am in this circle now. Then, she changed the subject and said, but you know, After entering this circle, I can't get any projects. Even the projects that have been finalized before have all gone. Because Kate, who was wearing a tight costume, liked to lie flat on her back and put her legs on Roland to exchange for the comfort of her abdomen during her rest time, her transfer seat was adjusted quite high. Because of this, while she was complaining, her feet that were not touching the ground were constantly swinging in the air. Looking at the guy who was propping up his elbows and saying the best treatment with the most helpless words, Roland turned the other swivel chair, grabbed Kate's feet, and put them on his thighs, and followed his light pinching and pressing. Kate, who was already used to it, leaned back, and while lying on her back, her whole body hummed like a cat. "Don't you like this feeling?" Roland asked with a smile. "Who doesn't like to be high and mighty?" Kate understood what Roland was saying, and she thought Roland was talking nonsense. "But, when I was high and mighty, performance was far away from me. Do you know what my agent said to me when I received a call from her while you were taking a shower that day? She told me that the BBC had unilaterally terminated my contract. The project team of North African lovers is willing to pay the liquidated damages in accordance with the contract. Not only that, she will most likely not renew my contract after my contract expires." It seemed that Roland's movements were a little forceful, but more like she was helpless. When she said this, her brows also frowned. "Do you know how I felt at that time? At that time, I was surprised. And when you came out with a bath towel, I realized that being your girlfriend would cost a price." When Kate finished her rambling, Roland, who had been smiling and massaging her feet, did not say a word. It was not that she didn't want to answer, but she didn't know how to answer. Of course he knew what the price Kate was talking about was. Or, in other words, bullying the Weinstein brothers and snatching the linkage effect of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit from their hands was not because of the 6 instant changes of face who looked down on fantasy movies, but because Kate Winslet was unemployed. That's right, Roland's identity as a girlfriend did not allow her to enjoy the privilege of choosing movies. On the contrary, it was like a plague, making people avoid it. Why did the Weinstein brothers get stepped on by Roland? The guys in the circle knew it in their hearts, brains, supplements, successes. No one believed that Roland was really going for the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and no one would believe that Roland would attack the Weinstein brothers who had no grudges in the past and no grievances in the present under the banner of justice. You are not Principal Wang, the disciplinary inspection committee of the entertainment industry, so why did you quarrel with those 2 fat guys? So, the timeline was pulled, and the situation became clear. When those guys found out that Miramax was responsible for the North American distribution of Sinful Angels played by Kate, and then Kate chose to return to China to develop after winning the award for the film, this experience made everyone suddenly realize that the fat man was disgusting again. If you don't serve, you will be banned. In this way, they not only understood why Roland would fight with Miramax, but also made a lot of emergency responses because of this little thing. Since they knew Roland's taboo, wouldn't it be over if they didn't touch it? And what is Roland's taboo? He can't stand his girlfriend being alone with other opposite sex. Well, this taboo is too common in Hollywood. The combination of director and actor, and the combination of actor and actor, looks very beautiful, but there are a lot of messes. Take Angelina Jolie for example. She married Johnny Miller when filming Hackers, married Billy Thornton when filming Skytraps, and married Brad Pitt when filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The same is true for Gwyneth Paltrow. She fell in love with Brad Pitt while filming 7 Deadly Sins, dated Ben Affleck while filming Shakespeare in Love and other romances, which made Spielberg sigh at her wedding that he was finally married. In this circle, it is too common for colleagues to break up and get back together. And those who can stick to it for more than 10 years are actually unable to accept their girlfriends or wives being alone with other opposite sexes. The most typical example is Harrison Ford, who married his first wife when he was a junior. They were not in the same industry at all, and their marriage lasted for 15 years. His second wife was a screenwriter. After marriage, she followed her husband wherever he went to film, and the relationship lasted for 21 years. although his third wife was in the same industry. After marriage, his wife Callista Flockhart instantly fell from the leading role of American TV series to a supporting role in American TV series, and the number of jobs also plummeted. The reason is simple. It is purely that the producers dare not use her. The same is true for Steven Spielberg. He doesn't believe in love, but he won't watch his wife being intimate with other men, even in front of the camera. So after getting married, his wife instantly went from the heroine of Indiana Jones 2 to a supporting role in major movies. Within 2 years, she became a guest star, and finally, she had no more movies to shoot. It is very common in the entertainment industry for a couple to play with each other. But playing with each other while marrying a big boss is a fool's dream. The producers are not stupid, they know how awesome your husband is. And those producers, directors, and actors also understand that working with you means taking the risk of being loved by you, then having an accident, and finally facing the risk of being banned by your husband. Therefore, when an actress climbs up to a big boss, even if no one speaks up, the producers who are used to it will take the initiative to remove her from the major optional lists because they don't want to cause trouble. In this way, Meghan Markle still wants to return to Hollywood in the name of her husband? Don't be ridiculous. You want to make a movie, but no one will arrange it for you. Before, when the news about Roland and Kate came out, all parties simply thought that the two were just playing around. Now, when Miramax was slaughtered by Roland like a chicken, those monkeys took action instantly. Since you, Roland, can't accept it, then we won't ask Kate to film. Unless Kate and Roland break up, those studios will never pass projects related to Kate without Roland's name. This is the price. The so-called good things that come with film contracts after marrying a big boss are just the guy you love, not a big boss at all. Because of this, when Kate complained, Roland smiled and didn't say anything, but took the initiative to massage her feet. Because he understood that Kate, who found that the acting career she had loved for more than 10 years might end here, was angry. Unfortunately, his silent show of goodwill could not wipe away the depression in Kate's heart. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Roland was still playing coward, Kate stomped on Roland's thigh with her heels a few times and narrowed her eyes, saying, "Don't you have anything to say?" Of course. They dared not to give me face. It's really abominable. After the filming of Titanic is finished, I will accompany you to their company and settle accounts one by one. Roland pretended to be stupid. The indignant words and the extremely exaggerated expression made Kate laugh. Don't play dumb, you know what I mean. Kate pulled out her feet, stepped on Roland's hand with one foot, and spread the big toe and second toe of the other foot, grabbing Roland's arm and twisting it. "I need compensation." Hiss. Roland grinned and made a sound. At the same time, he also laughed helplessly. Okay. What kind of movie do you want to make? Tell me. Okay. I'll be your producer. Kate's hasty attitude of admitting defeat made her loosen her toes, but she was not interested in this. Is this called compensation? If this incident had not happened, would you refuse if I asked you to help with the project? No sincerity at all. Kate gave Roland a sanitary eye. Then what compensation do you want? In order to avoid Kate pinching him, Roland quietly withdrew his hands. The smile on his face did not fade, but became stronger. Shouldn't you take the initiative to give compensation? If I say it, won't it become a deal? Kate pouted, looking at Roland with a playful smile in her eyes. Okay, let me think about it. Roland scratched his head pretentiously, but his eyes were looking around. When he saw the shooting schedule on the table, the clear September made bold ideas appear instantly. Before I give you compensation, can I ask you a question? Of course. But let me make it clear first, if it's a question of preference, I have the right to refuse to answer. How can it be a question of preference? If I ask you now what you like, and then give it to you, you will have to pick on me again. You mean I'm unreasonable? I'm unreasonable. Roland smiled bitterly. Ask. Kate was very satisfied with Roland's performance. Well, I just want to know, is everything you told me before true? What do you mean by everything? After watching the draft, we were chatting on the way back to New York from New Jersey. You told me that your parents were very busy and had no time to accompany you since you were a child. You wanted to act just to be with them, because in this way, no one would stop you from going to the theater. Also, in your memory, you have never had a good holiday, because every holiday, your parents would go to perform, even if you got a holiday later. For you, this holiday is no longer meaningful. As Roland babbled about the words in his memory, the smile on his face gradually faded. Kate, who had her feet on Roland's legs and was looking at Roland with a smile, also calmed down as Roland's voice lowered, and the teasing joy on her body returned to calm like the ebb tide. Yes. Kate took a deep breath, exhaled, and nodded. Any questions? No problem. Roland smiled and shook his head, and his hands that had been avoiding him also grabbed Kate's feet again. I just want to say, come to my house for Christmas this year. When Roland lowered his eyes, looked at Kate's toes nervously, and made the most cautious invitation in an extremely calm voice, Kate, who was still lost because of the childhood memories, suddenly stared. The unbelievable surprise, like a wave sweeping over, made her heart surge. She sat up directly from where she was leaning. What did you say? Kate raised her voice unconsciously. I said. Roland pursed his lips, raised his head, and looked at him. You can come to my house for Christmas this year. When Roland repeated the same invitation again, Kate, who was bent over, suddenly laughed. First, she pursed her lips to hold back her laughter, then bit her lips. Her body trembled, and then she leaned back and covered her mouth and nose with her hands. Although she only chuckled softly, her eyes were already red, and tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. Seeing her like this, Roland deliberately said, if you don't want to, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Who said I don't want to? Did I say that? Hearing this, Kate, who was crying with joy, glared at Roland fiercely. Does this count as compensation? Roland laughed again. However, what he didn't expect was that Kate shook her head firmly. No. Aren't all compensations proposed by the victim? It's not me who wants to go to your house, but you invited me to your house. Your current behavior is to apologize after admitting your mistakes. Compensation is negotiable. What? Countless question marks popped up in Roland's head. He knew that he couldn't reason with a woman, but he didn't expect that a woman would be so unreasonable. So the judicial power, legislative power, and trial power are all in your hands. Kate seemed to see Roland's helplessness, but it was more like a child sharing a gift. After seeing Roland shaking his head, Kate added, but I have already felt your apology, and I'm very satisfied. I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. Since you took the initiative to admit your mistake, the compensation I want will not be too much. During the break this week, you will accompany me back to Los Angeles to go shopping. And by the way, tell me what David, Ganetti, James, Ashley, Mary, and Elizabeth like. 5 pieces of information will count as one compensation. How about it? Am I considerate? When Kate bent over, leaned in, and counted the heads with Roland with her fingers, Roland's body also leaned forward. When Kate curled the corners of her mouth, wanting to get Roland's approval, Roland, who didn't want to answer with words, proved everything with his actions. Touched from bottom to top, Kate hugged Roland's head. When the two separated, Roland also reached out and twisted Kate's curly hair. When their eyes met, they also knew each other's thoughts, and the soul-to-soul question began. Roland asked, do you like acting? Kate replied, I started acting just to be with my parents. Roland asked again, what about now? Kate replied, now I act just to get recognition for my efforts in the past 10 years. I didn't waste more than 10 years. Roland asked again, what about the future? Kate replied, I won the British Academy Award. If I don't win the Oscar, I think I will regret it when I get old. Okay, I understand. Roland smiled and nodded. Oscar. Yes, I understand too. Kate blew her nose, a little regretful. It's the Oscar. I think you will win the Oscar. Roland touched Kate's cheek and said very carefully, you will definitely get it. I firmly believe. Really? I also think I can get it. Kate blinked her eyes, trying hard not to cry. Because while she told Roland that she was sticking to her principles, she also found out Roland's bottom line. She wanted to win the award, but Roland didn't want his woman to act. This was the biggest disagreement between the two of them. Roland was not a saint. He watched his girlfriend hugging and kissing other men, talking about love, and then his heart was as calm as water, or he suddenly realized and became a Buddha? Don't be kidding. He also has selfish motives. He will never be able to accept his woman being intimate with others, never. But the problem is, Kate is obviously the kind of guy who doesn't want to leave regrets in his life. Note, when you prove that you are successful again and again, even if it is an unpopular project, others will rush to invest. Men in Black is the best example. Although there was no successful precedent for superhero movies back then, when Spielberg made it, others rushed to invest. I have read a lot of entertainment articles. I really can't accept that the protagonist has become a big boss and his wife has a lot of dramas to shoot. There are too many examples in reality. The wives of big bosses can't act. It's not that they don't want to act, but no one asks them to act. Spielberg's wife said openly that she didn't make movies because Steven wanted me to return to the family. The producers are not fools. They certainly know who to choose to maximize their interests. They don't want to cause trouble in any way. No one can guarantee that the boss's wife will not encounter an accident during filming. If an accident happens, they will not be able to cooperate for a long time in the future. I admire those who write that the protagonist is generous. In reality, no big boss is generous. Those who keep saying that they don't care are just money-making tools for capital, not big bosses at all. Hanks and his wife also met during filming. After getting married, his wife also fell from the position of the leading actor. If she likes to act, she will play supporting roles or be a producer. When acting, the guys she cooperated with were Scott Eastwood and Meryl Streep. They were all wandering around in their own circle. After starring in Beautiful Ohio for many years, how introverted she is. Chapter 200, Emotional Rupture in Romance Films, Self-Deception of True Love. Of course, even if both sides have found out each other's bottom line, they have no intention of breaking it. Kate doesn't want to choose between her acting career that she has been pursuing for more than 10 years and the boy she has liked for 6 years, and Roland will never give up his perseverance, because the psychological barrier is not something that can be overcome by talking about it. The two guys are like turtles, and no one dares to break the current situation first, because they both feel that the current state is the most comfortable and the most suitable. No one wants to destroy it all by themselves, and everyone hopes to stay in this gentle land of vanity forever. It is with this ostrich mentality that they cherish the present, and even the performance is wrapped in a dreamy atmosphere. Bo Deck. The boy in a black coat is lying on the railing, the oncoming sea breeze blows his hair, and the scattered eyes facing the sea, coupled with a wooden and disappointed face, interpret the word love lorn to the fullest. And just as he was blinking his eyes mechanically, like a walking corpse losing his soul, a call suddenly came from behind him. "Hello, Jack." Although the tone was flat, no different from the greetings between ordinary people, the boy lying there seemed to have heard the sound of nature. He turned his head suddenly and turned around. His face, which had been sluggish before, was full of confusion caused by surprise. Looking at the girl wearing a white tube top, a blue dress, and a white shawl, his eyes were full of surprise. Under his gaze, the girl raised her hands, as if she had made up her mind, but more like mustering up courage. Her ups and downs showed her inner excitement. While taking a deep breath, she also said her true thoughts. "I changed my mind." Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it meant a lot to the boy. The corners of his mouth slowly raised, and his eyes, like dead water, were rippled. As the girl gradually approached, the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. "They said you might be here." When the girl walked up to the boy, she took the initiative to contribute her source of information. But the boy didn't want to hear this. He put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. Shh. Just when the girl was surprised, the boy had already stretched out his right hand. "Give me your hand." After a moment of hesitation, the girl reacted and leaned forward. Under the boy's guidance, she gradually moved closer. "Close your eyes now. Come up. Hold the railing. Close your eyes." Under the boy's guidance, the girl who trusted him gave her body and mind to him. When the girl stepped on the railing, facing the sea, and opened her arms, she opened her eyes according to the boy's instructions, looked at the blue in front of her, felt the sea breeze, and the excitement and joy jumped on her face. "I'm flying, Jack." The excited words did not cause the boy to respond excitedly, but he opened his arms like him. Not only that, he also sang Blanche Ring's famous song in the girl's ear, "Come on, Josephine, get on my spaceship. Fly, fly." As he sang softly, the girl who understood the meaning of the lyrics no longer spared her smile. Their hands were entangled, and when their fingers were intertwined and lingering in their bellies, the two who were originally looking at the sea turned their heads in tacit understanding. The moment their eyes met, the fireworks called love also burst out instantly. At this moment, in the boy's eyes, the girl is the world. At this moment, in the girl's eyes, the boy is everything. When the surging flame of love continued to burn along the two people's sight, enveloping them and finally devouring them, the two who were inseparable closed their eyes at the same time and kissed each other. Looking at the scene in front of him, the truck driver sitting in front of the monitor sighed with emotion. He hugged his arms with a look of relief, a sense of relief that the child has finally grown up, which made him feel very comfortable. What a touching scene. They are like kittens and puppies, giving people warmth. Oh, this long and passionate kiss. This is the most sincere emotion I have seen in all these years. He stroked his cheek, raised and lowered his right hand holding the director's stick several times, until the cameraman indicated that a roll of film had been shot. He smiled and said, "It's good to be young." The famous scene of Titanic was actually very complicated to shoot, because there was no sea. The staff were all standing in the pond, and the oncoming sea breeze was just a bunch of guys, instant suits carrying blowers, and blowing desperately below. The so-called beautiful scenery was unbearable to watch, but it was just that the wind was too strong, and it was really hard to open your eyes. But, even if the scene was fake, the emotion was real. In the previous life, when Kate and Leo were filming, the emotional scenes between the two were actually a bit awkward. If you watch it a few times, even ordinary people who have not learned writing, acting, and directing can tell that their kissing scenes lack soul. Because when Kate and Leo kiss, Kate's eyes always look up first, then droop, repeat twice, and finally close their eyes, as if to confirm with Leo before kissing. If you have to compare it, it is, Dangwayo, I'm Dangway, I'm coming in. Dangway, I'm Dangwayo, I have received it, I have made contact. What? Doesn't this strange practice make people feel strange? People who know understand that you are just kissing, but people who don't know think that you are playing Tetris. If the male and female protagonists need to rely on this auxiliary means to connect tacitly when filming love scenes, then I'm sorry. There is actually nothing wrong with the critics scolding them for being bad. This is actually a common problem in many love movies, because even if the male and female protagonists are really in love, it is impossible for them to have tacit understanding from beginning to end. Although according to the story development of love movies, the emotional journey and storyline of the male and female protagonists and the crew should be in line with each other, there are very few movies that will be shot in the order of the development of the storyline. In this way, even many romantic films that can be called classics actually have a sense of separation. At the end of Titanic, the elderly Rose threw the Star of the Sea into the sea. In the Final Fantasy extended from this, Rose and Jack's passionate kiss was not tacit. Before that, when the elderly Rose recalled, Rose desperately wanted to rush to the lower cabin to save Jack who was leaning there. Their passionate kiss was intense and natural. This is actually a separation, because the last flashback scene was shot before the ship sank. Since the props have been destroyed, how can it be rebuilt and filmed again? But, the biggest problem of the previous life of Titanic has now been solved. Half a year of living together day and night, although it cannot change a person, it can make them feel each other. They have an instinctive way of shopping, they have a habitual kissing posture, they have a comfortable posture for making love. When two people form a situation where you raise your head, I will press down, you stand on tiptoe, and I will respond with my head down. That kind of pleasing naturalness can conquer everyone. If at this time, coupled with the reluctance to part, then, love or not, it is no longer important. No one will think that your emotions are not in place because everything in front of you is not acting at all, but spreading dog food. To put it bluntly, the conversation between the two in the lounge because of privilege, the differences caused by privilege, and the reluctance to part because of privilege actually allow them to perfectly complete the last link of Rose and Jack's emotions in the movie. The surprise when meeting, the beauty when knowing each other, the redemption when struggling, the reluctance when parting, the love at first sight with the body, the touching at the Berlin Film Festival, the overlap of two lives after watching the talent show, the differences in persistence caused by privilege, one by one, for them. Now is really life like a play, and the play is like life. As it should be. Every time the truck driver shouted to add another line, he did not want to choose the best, but wanted to know how much love these two guys can burn. As professional actors, Kate and Roland can naturally find changes in themselves. But this positive change makes them secretly happy and excited, because their primary goal at the moment is to make the play well. If being a turtle is beneficial to the filming, then they will be more active in immersing themselves in it. Not only that, they can also classify the previous disagreements as filming needs. It is because filming requires finding emotions that there are disagreements, not because they themselves are willing to have disagreements. This kind of self-deception is extremely common in the entertainment industry, but if even the parties are unwilling to admit that all this is a dream, then no one can help them get out of it. In other words, if you can immerse yourself for a lifetime, then this kind of self-deception will become the love that everyone yearns for. Of course, they don't know if they can immerse themselves for a lifetime, but what they do makes bystanders feel that this is a special code for growing old together. While the crew of Titanic was working at high speed, from September 5th to 8th, a hurricane with a speed of 195 km per hour hit the east coast of America, accompanied by floods, causing serious damage to houses, bridges, ships and agricultural infrastructure, forcing 200,000 people to evacuate, and direct economic losses of more than 3 billion yuan. After hearing the news, the two who were dining in the restaurant with the staff immediately discussed it. Kate believes that charity is one of the means for celebrities to maintain their image. Although the American people like Roland very much, and many guys are even fanatical, he cannot rely on his transcendent national popularity and not do charity, because the public's love is just a result. If you want this result to continue to exist, in addition to producing excellent works on the field, the image outside the field is also very important. Roland agreed with Kate's opinion. However, just when others thought that the matter would end with Roland's generous donation to disaster relief, the result presented to the public was that Roland Allen and Kate Winslet donated $1 million to the hurricane-affected areas to help them rebuild their homes. Yes, many donations in society are completed in people's names as the main carrier, with the majority of donations made by individuals, and there are also many joint donations by two people. But, in most cases, the two people who jointly donated are husband and wife. Indeed, when the public saw the news that Roland and Kate donated together, this explicit statement made them very excited. The talented man and beautiful woman are really a perfect match. However, when people in the circle saw the same news, they were surprised and dumbfounded. Meow meow meow. Are you guys kidding? No, are you guys serious? To be honest, even if they imagined a series of untrue events in which Roland stepped on Miramax for love, not many people would think that an A+list would be won over by a girl so quickly. Aren't A+list guys all experienced? How could they be attracted to a girl so quickly? Even though they had been dating for 9 months, Roland's fall was too fast for his peers. Of course, what they called fall refers to the signature of the joint donation, not the attitude of intercourse. The latter means sex, and the former, of course, it is sex and heart. But no matter what the outside world thinks, Roland is not shaken. He is the master of his own life. How much does it matter to him what others say? And it is with this idea that, even though he and Kate know the differences, he still complies with his promise and accompanies her back to Los Angeles on his day off to choose gifts for Christmas 3 months later. To be honest, it is indeed a bit early to do these things now, but as long as Kate is happy, he will accompany her. When choosing gifts, Kate seemed to have forgotten her own insistence. Everything was considered from the perspective of her family. The Valentino Jacquard square scarf worth $800 and the Prada ostrich leather handbag worth nearly $4,000 The former will be given to Ganetti and the latter will belong to David. In addition, the 3 Olson sisters will be given a set of Hello Kitty plush toys. As for James, Roland had something to say seriously. I suggest you give him a ticket to the Johns Hopkins University Genius Camp next summer. What? Giving people tickets to the camp for Christmas? How could you have such a devilish idea? Kate was extremely surprised. Because he likes to study. Roland lied without thinking. He likes math, physics, and chemistry the most. Really? Kate still couldn't believe it, but her heart was shaken. Have I lied to you? If you really give him a ticket, I guarantee he will be so moved that he will cry on the spot. With Roland's solemn promise, Kate finished choosing Christmas gifts. As for Roland's, after Kate bought it, he shamelessly expressed it to the other party. 2 teams came to the door, and they asked for double portions. 2 people went back together, and 1 portion was enough. Wow, why didn't I notice it before? How can you be so shameless? Kate was stunned by Roland's thick skin. Roland was more casual. As long as you are willing, you will find more in the future. This kind of mutual riddle behavior is tacitly understood by both parties. Although there is no progress in the disagreement between the two, but enjoying the present is obviously the best choice. Note, Leo did not get the nomination that year because he was criticized for being emotionally detached and too exaggerated. Look carefully at Titanic. When the 2 kissed, the movements of their eyes were too much, but after the sinking scene, the 2 sides had a significant improvement, but unfortunately, it was too late to reshoot. Of course, eye contact is actually a shooting routine in many romance films, just like the scene in which the male protagonist keeps talking and the female protagonist sits beside him and listens with a smile. This kind of concealment has become a model. In 9 out of 10 movies, the male and female protagonists rely on this famous scene to force the development of their relationship. The self-deception mentioned in the article is okay in romance films. At most, you can continue to talk in reality, but other movies are life-threatening. Philip Hoffman relied on drugs for a long time to maintain normality because of this, and finally became addicted to drugs and died. Robin Williams also suffered from long-term depression and hanged himself. Playing yourself can make the performance very real, but it is also super dangerous. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.